beginning of the season, I don't think they knew they were getting the guy who they got. Because even John Harbaugh said, we didn't bring Derrick Henry here to give him 25 or 30 carries. We've seen that guy. We don't think well, look what he's doing. He's changing the whole – him and Saquon Barkley are changing the whole narrative around veteran running backs.
I was telling Steve Weiss here with us. I was telling Salk earlier, Steve, it's weird. It feels like college football and the NFL have flipped. That in over so many years of covering college football, I'm like, well, this is great, but we know who the four are going to be. And it's going to be Ohio State, it's going to be Georgia, it's going to be Alabama. And this year with the 12-team playoff, nobody knows. I mean, it is wild. And certainly Oregon and Georgia have very talented teams, but it is a wide open race. And, for years, like, well, the NFL, it's kind of wide open, right? You got so much parity. And it kind of feels like it's flipped. Like Detroit, Kansas City, Baltimore, and Buffalo feel that much better than everybody else. Is that misguided?
No, I think you're, and I'm so glad you said that. I was having this conversation, and it's funny since we're saying this on trade deadline day. Look at how many teams are selling. If we're going into week 10, and you're seeing teams like, the Panthers know they're not very good, so let's get rid of our guys. They've gotten rid of their best players over the past couple of years, but now you're seeing the Cleveland Browns. Okay, they got rid of their two best players in Amari Cooper, and they just traded Zadarius Smith to Detroit. And then you look at teams. You talked about Kansas City. They go out and they get Josh Uche. They go out and they get D-Hop. They signed Kareem Hunt off the couch. Just the good teams know how to do it. And now it seems like you were saying, some of the lesser teams or teams that know it's not going to happen this year are a little bit quicker to bail on their seasons. Whereas before, if you were sitting at 3-5, you're not selling. Right, that's why I don't think the Bengals are going to be a team that's selling. Like their record, I think they're right at 500 or a game below 500, but they know they're ascending. So they may be shoppers. But it does seem, just like you said, the rich are getting richer, and the teams who aren't very good are looking forward to 2025 already.
The Seahawks did a little buying already. They bought a defensive lineman and then a linebacker last week or 2 weeks ago now with Ernest Jones. If you are the Seahawks or looking to categorize them, which category would you put them into right now?
I would kind of see them more as shoppers just because of division. In terms of buyers, I think the division is still wide open. Even though they are just not playing great football, especially on the defensive side, with the last month and a half, you can turn it around. This is one of these scenarios where if you get some of these new guys incorporated, Geno doesn't turn the ball over as much, and they can find somebody who can stop the run, some scheme or whatever that can stop the run. You can get it right. So I don't think they're going to make any major moves. I don't think there's a savior out there that's going to be available. But, the season is not over. I know it's kind of grim right now, again, what's happened over the past 6 weeks, but I don't think this is, something that's where it's a total Titanic situation.
Steve, is there an opportunity to trade for 3 offensive linemen? 3 new starters? 60% of your O-line? Can we find a guard, center, and a guard?
I tell you what, there's about 18 teams right now who are in the same boat. So if that happens, it better be pretty aggressive.
Is that the most challenged position in professional sports?
Wow. Well, I mean, quarterback always is, but you look at the teams that have success, and it's typically the ones every year whose offensive lines stay together. And some teams are, a player away when they lose a guy, and then some teams like the Chiefs, they go out and they get Cam Robinson, who is a very quality starter, who Jacksonville is like, okay, we'll move him. And the Chiefs go get him, when they have an injury there. So, but yeah, I think overall we're seeing more and more. It's always been this way, but more and more, if you're not strong on both sides of the line of scrimmage, you're not going to make it all the way. And so, yeah, I would agree. That's probably the most challenging area.
You mentioned young quarterbacks and specifically the situation in Carolina, but it's not the only one. I mean, it does feel like there are a lot of very young quarterbacks, guys under the age of, call it 26, who the league has already essentially given up on. What are we going to do about this? Because there's just a lot of talent at the quarterback position, and they're getting their starts by, 21, 22 years old. By 26, they're considered toast. Are any of them salvageable?
Yeah, I mean, I think Anthony Richardson could possibly be salvageable. It's just, it's so funny. right? And years ago when I covered the NBA, I worked in Washington, and they drafted Quandre Brown out of high school. We're going to be patient with him and this and that. And they see this guy with all this remarkable talent. So they get him on the floor on a losing team, and he's just a mess, right? With all these veterans who are supposed to help him along, who now expect things out of him. And that's what happened with a guy like Anthony Richardson. They knew he was a developmental guy. They see all of these things. They got Shane Steichen, the great quarterback whisperer, and they have a short body to work on him because he gets hurt. This year they bail on him. I think they can bring him back, but they understand he was mentally swimming upstream. I think there's a couple quarterbacks, who are these teams? Bryce Young, I don't know. That I don't know if he's got a future in Carolina. But this is kind of, as much as what you want to say, it's the Brock Purdyism of the NFL now, where some of these clubs realize, hey, we've got a college kid who's played a lot of football, like C.J. Stroud, right? He can come in and he can work this. I mean, you're seeing more and more these teams, okay, if we draft a young guy, let's get somebody in here also behind him, kind of like what Washington did with RG3 and Kirk Cousins years ago. A guy who has played a lot of football, who might understand things a little bit quicker. When you talk to the people in Washington about Jaden Daniels, they're like, he's played enough football as to where he sees things that most rookies don't see. He's changed plays at the line of scrimmage and protections and things like this that a lot of young quarterbacks, even 2 years in the league, can't figure out yet. So I think that's part of what's going on as well.
Steve, it's always nice to get kind of national voices because we are so close at times to this team and certainly to many of the conversations. Just kind of curious what your narrative is of Geno Smith.
Wow. I mean, look, part of it clearly is the protection. I'm not going to sit here and say, the carriage is turning into a pumpkin, because I think a lot of people, he's an NFL starting quarterback, that's for sure. Is he the guy who's necessarily going to lead you to the promised land? Sure, if everything around him works well, which it isn't. But I think people view him as a quality starter. But he kind of fits into the category of things people used to say about Andy Dalton, right? If things are working well around him, fine. They used to say that about Matt Ryan, right? If things are working well around Matt, he's as good as they get. Mm-hmm. But if there's a few holes in the boat that can only be corked and not fully settled, then some of the flaws show up. But we've seen Geno just play such good ball. He's a great thrower, very smart guy. It's just that other things around him are breaking down. And I think the majority of quarterbacks in the NFL fit into that category.
You want to pay him $50 million this offseason?
That is an interesting question, because you can't just sit there and say that, because what are you going to replace him with, right? They're going to finish probably in a spot where they're not going to be able to get into the top 4 or 5 to draft a guy. Is that quarterback going to be available if you do draft him, right? And if you don't pay him, what free agent are you going to go out and get, right? See, that's where these teams, that's where like Jacksonville in Miami and some of these teams, like, yeah, if we let Trevor go, or if we let Tua go, how are we going to replace him? Let's go ahead and pay him, because that $50 million a year, 2 years from now, is going to look like a deal.
Okay, but are you
going to damned if you do and damned if you don't?
Are you going to do that and pay DK Metcalf $27 million a year?
It depends. Again, it really depends. Look what the Lions have done, right? And I say this, they went out and they paid 4 of their starting 5 offensive linemen, on top of paying Jared Goff, on top of paying Amon-Ra St. Brown, right? They went out and they paid all those guys this year. They're not paying anybody on their defense, right? Those are all young guys on young deals and veterans on 1-year deals. So it all depends on how you want to structure your team, short-term, long-term, right? The Lions are built for both. They're one of the few teams that are able to do that. The Chiefs are built for both. Some teams can't do that. We're going to pay our quarterback and we're going to pay this guy, and they haven't figured out how to pay their other players. And that's how come they get it. It is such a fine line juggling act. You can't just say, are you going to pay this guy $50 million? Because if you don't, which way are you going to go? And it's a real intriguing way, but it's why the good teams that we're seeing are kind of built for the short and long term. Some teams are built just for the short term, and other teams remain staying a year away from being a year away.
Well, time for me to say the same thing I say every time we have Steve on, which is, why don't we have him on more often?
He's a busy guy, Saul.
I know.
He's got to tell stories. He's got to report. He's no longer tied to his phone. He's busy. And he's heading to Munich. Are you heading to Munich?
I am not headed to Munich. I had the good fortune of being over in London, though. But I'll be in the studio early here on the West Coast.
All right. Steve, it's good to talk to you. Honestly, every time you come on, I say the same thing. Absolutely one of my favorites. Thanks so much. We appreciate it, and enjoy the rest of the season. We'll talk soon.
Appreciate you guys. Take care.
All right, there you go. There's Steve Weish from NFL Network. He's one of my favorites. I just always enjoy his perspective.
So the Lions have paid for their linemen, Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yep.
And they did doing basically what Bill Polian did in my years, right? Which is they paid Peyton, they paid Edge, they paid Marvin, they paid Tarek Glenn, they paid Dallas Clark, they paid offense, and then they just draft on defense. Right? The Chiefs have done that. The Chiefs have, now they pay Chris Jones on their D-line, but, right, they basically pay everybody, and then you got to draft and develop defensively. Can the Seahawks do that?
You can, but you got to first deal with your offensive line issues, and, you better get it right in the draft if you're going to do all those things and kind of know what it is you're looking for. Yeah, that's a model.
It is the blessing and the curse of the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
It is it's not just the salary cap. Oh, it's just the salary cap. No, it is not just the salary cap that makes that league, right? It's the draft. It's the way you got to construct it. It is scheduling. It is all of it that comes into play in putting these businesses together.
The ball, Brock, is in the Mariners' court after a decision was made yesterday that was a pretty obvious decision. How will they handle it, and what will they do about it? That question, we'll try to answer it together next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
You are in overtime. You get the ball first, 4th and inches. Do you go for it, or do you kick a field goal?
If I'm the coach, I'm kicking the field goal.
I'm kicking the field goal.
That's just how I move, though.
I know that hindsight is 20/20, so we all know now.
When you go for it in a situation like that, it's the extremes are going to happen. Either you are a hero, you're so gutsy, or the other side, oh, he's crazy. Why would he do that? I respect his decision, but I would do things a bit differently. But I'm not the coach of the Seattle Seahawks.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, you know what I say each and every morning to you about assumptions. Be very, very careful. And I know many of you do not want to deal with the stress and the time and the chaos of insurance. So do what Molly and I did. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge and let them be your teammate to do all the work for you. You know, we had heard so many of these First Mark Challenge victories that saved people so much on their insurance. We decided, why don't we take this challenge? And boy, am I glad we did. It has saved us thousands on our premiums, but we also understand exactly what's covered. Now, that is a victory. And here's how they do it. They fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. And by the way, right, they've worked with dozens of the major carriers. If you've got the right deal, right, with the right coverage, they will tell you. But more than likely, you don't. And that's where they will find you the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion. They're your teammate. And they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families, including mine, successfully manage the complicated world of insurance. So don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. It's totally free. And you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all there waiting for you, totally free. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Oh no, your furnace died. Your hot water heater's leaking. Your drains are clogged. Your AC's blowing hot air. Inconveniences? No, they're emergencies. Don't fear. Call Deere Services. Visit DeereServices.net. Make an appointment and we'll be there within 3 hours or give you $100 credit. And get this, you will never pay a service fee. Bookmark DearServices.net because if you're a homeowner, it'll happen to you someday. Deere Services, there when you need us most.
Global music superstar Usher presents Past, present, future. Usher. Live at Climate Pledge Arena, November 10th. And due to demand, second show added November 11th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. The brand new album, Coming Home, is available everywhere now. Usher, live in Seattle. For more, visit usherworld.com.
Now that the rain is here, I remember my conversation with Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, about metal roofs. And not only are metal roofs not loud when it rains, they're more eco-friendly, last twice as long, and Asset Roofing can do them for up to 30% less than their competitors. You can find out more at assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing excellence is on the house.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights.
Build better benefits for your employees with the MBA Health Trust. The Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at mbahealthtrust.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Get his freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Huard is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Huard and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, final hour of our morning together. Brock and Salk show here on Seattle Sports on 710. Let me remind everybody that we need submissions for, first of all, for Thursday, for Here's the Thing. Something tells me Morris snapping into a Slim Jim is going to have a effect.
Well, be sure to be mean to extra mean to Salk since he won't be here.
He won't be here, yeah, I'm out.
Harder.
Yeah. After the college football playoff stuff comes out today, I just can't possibly come in the rest of the week. Nope. It's big news, of course, going to divide the nation today, and I don't want to be around for it. So I'll be out golfing for the rest of the week, but you guys can send those in by downloading the app. And I will remind you guys that today we have Answer the Question Jerk at 9:45, so you can start texting in questions to 866-979-3776. Brock, I think today is a good day to talk about a very uncomfortable topic for all of us. And it's polarizing. It will divide people. It will probably lead to breakups in families, and people will be upset, of course. And I'm talking, of course, about what the Mariners should do with Mitch Haniger this year. Yesterday, he picked up his own option, which he was expected to do, which everyone knows he should have done. That's his prerogative, $15.5 million. What do you do with him? Because it's guaranteed money. You owe him $15.5 million as the last year of his deal.
Sunk cost. Done.
It's a sunk cost.
And he absolutely, and I kind of joked yesterday, do the right thing, retire. No.
You're joking.
You've earned, I was totally joking.
Yes.
He's earned every single bit of it. He waited forever. He's put his body through torture to get back and do all he can do. So maybe the play certainly didn't earn it last year or the last 2-3 years, and it was a contract that San Francisco probably wishes they never did, obviously, and Seattle trades for him to get rid of Robbie Ray's contract and bring him back, and kind of sunk cost for sunk cost. What do you do with him? I think you try to find a partner to move him to that also has a sunk cost that maybe you can get something out of at a different position of need. Not an outfielder, not a DH. I mean, those are things moving forward that is not a need, but to find
somebody else who has a 1-year remaining veteran first baseman, third baseman, whatever, that maybe you could salvage in some way before you just each cut the same player.
That's right. That's probably where I lean. I saw Lyle's email, good one, last night or this morning, saying, well, maybe you can package some of your prospects together and move him out, and somebody will eat or take that contract on because they really want your prospects. I don't know if I feel good. I don't know if I like that so much.
Oh, I don't like that idea at all.
Yeah.
If they trade real prospects to salary dump him, I'm not going to be a happy camper.
No, that can't happen.
Let me start by asking you this question. Are you 100% sure Haniger's done?
Yes.
Yeah. Look, I love Mitch Haniger. He's going to be a fan favorite forever. I'll always love what he did here, but objectively, he can't really hit, run, or field at this point.
There's no doubt he can't field or run. I mean, I think those things are 100% sure. He's no longer an outfielder in Major League Baseball. The
body is just broken.
The body just can't do it. He's just not fast enough. He doesn't move well enough. Yep. I don't think he is an everyday outfielder, and I don't think he's a good enough outfielder to come in on, as a defensive.
And unfortunately, like me, 6 years in the league, like I was a injury waiting to happen.
Yes,
at any
he's
point
not an outfielder.
And even any swing, right? Any 2 weeks of getting hit. Like, could he have a 2-week run and run into things? Absolutely, 100%. Could he still give you some quality at bats late in games? I think he lead the team and the Mariners' all-time record in walk-off hits. Yeah, I mean, I think there's some of those things, but the next level, deeper metrics of hitting.
I mean, his
fastball,
last 2 years are just abysmal. 74 and 84 OPS plus, meaning he was significantly below league average each of the last 2 years. There's no doubt those numbers are atrocious. I'm going to admit something. There's a little part of me that is not sure that he's done. And just because and I know people get super mad when I say it's baseball and think that I'm, trying to make excuses for everything. He's been awful the last 2 years. You're sure that at age 34 he can't have a good year? You're positive? I'm not. I'm not positive about that. I'm not saying he's likely to, and I'm not saying I would keep him. I would probably make a move, and I'm with you. I think I would probably either try to do what Brock was saying or just cut him and move on and just say, hey, it's less money than you would have owed Robbie Ray. What are you going to do? It didn't work. Just move on. I think that's probably what I would do as well. What if you could turn him into a DH or a first baseman next year? Is there any possibility that in a platoon with Luke Raley, he could play first base for you at times?
Lyle, go ahead.
When you've got Christian Walker and Pete Alonso and guys like that out there.
But what if you can't get those guys? I'm not saying you do this right. I mean, I'm not saying that's option A. What if you go after Pete Alonso and he signs with the Mets, and you go after Christian Walker and somebody else swoops in, and you can't get a first baseman?
I think I'd rather see Justin Turner back here than try to turn Mitch Haniger into a first baseman. So Mitch Haniger was brought back last year. What's that?
I think I would too.
Yeah, so you brought Haniger back here last year because you thought he could still hit lefties. He put up a 486 OPS against left-handed pitching last year.
Yeah.
So I just don't have much belief left.
I mean, the numbers, the next level numbers, Salk, of hitting velo, of hitting fastballs, of hitting stuff 95 and above and anything above, it can't happen. It just is not happening anymore. So to try to reimagine that particular trait, like if you can't hit the straight one that's really fast, about like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And I certainly don't want to keep kind of giving those at bats over and over and over again to block anybody, that could be coming. Is Locklear going to actually take that next step? He was a bit overwhelmed last year, and the strikeout rate was way too high and everything else. But yeah, I'm not. No. Mm-mm. And I think also he was brought back to be some leadership for Julio. I think that was one of the big parts.
And I don't know whether that worked out necessarily the way they wanted it to.
No.
Yeah, I think you guys are right. I'm just kind of throwing out some ideas here. I want to talk through all of it. And I think the first question they have to say is they have to address, is he done? And if their answer is like yours, yes, he's done. And I think I'm probably there with you. I'm maybe not quite as certain of it as you guys are, but I think you're right, and I think that's probably the right play. Yeah, Brock, you could try to trade, your junk for mine. I don't know that there's a similar type of contract player out there.
Could I throw one name out?
Sure.
So last year, Jamer Candelario signed with the Reds in free agency. He got about $15 million a year. He's had a track record of being a good bat in the past. Wasn't a good bat this year. I don't know what direction the Reds are going. Mariners need a corner infielder. Could you trade Haniger to the Reds, take on Candelario's contract, and agree to have the extra year of him? Because he's got 2 years left on his deal. It's just one idea.
Be a lot harder pressed to take on more years.
Is that the Candyman?
Huh?
Is that the Candyman?
Yeah.
No. it's sort of, yeah. Sort of the Candyman, yeah. You could do that. I mean, again, you'd be getting a slightly younger player who's only 30 instead of 33, 34. I don't know. I don't want to be dealing with this same problem another year later. Do you?
No, it's not a perfect idea. Again, ideally, if you could just move on and say, okay, it's a sunk cost, but you still go out and spend more elsewhere. That's ideal. I'm just trying to think of secondary options here. Yeah. And that could be one, I guess.
Well, he's a thinker, Salk. Okay, he's a thinker. He's a big picture guy.
How about for Eugenio?
That'd be great, but I don't think the Diamondbacks are trading him after he was one of the 5 or 6 most valuable third basemen in baseball last year.
I don't know whether they're going to want a $15 million Eugenio next year. I'm not saying you could trade 1 for 1. Maybe that's one where you've got to add a prospect back. But just throwing out another name and possibility, I don't think that's the direction the Mariners need to go. Here's how I would probably want to play it. I would cut him if it's not going to work. And I would say, hey, look, we're trying to build this team that's trying to be aggressive and is trying to be fast and athletic. Mm-hmm. And Mitch Haniger doesn't fit that. And Eugenio Suarez doesn't fit that. And we kind of go through a bunch of these other names. I don't know enough about Candelario. Maybe he does fit that. Is he a super athletic dude on the corner infield? Right.
Not really.
I mean, so if I'm going to do this, I'm going to say, look, I want to be more athletic. I want to go towards the identity
Dynamic,
that we
young,
say
aggressive.
we're trying to do. So go do that. Cut the guy if you have to, and go bring somebody in who you think is going to fit the style of play that you want to play. Don't just try to, make do with what you have. Go try to make your team better. That should be the goal. All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll come back, give you guys everything you need to know. And then, Brock, I know you were clamoring for this cowherd sound that is...
terrific.
No, and then this Mina Kimes sound that is probably depressing.
Terrific.
There's a lot in here. It's coming up. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
They've lost 5 of 6. Is there one thing you could point to? What's the biggest reason?
Number one, it's offensive line. And I think everybody probably has already figured that out. I saw Charles Cross get beat a couple of times.
Yeah.
And, he is a good left tackle.
You knew it was going to be tough regardless of win or loss, because that's just what happens with the Rams. But the self-inflicted wounds, Dave, the things we saw in that Bills game that cropped up again.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, guys, we got some exciting news. Riverside Roofing and 710 have renewed our partnership. Our deal is going to carry into our 8th calendar year now of working together. Huge thanks to Don and Brandon and Jordan, the whole crew at Riverside Roofing. Great roofers, awesome businessmen, and even better people. And I've gotten to know them, texting, hanging out, playing golf, just good dudes. And that really does matter when you're choosing who you want to work with, especially with a roofer. You want somebody who you like, and most importantly, who you can trust. Well, that's Riverside Roofing. You've heard me say it for years. You will continue to hear me say it because it does work. And I know people have texted into the show. They're like, Salk, you told me I could trust them. You were right. And I'm like, yeah, of course. That's awesome. Huge thanks. Congratulations to Riverside Roofing. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com. They are the roofing company you can trust.
I don't want to dig up my yard if I don't have to. That's why I hired O'Neill Plumbing. They're Seattle's trenchless plumbing pros. All rooter, all trenchless, always professional. O'Neill Plumbing since 1917.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, weight, and even ED. Schedule your free testosterone level check with the team at Revive Men's Health Seattle. Text the word BOOST, that's BOOST, to 65555 or visit revivemenshealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used, and ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
Hey Seahawks fans, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash. We've got the perfect play for a spotless car. With the Unlimited Wash Club, you can keep your car game ready all season long. It isn't clean unless it's Brown Bear clean.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months with equal payments or 40% off qualifying installs. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
Hi, I'm Stuart Holmes, Elections Director for Washington State. Free, fair, and secure elections are the backbone of our democracy. No matter what's on the ballot, election officials work tirelessly to ensure every eligible voter's voice is heard. Regular integrity checks against federal and state databases ensure Washington's voter roll is clean and accurate. Check your voter registration at votewa.gov.
Sponsored by the Office of the Secretary of State and aired in cooperation with the Washington State Association of Broadcasters and this station.
What does the Seahawks jersey mean? It's football.
Drops back, has time, loads up, throws. It's intercepted! Does he keep his feet in? He does! Seahawks ball!
It's community.
The stands are rocking right now. Nobody has left this place. It is pandemonium.
It's Seattle. This is your jersey. This is the Pro Shop. The Seahawks Pro Shop has the largest selection of Seahawks jerseys. Come try one on at the Landing in Renton or at Lumen Field.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it was good to talk to Mike McDonald yesterday, Brock. We spent more time on this early in the show, but after, a few weeks of the team not playing particularly well, and I think you could really feel that from him as we were talking to him, and some of the stress and strain of trying to figure out and frustration of what his team was actually doing out on the field. I got a very different vibe yesterday, and I'll admit, I kind of went into yesterday feeling pretty down about where the team was at. And for the first time this year, after being around him, I had some of that Pete Carroll effect where I was like, oh, you know what? He makes pretty compelling case that maybe it's not as bad as things look today on a Monday morning.
Yeah, I had a sense it would be that way well.
People should know. Brock did say that.
And I told you because his defense played well. And it's not his defense. It's the Seahawks defense. And I hate to characterize it that way, but that's his baby. That's what he calls. That's, like what his livelihood has been. And he knows that, man, that's got to be the identity of this team. Mm-hmm. If I'm the head coach and I'm calling these defensive plays, this crew's got to respond. And they responded. After a brutal game against Buffalo, they came back and they stuffed the run. They made life difficult on Stafford. They gave you every chance to win, and thus, I think you felt him in a little better mood yesterday.
Yeah, very specifically, he was proud of what they did in their run defense.
I think it's a good example of defensively. We're taking criticism over the past X amount of weeks, and justifiably so. But like the approach that we've had, and trying to push through, the guys sticking together, making some tweaks, getting some continuity, and I felt like we took a jump yesterday. Special teams, same thing. We finally made a couple, game-changing plays on special teams, and then offensively, it's just, we're frustrated right now with our production on offense and the efficiency that we're doing, but the approach is the same. In all three phases, and it's a matter of time before we, can push through and we can take that big next step where all three kind of come together and we're rolling.
Big question is who's going to be healthy for them when they come out of this bye week. Thankfully, we won't get like a daily update here on DK Metcalf for at least until next week. But I think the expectation was that he would sound very positive.
Yeah, grade 1 MCL sprain. And you would think with that injury, in a couple of weeks, he'd be back. And, superhuman as he is.
That's what it's been, right? In theory, he would be coming back then this coming week. They got a bye week, so hopefully he'll be there afterwards. But he was a little non-committal.
I don't want to, I got to be careful how I phrase this one, Bob. It's like, yeah, we're confident. I know it's a little bit more, it's got to be frustrating for DK. This guy's been healthy his whole career, and then he has something that it just requires more time than, even for an elite human that he is. It just is what it is. So right now we're working through it, and he's doing everything he can to get back as soon as possible. But having the extra week will definitely help.
I don't know why he's so. Maybe it's just, hey, I started off saying I was super positive, super optimistic. It hasn't worked. And I get the sense in talking to him more and more, the guy's just trying to be as honest as he can be. And he's not sure always how to answer some of these questions without, leading people astray. So I'm hopeful that that's just all this is here and not that anything worse is going on than what we thought.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Just spent some time talking about Mitch Haniger and the Mariners offseason and what they can do with him. They've started to make a few other moves. They're not going to have Jorge Polanco or Luis Urias around anymore. Both guys are going to be free agents. They give up the $12 million option on Polanco. Makes sense. Neither guy really succeeded at all last year. Matt Brash, Jackson Kowar, Sam Haggerty all back from the 60-day IL, which is a good thing. Cal Raleigh on with Wyman and Bob yesterday. Talked a lot about being a Gold Glover, which is great.
Yeah, has a nice ring to it for sure. So, just super excited, really happy for, me and my family, friends, and kind of, enjoy this. And there's an award dinner in New York this week, so I'm going to go do that and, enjoy some downtime and kind of just take it in.
You think he heads from New York to Haber?
To hang out with Divish?
Yeah, just goes deer hunting with Divish up in Haber.
I don't know whether he hangs out with Divish in the offseason.
You don't think so?
No, I don't.
You ever been to Haber?
I've driven near it.
Yeah, well, we're getting close to that kind of season where Divish starts tweeting pictures of minus 40 below.
Yeah.
Minus 30, high of minus 18 below. Yeah.
No, thanks. It's a hard pass in every conceivable way for me.
Hey, by the way, I heard some news. I don't know if you know this or not, Salk. You're obviously heading out golfing. Damon's in. Brady's in. Do you hear the news that Lyle's going to be out for a little while?
Oh, because he's going to the winter meetings.
Heck yeah.
I did hear that news.
You jelly?
I'm very jelly.
Yeah.
Super
awesome.
Jelly. Yeah, I kind of want to go with him.
Lyle, you better do some great work for us.
It's in like a month, but it'll be... Yeah. It'll just be for a couple
It's in
days.
December. It's great. Oh, it's awesome. I can't wait for that. That's awesome. GM meetings are right now, by the way, in San Antonio. We'll see if anything gets done. Not usually. It's usually more of a spot where things get set up. The frameworks get done.
Kind of like the combine.
That's
in the
right.
NFL.
And then real stuff gets done here in the next month or two.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I mentioned the Kraken earlier. They got to get together tonight in Colorado after losing 3 straight. They call up Ryan Winterton, so maybe we'll get a chance to see him tonight. And the big story here has been Macy Huard all morning long. 31 points, 9 boards, her debut game for Oklahoma State. Sets the school record for points in a debut performance. And as great as all of that is, I gotta say, the words from her coach, J.C. Hoyt, are they're staggering. This is about as nice as you could, this is as much as you could brag about any kid, and here's what her coach said about her.
Listen, I've said this multiple times, but
I've never coached a kid that works harder and gets in the gym more than Macy. Sometimes I have to kick her out of the gym, to be honest, but she just, anytime you have a kid who works so incredibly hard at their craft, you just want them to be successful so bad, and I'm so happy for her and proud of her because I think this is just, who she can be for us a lot. And tonight it was her night. I think that's the cool thing about this team is we have a lot of people who are capable of having a night like tonight, like she did tonight. But I'm super proud of her and happy to see her hard work pay off.
It's the listen, Brock. Listen. This kid's special.
You know what? As I listen to that now a second time, and thank you for you and Maura surprising me with that. I think that is where maybe Macy is some of the foundational piece of my whole, don't tell me you're so competitive, show me your discipline. Because she's so competitive. No, that's all great. But are you wired to sacrifice? Are you wired to spend and fix your issues? She was a soccer player forever. She did not have as natural,
goalie, right?
Yeah, she didn't have as natural a shot as Haley did, right? Natural touch. She had to work and work and work and work and work. And it is thousands of hours of sacrifice and kind of a neat little mountaintop. No, there will be valleys, but you celebrate the mountaintops. And last night was a fun one.
Congrats to you and your whole family. That is everything you need to know. And, of course, we do that quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salt Show. Yes.
Hey, Salt.
What?
Did you read this email, Morris?
No, I've actually been trying not to. Again, I'm leaving at the end of the show. I don't need to hear about how bad the Seahawks offensive line is. I mean, just I know today's a big news day, and the Seahawks offensive line is like the head of everybody's mind, top of everybody's mind. Yeah. So I'm just getting out of here.
Oh, just delete the email then. Don't read it.
Don't read it?
Don't read it.
Should we read it next? I have this sound. I got this cowherd sound.
Mina sounds. We got to answer the question, Jerk, right?
We do it. Let me give instead of that, let me give an impassioned plea because I kind of was a little late on the Twitter version of it last night. We need questions for Answer the Question, Jerk. You got to send them in now because I'll put them together here in the break. 866-979-3776. Any question on almost any subject. There might be a few taboo today. I don't know. Give us a shot. We'll see how it goes. It's coming up on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
The number one thing people are talking about after this game is going to be your quarterback, Geno Smith. 3 interceptions in this one.
Geno. Man, oh man, this wasn't a good game for him. You got a miscommunication twice between him and the center. Y'all got to get that fixed. Come on now.
I've never seen that.
And then we talk about the turnovers. I still think he's the guy for the job. People are going to ask for Sam Howell.
Naturally.
Go ahead, do your thing.
Geno is your best option that you have in-house.
Right.
Geno is the best option you have right now to win.
Streaming on your smart speaker.
Well, this Tuesday morning, big Tuesday morning, you searching for a local, trustworthy group of pros to assist you with your finance and mortgage needs. Hey, Brock Huard here, and you can count on Tila Mortgage. Many have opened and closed their doors in the mortgage business, but not Tila. Bill and company have been there for over 25 years in Washington State. And if you're 62 or older and you've heard me talk about reverse mortgages and want to know more, well, Tila can help you decide if it's the right choice for you and your family. If monthly payments are impacting your credit score and just killing your month-to-month cash flow, once again, Tila can assist you in consolidating your debts with proven programs like a refinance loan, or you've heard me talk about these HELOCs, home equity line of credit. Additionally, if you're purchasing a new home, well, congratulations. Tila can guide you through all the ins and outs of a new home loan as well. Hundreds of 5-star reviews. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is the trusted source for honest and ethical mortgage advice. Give them a call this morning at 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or TilaMortgage.com. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker, MLS 247-2046.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. In the wake of recent hurricanes, many families are struggling to rebuild their lives. But together we can bring hope and help where it's needed most. Join Bonneville Seattle in our Hope After the Hurricanes initiative. We're partnering with the American Red Cross to deliver vital relief to those affected. Your donation, no matter how small, helps provide food, shelter, and medical assistance to those in urgent need. Donate now and help bring hope back to hurricane victims. Visit mynorthwest.com for more information.
In the fall, when the weather starts to change, Washington State sees an uptick in auto theft. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running or warm it up unattended with the keys inside. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep yourself and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Choose the right flooring for your home, right in your home, with Floor Coverings International. They bring the mobile showroom to you, loaded with samples of carpet, LVP, hardwood, laminate, tile, and more, so you can see the flooring in your light, not just in a store or on a screen. They handle every aspect of installation, ensuring your complete satisfaction. Visit FCIFloors.com and book a free in-home consultation. Floor Coverings International, the stars of flooring.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we got some sound to play here in a moment. We got to answer the question jerk in 15.
Answer the question jerk.
There have been some decent questions, by the way, but we could use some more.
If Brock lived in Texas, what would he weigh? 285. If I lived in Texas full time, I'd weigh 285.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Going back down to Lubbock this week. Was down in Houston last week.
You've never been to Lubbock, right?
Never been to Lubbock. It's crossed off. I think only 2 left now out of all the Power 60, Power 4, and 80 teams or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Just to let you know, like, answer the question, jerk. If you lived in Texas, would you eat barbecue every day for lunch? Yes.
It'd be hard not to.
And would you weigh 285? Yes. So.
Well, you don't have to eat all the sauce. I mean, it's mostly just protein, right? Couldn't you just do the meat and, like, it'd be like more Slim Jim? Like, it's mostly just protein, right? And you'd be fine.
And avoid the potato salad, avoid the tater tot casserole, avoid the greens and okra. Yeah, no.
Yes, you could. I could avoid all those things.
I could.
Those things to me are like kind of taking up space from the really good barbecued meat.
Okay.
I think I could do that. I might lose weight in
Barbecue sides are
Texas.
elite, too.
To me, they're kind of like the stuffing and potatoes at Thanksgiving. It just bind everything together.
No.
I literally ate that, and I'm like, why? And I'm like, well, I'll do the 2 meats, and it was super fun. It was
What
with
were the 2 meats?
No, I said I'm gonna go 2 meats, and then I'm like, forget this. I'm gonna go 3 meats.
Oh, there we go. Okay, what'd you do?
I went jalapeno cheese or jalapenos and cheddar.
Wait, what were the
hot
meats?
link. That was a hot link.
Oh, a hot link.
Hot link, and then I went brisket, and then I went ribs. Yep. And then I went tater tot
Pretty good
casserole, and then I went okra, and then I went back to the hotel and had 2 hours of work to do, and I could not do it because I had to lay on the bed, and my body was like,
Meat
really?
sweats.
At 1:30 in the afternoon, you're doing this to me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyhow, that's answer the question, Jerk. That's coming up in 15 minutes. Did you read?
I did. I really wish I hadn't, though. I mean, we've been sort of talking through, some of the positives after talking to Mike McDonald yesterday, but staring you right in the face after you talk about anything, like, hey, the defense played better, but the offensive line.
Yep.
Hey, but the second, they played hard, but the offensive line. Hey, but Jackson Smith and Jimmy, but the offensive line. Like, you just can't avoid it.
No, you can't.
And for good reason. The offensive line is horrendous. And it has been horrendous for a while, but these numbers are becoming like there's no way to spin this. That's
like
for sure.
Insurmountable, like a fatal flaw.
And we've talked about that a lot of times, right? This whole management idea. Hey, how do you become better? Well, work on your strengths, ignore some of your weaknesses, focus on your strengths, unless you've got a fatal flaw, and then you got to fix it.
Yeah, I'm gonna. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this. I'm going to do this right as we start answer the question, Jerk. I'm not good at multitasking, but I'm going to do this. I'm going to screen grab this email that Maura sent that is as follows. The Rams generated season highs in pressure rate 59% and sack rate 16%, despite blitzing at their lowest rate of the season, less than 10%, 9% of the time. So they only blitz 1 out of every 10 snaps and generated that kind of pressure.
Dear Lord.
They generated the 4th highest pressure rate in any game this season, and they only blitzed on 9%. No other team in the NFL has achieved even a 40% pressure rate while blitzing at under a 10% clip. That is how elite the performance was from the Rams defensive
They must
front.
have had some help. It couldn't have just been the Rams defensive front. Don't you think the Mariners offensive line had to have something to do with it?
The Mariners offensive line?
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
I was reading as I was talking.
I think the Mariners offensive line had a hell of a lot to do with it.
Percy,
By the
leave
way,
me
we
alone.
should shout out, that's Wyatt Miller from Rams.com that we're getting that information.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm going to do this right now. I'm going to screen grab it, and I'm going to send it to Colin Cowherd so he can see. I'm doing it right now.
Yeah.
And you can play the Colin sound.
I
if
think
you
I
would like.
will. Yeah, because
Here we
Colin
go.
saw this one a little differently. He was, I think, a little unfairly putting this one on Geno Smith.
Because I think Seattle should have taken a quarterback last year. I thought it was a big mistake. A general manager, John Snyder, I think smart. I would have moved up. Their roster doesn't need anything. I mean, you watch them today. They got corners. They got an edge rusher. They got a left tackle. They got great receivers. Seattle doesn't need anything. They need a quarterback. And Geno's a big, strong kid with an arm, but he just makes too many mistakes.
Okay. So I just sent that to Colin. I just did. And I just said, dude, Geno has no shot. In fact, no QB could be behind the worst offensive line in the league. Those numbers are the worst offensive line in the league.
Sure.
I mean, and you know what? Mike McDonald is right. And he can say, hey, there's a lot more to it. There's route construction. There's timing of the routes. There's tight ends. There's chips, right? And when you talk about chipping, the chipping plan, that's the running backs that should help and help, should help chip. Even on one play in that game, Salk, right? They were trying to block the end, and then Charbonnet comes over, big, strong Terminator comes over. He can't block. He gets run over. I mean, it is not just those 5. And I understand a coach protecting and saying, hey, the kids that wore the T-shirts when they were 12 in the pool.
But it's more than that.
I know those are the old linemen. They always get picked on, but it's more than that, okay? It is the tight ends. It's the run game. It's the running backs. It's all of it. But come on now. It is also a group that just
not getting it done, right?
I mean, their 5 can't block 4.
Something.
Okay, that is the ultimate arithmetic. Their 5 cannot block 4.
Well,
and no team in the league this year has brought pressure. They only brought pressure 9% of the time. You're looking at 4 guys that are whipping your 5. This isn't 5 or 6 man pressures. This isn't exotic looks. This isn't Geno having to change and point and make a new mic and a new free safety and new devised schemes. No.
Well, and then doesn't that even get worse, Brock, when you say, all right, well, now you're trying to you're trying to throw against 7 all the time.
All the time.
Not only do you not have any time to throw, but you've got a tremendous amount of guys in the secondary to deal with because they don't have to blitz.
And every window is tight. And if a ball goes off someone's chest, guess what? It's going to be a pick.
Well, and this is why I think I was saying, DK helps, but he doesn't fix that problem.
No, he does not.
Not if there's 7 guys back on defense in the
And
secondary.
I'd like to say, more play action. I'd like to say, hey, why don't you boot and waggle? And why don't you get outside and do that? Well, to what? All you do on those plays is cut half the field out, and now you've got 2 receivers versus 4 or 5. That doesn't come into play. So, I'd like to say, run the ball. Well, okay, great. But the same challenge you're having in protecting is the same challenge you're having in moving them, right? So one symptom is the inability to pass block. Can they run block? If they can't pass block, can we at least run block?
No.
No, because we needed half a yard twice. And we could not create any movement.
And Mina Kimes had some thoughts on that as well.
I saw this stat that just took my breath away. Ben Solak posted this from Stats and Info. So far this year, the Seahawks have to gain an average of 8.9 yards on third down. That's not just the worst in the NFL. That's the worst of any offense since 1980.
Jeez.
Whoa. You're going to blame Geno Smith for this? They can't run the ball. They can't pass protect him unless he gets that ball out quickly. And this has been an issue with Seattle for years now. At a certain point, you got to go to the front office and look at them because this has been a consistent problem with this football team season after season after season.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know what else to say to that. I don't have any sort of response to that.
Now, some of that is negative plays, right? Some of that's a ball snapped over your head and it's 2nd and 29.
Some of it is that.
Some of it's holding calls. By the way, Bradford's got more than.
But Brock, I mean, there have been 3 snaps over their head. That didn't change the entirety.
Well, Bradford's had 9 holds. Salk. Bradford's had 9 holds. Bless his heart. I mean, he's playing hard. He just can't move his feet.
But that's part of this conversation. Bradford's had 9 holds, and Stone Forsythe, as you said, has been beaten more than anybody else. And each one of them, other than really Charles Cross, has contributed to that stat. And again, it's been a decade of it, and I think that's why Mina makes the claim she does there about the front office. Because that's the one constant in the 10 years. There have been different offensive coordinators, different quarterbacks, different coaches, different everything.
Back to my epic poll that was nearly 50-50, which is unheard of. I mean, it's just terrific.
You're
it was
amazing.
A tremendous epic poll.
You really are amazing.
Not me, just the poll was epic, and thank you, Steve Kern, for the idea. Back to that poll, I think we've got a pretty good grasp of why the Mariners' bats have been such a struggle, right? They have tried to, many times, thread the needle. They've tried to be cute. They have tried to put platoons together, right, with a righty-lefty. They have tried to, save dollars with some veteran bats. They have tried to and guess that, hey, man, our metrics and our numbers and our analytics and what we need to do in this building and right? They have tried all of those things from a financial standpoint of having some restriction to make it work, right, to make chicken salad. What is it with the Seahawks? Because it's first-round picks. It's third-round picks. It's fourth-round picks.
Well, it's one first-round pick.
It's second-round picks. I mean, you go through the years, I think they've taken a lineman in every round of the draft, right? It is trades. You brought in Dwayne Brown, traded for him, right? Acquired
Brock,
him.
The first-round picks and the first-round picks and the trades for, where you've really given it up for real people have worked. I mean, we went through the guys that actually worked. Okay, first-round pick.
Russell Okung.
Worked. First-round pick, James Carpenter. Worked. First-round pick, Jermaine Ifedi. Didn't work. Okay. Was that a first-round pick or an early second?
First-round pick.
First-round. Okay. That one was a disaster.
Yeah.
First-round pick, Charles Cross. Worked. Big-time trade. Yeah, that one worked as well for Dwayne Brown. It's all of the other things that haven't worked. Second-round picks haven't worked.
Nope.
Third-round picks haven't worked. Fourth-round picks haven't worked. Fifth-round picks haven't worked. Sixth-round picks haven't worked. Seventh-round picks, free agent signings, sort of. I mean, those are all the things that have worked is when they actually put resources and thought into it.
Yep. So the challenge then, and this is a real challenge for you, actually. I mean, if you spin it back to the Mike Salk value system of what's so important to you in roster construction, is that's the one thing they've not done. They've plugged their nose at these markets that they believe can't do it. Can't do it. I can't
and this
pay.
Is why, and I know
Damian Lewis,
make
$65 million.
Well, that's because Damian Lewis wasn't good.
Well, Carolina did. Carolina went out and paid him.
How's that working out in Carolina? They stink. You have to get good players and then spend some money on them, not just randomly on the guy that, it happens to be on your team. You have to get good players, spend money on them. And yes, this is why I keep talking about trading DK Metcalf. I know that nobody wants to hear it. It's not that I want to do it. It's that I think you've forced yourself into it.
Yep.
Fix this problem, and you don't have to.
Yeah. Here's another point. And my buddy Tom, my golfer buddy Tom, he wishes you well, by the way, golf pro out here in Washington State, texted me and said, it's amazing. And he may be wrong on this over time. I don't think he will be. But he said it makes you realize truly how precious good offensive linemen are when the trade deadline is here and none of them move.
Yeah, because, I get it.
DNs move, receivers move, right? D tackles move, linebackers move, everything moves. But that supply, not enough of it. That one doesn't move. There aren't those guys. There just is not an abundance of those guys. And when you have them, as Steve Weiss said, you keep them. Kansas City, keep them. Detroit, keep them and pay them. Baltimore, keep them and pay them. Buffalo, keep them and pay them.
Well, I mean, instead of that, you could just ignore them and see if the problem goes away on its own. Can't that work?
Nope.
No?
Nope, that doesn't work either.
That's weird. I thought you could just ignore it and the problem will go away. Or you could just say it's impossible to do.
No, I don't think that's their mindset. I mean, I think they draft Oluwatimi and really hope that a 4th or 5th rounder is a difference maker. I think they signed Connor Williams, a guy whose PFF grade, Salt, the last couple of years, pretty good.
Spare me the PFF grade. The guy was available in August.
Because he had an ACL in December.
You just told me that the best guys get signed, sealed, and delivered. He was available in August.
Yep.
Laken Tomlinson was available in what, July?
Hey, you know what? You're going golf and answer the question. Let's go. I don't want to get you all upset and hot and bothered. Goodness.
This is Brock and Socks. Answer the question, jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk! Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
May that be the thing that is most frustrating to me today. That would be great.
I have a question for you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Did you get some good ones, by the way?
I got a few.
Have you ever heard, I asked Maura and them during the break, you were busy collating the list of questions.
Yeah.
Right, you had some people do some work on the house, did a beautiful renovation, the love deck that I love so much.
Yep. The love deck.
The love deck.
Yeah, the love deck.
Have you ever heard sad Latin music? It feels like it is the most upbeat, happy, right? And just...
That's a good point.
Just good vibes.
Yeah.
You know? I'm wondering are there sad Latin ballads out there?
There must be. Yeah, I think so.
Is there a genre of Latin music like country music that's got some sad music to it?
I don't know enough about it.
I never hear it.
I never
hear it.
All right.
I hear nothing but just good vibes.
That's a good question.
All right.
Yeah. I like that.
Okay.
You're making me think today.
Good.
You want to hear what the people have for us?
Sure.
All right. Let's see. This one's for you specifically. Brock.
Yes.
Second date, we're in our 50s. Dinner and a movie or a Kraken game?
Second date?
Kraken game, right?
I think you go Kraken. Just make sure you wear a sweater because it's a little cooler.
It'll get a little chilly in there.
Yes.
And socks because your feet will definitely get cold.
Dinner movie you can do anytime.
Right.
Yeah, go Kraken game.
Absolutely. Something a little different.
Yeah, go for
Something else to talk about. It gives you an experience which you can discuss. Because in your 50s, you probably haven't had enough experiences. Let's see. Jerks, with all this talk about kids, what's more frustrating to hear from your kid? It's not fair or I don't want to?
Oh, I don't want to. It's not fair. It's so easy. The fair is,
you just
a
consistently
nice
say life's not fair.
Yeah. The fair is down in Puyallup in September. Like, eliminate that. That one is so easy. It's the other one that's more difficult.
I just don't want to.
I don't want to. But I don't want to. But I don't want to.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep. I don't hear either of those that much, honestly.
Well, you're going to have to. But I don't want to.
I do like life's not fair. It's not fair? Yeah, I don't care. That's just really not my problem. Let's see. Lyle, this one's probably for you more than anybody else, but we can all answer it. I think the answer is very easy, but we'll see what you say. Which ingredient of peanut butter and jelly, meaning the peanut butter, the jelly, and the bread, which would you rather live without for the rest of your life? I think this is pretty easy.
I'll go with the bread. Who needs carbs anyway? You just scoop the peanut butter and jelly and start eating it off a spoon.
That's a shocking answer.
So you would take away bread for everything?
Yeah.
Well, can't you replace it with other things? I don't know.
Like what? Tortillas?
Rice cakes or something? I don't know.
Rice cakes?
I don't know. There's no bread.
That's a trash take.
I'd rather just have the peanut butter and jelly. Otherwise, you're not eating a peanut butter and jelly. It's something else.
Who actually eats rice cakes?
I don't know.
Who actually?
My vet had me give them to my dog when she had to get on steroids because they were worried she was going to want to snack too much.
I believe Stacy eats rice cakes.
Yeah?
Oh.
You think she's a rice cake eater?
I believe I've seen Stacy eat rice cakes.
I know that there's
say
a
that to her
healthy
face,
option,
Maura.
This
but
war
they
between
taste like
Maura and
cardboard.
Stacy is getting
Maura,
rough.
say it to your face.
Oh, my gosh.
You snap into a Slim Jim and she eats rice cakes. Say it to her face.
You know that we don't have Snap Into a Slim Jim anywhere in our system?
What?
Crazy to me. I went
Macho
looking
Man?
for it, assuming we must have had either Macho Man or before. Didn't Ultimate Warrior do those also?
I believe so.
And I didn't see either of them. Shocking to me. Absolutely shocking. The answer is clearly jelly. Like
yes.
any sane human
I mean, if you got rid
says
of
the
peanut
answer
butter,
is
you
jelly.
couldn't have Reese's peanut butter cups
Right.
or Reese's Pieces.
Yeah.
Peanut butter you can eat on its own, especially like jam. I can eat jam by itself.
I didn't get rid of the peanut butter. I wouldn't get rid of the peanut butter.
I know. But
you can just scoop it and eat it.
But
Also,
bread is so delicious.
Brock's getting some answers. Someone said fado is a genre that's sad, and someone else said Amor Eterno, Juan Gabriel. It's a staple in funerals.
Cool.
Okay.
So there is
Thank you.
some
All right. Good to know.
sad reasons.
Good to know. Appreciate that. Text always delivers.
Jerks, when are you going back to Boston? Oh, that one might be for me. Yeah, I don't know. Soon? Show seems to be doing okay. I don't know. I think I'll maybe stay. Jerks, how do you drink orange juice? Pulp or no pulp? You want my trash take? I don't drink orange juice.
Yeah.
I don't like orange juice.
It's not worth the sugar.
Of course not.
I just don't like it.
It's not worth the sugar.
But if I were to drink it, I would drink it with pulp.
With pulp?
Yeah.
Disgusting.
I don't mind pulp.
Just disgusting. Pulp is awful. It
Is
tastes
it?
like vomit. When it comes back up your throat and you
So I
sometimes
don't drink it
get
at all, so.
I like my orange juice in a mimosa.
Yeah, you know what would be better than that? Champagne.
Yeah.
Just champagne.
Yeah, a little too sweet.
Champagne with my campaign.
All right, Luda.
What's my name? What's my name?
Not
What?
Not a screwdriver. Mimosas.
Screwdriver? No.
Salk, are you going to hit
Bloody
your
Marys.
driver?
Yes. Yep. I'm hitting my driver.
Seriously.
I'm hitting
Hit
it.
your-
I'm
hit
hitting
your
the driver this week.
Good.
I'm hitting the driver. Gonna do it till it doesn't work, and then I'll stop doing it and hit my 4 hybrid. Let's see. Jerks, how do you handle the pressure of having visitors in the studio taking pictures of you as if you were a zoo animal mid-segment? What incredible focus you have.
It's intense.
Yeah, I'm like Moodang in here.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen Moodang?
No.
You don't know about Moodang?
Oh, the
What is
hippo?
Moodang?
The pygmy hippo?
You're really not online, are you, Brock?
Moodang
No.
is awesome, man.
He's everywhere.
He's awesome. He's a good-looking hippo.
Moodang is a what?
Moodang. He's a pygmy hippo. He's like a
He's
little
a-
mini hippo.
A little mini hippo?
Yeah.
They have those?
Very cute.
I don't know whether they have a lot of them, but he is one.
Wow.
He's gone viral on the internet.
Beyond viral. The fact that you don't know who he is really kind of says more about you than him. Doesn't say a lot for Moodang.
So I'm just studying the left tackle at Texas Tech.
Sure.
I'm trying to find solutions.
Of course you are. You didn't respond to all my comments yesterday because
Which ones?
you had that guy. What was the guy who was in your game for Kansas State?
The guy. Romaine.
Romaine.
Yeah, Austin Romaine.
And I
Good
thought he should
linebacker.
play with the guy Caesar that was here from the
Right.
Seahawks last
no,
year.
you told that joke yesterday.
But then I said he should be coached by Eric Wedge.
Right.
I know, he was saying you didn't respond to his joke. And I wasn't going to respond because that is like
You know who they'd have trouble
such
stopping?
a typical dad joke. My dad loves
Randall
making
Cobb.
those meme
Randall
jokes.
Cobb would have got
Had a lot of trouble with Randall Cobb.
That'd have been great. Bad news, by the way. Back-to-back weeks. I mean, K-State, obviously, they love me. So not one mean tweet, even though they lost.
Yeah.
Nothing from Houston. I don't know if they've got college football fans. So we're going to have Damon Huard rank something
Was there
tomorrow.
anybody at that game, by the way?
Well, there was an hour lightning storm delay.
Still.
Yeah, there was more purple than red.
Nobody
Maybe
there.
we should just, instead of mean tweets, maybe we should just have Damon roast you for that segment.
We could. I'd like Damon to rank music. Damon is a music aficionado, and it doesn't get enough credit. So maybe we'll bring Justin in.
You know who the cornerback would be on that team?
Who?
Chop Robinson.
Nice.
Or is he a defensive end?
He's a D end.
Whatever.
Good try.
Chop
Good
Robinson
try.
out
Give me
there.
one more. Give me
Just
one
stop.
I know my salads more than I know my defensive players. Chop Robinson from Penn State?
more. Yep.
Yeah,
Penn
see,
State.
I know who
Originally
it is.
Maryland.
Dude, I'm
okay, go
on it.
ahead. What do you got?
Can Brock still make all the throws after appropriate warm-up time, of course?
No.
No?
Yeah.
Which throw would you think you'd have the most trouble with?
The movement stuff would be pretty tough. Yeah.
Oh, the stuff
Yeah.
on the run.
Yeah, it'd be tough.
What about from a standstill? Could
Pretty
you make
good.
all the throws?
Yeah, pretty good still.
Yeah, I think so too.
Pretty good still. Lyle, you're going to enjoy it in the spring. We're going to get out there. I'm going to whip that football to you.
Don't do it, Lyle.
Down there in Arizona.
Whatever you do not
People have been injured. People have been injured.
You and Divish are going to go one-on-one.
I can take it.
Don't do it.
Divish going to have that knee brace on, that
Don't
thing
do
that
it.
ice it. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm warning you, don't do it.
Yep. Lyle, you're going to do it.
Absolutely
I
not.
think I'm up to the challenge.
Yep.
Wouldn't do it if I were you. Just I've done this, and I'm telling you, don't do it.
Yep.
Jerks, what's more satisfying, a tap-in par or a great up-and-down save for par?
Oh,
probably the up-and-down save, right? A tap-in par, you're annoyed you didn't get a birdie.
That's right.
The up-and-down save, like you've done something awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, that's easy.
Good.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
have a good
enjoy
time.
the rest of this week without me.
You want to come on as a guest on Thursday?
Not really. No.
Okay.
Not really. No, maybe, depending. What do you want to talk about?
If the Mariners make a move or something, you can be
I'll
available.
do that.
All right.
Yeah, you want me to call you from the golf course?
Yes.
I might have an interview with the family of that rabbit that Maura killed when we go back to Boulders.
He didn't die.
You do a little man on the street interview with one of those
He bled
rabbits.
out in the bushes, Maura.
There was no blood. I hit him in the gut. It was an accident.
I'm going to go see, internal bleeding. I'm going to go see if there's still a spot. What hole was that? Like the 12th hole, 11th hole, something like that?
Yes.
I'll remember it when we get there, and I'll see if there's like a little memorial.
Send us a pic.
Found that, though. All right, we got to go. Have a great rest of your week. The show will go on tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Lyle and Maura together. Yep. Wow.
Like peanut butter and jelly.
Into a Slim Jim. All right, well, see you guys. The hay is in the barn. See you, everybody.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
You are in overtime. You get the ball first, 4th and inches. Do you go for it or do you kick a field goal?
If I'm the coach, I'm kicking the field goal.
I'm kicking the field goal.
That's just how I move, though.
I know hindsight is 20/20, so we all know now.
When you go for it in a situation like that, it's the extremes are going to happen. Either you are a hero, you're so gutsy, or the other side, oh, he's crazy. Why would he do that? I respect his decision, but I would do things a bit differently. But I'm not the coach of the Seattle Seahawks.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
To all you tool people out there, has Harbor Freight got a deal for you? Big savings every single day this November. Because we know that right now, when the price of everything only seems to go up, you need a place where prices stay low. So shop in-store or online for quality tools you can trust at prices you'll love every day. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights.
Hey Seattle, Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Call Techline Roofing and trust the team I trust. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. That's TEKLINE roofing.com. Trust Techline.
I'm Enrique Cerna. Washington's general election is Tuesday, November 5th. If you haven't registered to vote yet, there's still time to make your voice heard. Register in person at a county elections office or voting center until 8 p.m. on Election Day, November 5th. Find voting center locations at votewa.gov. That's votewa.gov. Secure your vote. Register today.
Sponsored by the Office of Secretary of State, the Washington State Association of Broadcasters, and this station.
You're losing your hair and you want a simple solution that works, and you want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Parango and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, they were recently crowned 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185, 425-449-8185. If you qualify, get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. AdvancedHair.com.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Let's talk about the bar. Not where you get drinks. I'm talking about the bar exam. That rigorous beast that's required to practice law. You've got to pass it, but not anymore. Soon students can pass on the bar exam instead of passing it. Can you imagine unlicensed electricians burning down the house? Plumbers? Yuck. Dentists? Ouch. Fortunately, all our lawyers have passed the bar exam with flying colors. And with that comes over 300 5-star reviews, over 30 years in business, and a 90% success rate getting cases reduced or dismissed. So call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com. The world is changing fast. Rely on the best in the business. Bar none.
1-800-DUI-AWAY. 0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
In the wake of recent hurricanes, many families are struggling to rebuild their lives. But together we can bring hope and help where it's needed most. Join Bonneville Seattle in our Hope After the Hurricanes initiative. We're partnering with the American Red Cross to deliver vital relief to those affected. Your donation, no matter how small, helps provide food, shelter, and medical assistance to those in urgent need. Donate now and help bring hope back to hurricane victims. Visit mynorthwest.com for more information.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Today is the NFL's trade deadline. There's already been a few moves this morning, including a rare midseason trade by the Bengals. After losing running back Zach Moss to injury, they acquired Khalil Herbert from the Bears. Cincinnati has only made 2 midseason trades prior to today, sending Carlos Dunlap to the Seahawks in 2020 and adding wide receiver Charlie Joyner in 1972. The Cowboys, meanwhile, trade a 4th rounder for Panthers wide receiver Jonathan Mingo. Speaking of Dallas, Jerry Jones told reporters the team will likely place quarterback Dak Prescott on IR with a hamstring injury. The earliest he'd be able to return is Monday Night Football in Week 14 against the Bengals. We've come full circle.
Wow.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. It's the NFL trade deadline. I know that's what everyone's talking about today. That's the biggest event today. The NFL trade deadline. Should we expect to see any movement from the Seahawks? There's one move we're definitely not going to see. Before I get started, Bump, how was your Monday?
How was my Monday? It was all right, I guess. It was a Monday.
Where does Monday rank? Because Thursday's your favorite day
Thursday's
of the week.
my favorite. During football season.
So where's Monday is probably like 7th.
Monday, yeah, especially when the Hawks lose.
Mm-hmm.
And then if I don't just trash Geno, then people get after me. And I use my football mind and eyes to watch film and tell people why things happen instead of just saying, oh, he's bad, get rid of him. He's threw 3 interceptions. He did throw 3. That is correct.
3 of those things.
He threw 3 of them things. But you know, being an analyst, I have to analyze the film and watch it. So Mondays are tough when Geno doesn't perform.
Yeah, because you feel like you're on defense.
I'm not just going to, do what everyone else is doing and trash him like that. But I will say I agree with people. He needs to be a bit more responsible with that rock.
He absolutely does. Did you guys like the Monday Night Football game, by the way? I love a game that goes into overtime no matter what. Like I cannot find a bad game between two bad teams go into overtime and I'd still find myself entertained.
No,
This
I
is
liked
two
it.
good teams.
I liked it. No, it was fun to watch. I was rooting for Baker. I wanted because the Chiefs can afford to lose a game. They can lose one. You're undefeated right now. I'm looking at the Bucs and I'm saying apply some pressure to Atlanta, because Baker's having a good year. He's got like 20-some touchdowns, less than 10 interceptions. He's playing well, and I like a guy kind of finding his second or third win in the league and balling.
Well, and especially doing without Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, turning to Cade Otton, Ryan Miller in there for the game-winning touchdown. The game-tying touchdown. We'll get to that in NFL headlines. Can I tell you guys my irresponsible theory?
Ooh. Get reckless with it.
Now, I don't even have to say I love watching Patrick Mahomes play. That's just a given. Patrick Mahomes is incredibly talented, and I have not had Mahomes or Chiefs fatigue yet. That being said, I thought he tore his Achilles. Like the way that he was acting, I was like, he just ruptured. It's a non-contact injury. He just ruptured his Achilles. Oh my God.
Right.
It's kind of Paul Pierce-like.
Yeah, my mind was blown. And I was like, oh my God, this is heartbreaking. Then he comes out of the tent, he's fine. And he runs back out. And I was like, this is not the first time that Patrick Mahomes has dealt with some kind of injury and then had some kind of miraculous run back onto the field where people are cheering for him. And let me just say this. As someone who, when I was a child, was desperate for attention, game recognized game, Patrick. I know those kind of shenanigans when I see it I love a good entrance.
You know what he's never done? Walk it off. That's the era I grew up in. Oh, you hurt? Hey, walk it off. Take a deep breath. Walk from there and back. You'll be fine. You don't need to go in that dang tent. Walk up and down the sideline. You tweaked it just a little bit, and you'll be fine. But when you got 3 of them things, and some MVPs,
yes.
I guess you can be a bit dramatic. It added to the drama of Monday Night Football. It's raining in Arrowhead. The undefeated Chiefs are winning games, and they don't even look that good. Nobody can beat them.
Yes.
Oh, no, Pat Mahomes is hurt. What is he going to do? Come back and win the game. What the heck,
He was fine. He was fine. And I get being like one time I fell up the stairs. I don't need to explain it. And I laid on the ground, and I had to text into work being like, I'll be late. And I thought in that moment, I think I broke my back. I think I need to go to the emergency room, and I was totally fine. So I understand in the moment being like, oh God, what did I just do? So I'm sure that's what Patrick is going through in that moment. But I'm just saying, I love a dramatic athlete, and I think Patrick Mahomes has sneakily snuck into that category.
Chiefs games remind me a lot of those old-timey cartoons where the villain traps the hero, and it's like, let's see you escape now. And then they do, and it's like, oh, huh.
You see him do things, though. Like, there were a couple. This always happens. It's a dumb example to use it when it's Travis Kelsey because they do just have a chemistry. But there are plays you'll see him make, and you'll go, why doesn't every quarterback do that? Wow, he made that look so easy. And then you realize it's just Patrick Mahomes, and it's the Chiefs. And anyway, still undefeated. All right, 3 moves today already ahead of the trade deadline. The Bengals add running back depth. The Cowboys added a wide receiver. The Lions added much-needed pass rush help. No major names involved here. It's Khalil Herbert, Jonathan Mingo, and Zadarius Smith. Zadarius Smith, probably the biggest name there. Most important, though, bump, and this is where we're starting. DK Metcalf will not be traded. Adam Schefter this morning, just minutes ago, despite any speculation, the Seahawks will not be trading wide receiver DK Metcalf by today's 4 p.m. deadline.
This is radio, so y'all can't see me unless you're watching the stream. I just rolled my eyes. Why is this even a thing? Or we're going to trade DK Metcalf. And I know there's someone out there that's going to text in, or they're thinking it. Yeah. JSN just had a game. Yeah. We can just rely on JSN. Come on, 2's better than 1. 3's better than 2. Come on now, let's go, man. And I'm glad that this was killed as soon as possible.
Yes.
DK, get healthy, get that MCL ready to go. They're going to need you against the 49ers. There's no way this team was going to move on from DK Metcalf. Not now. At the end of the season, you'll see where this team is, what they need, what they don't have, and maybe there are going to be conversations. There definitely are going to be conversations about DK. But right now, no, sir. No, sir. I'm glad this is over with.
Jeremy Fowler added for context. Look, teams did call about DK Metcalf, but those calls were non-starters. Seattle had no plans to deal him. So I think that just as we collectively, as fans, as analysts, radio hosts, reporters, whatever, were talking about DK's future, the conversation just became, well, God, the trade deadline's approaching. Are they going to move him? What could you get for DK? And you start having all these hypotheticals, and you kind of forget that the team is like, no,
sir. No.
We're good. We're keeping him. We want to compete, and we like this guy, so we're going to hang on to him. So anyway, so that's the latest. DK Metcalf going nowhere. Bump, do you want to see or expect to see any movement from the Seahawks, obviously aside from DK?
Do I want to see? I would like to see something, but I don't know what type of return they would get. What's out there? Who's willing to make a trade? What would they want from the Seahawks to get a guy to maybe help this offensive line? You got to look at your ballers. You're going to look at DK. You're going to look at an offensive lineman, your best offensive lineman. You're going to look at your running backs. Everything should be intact as far as the skill guys on this team. I don't think there's enough on the offensive line for a guy to be like, yeah, let's swap there. Maybe give us a young guy in a draft pick. No, I don't think anything's going to happen. If something does happen, it's going to be really minor. Would I like something to happen? Sure, but I know that to take a step forward, you're going to have to give up a big piece and some draft picks. And I want Mike McDonald and John Schneider to be able to operate exactly the way they want to this offseason when it comes to getting this team better, because we know some spots need to be addressed. So right now, you got to roll with what you got. You've made your moves already. You got Ernest Jones over here. You got Harris over here. Those were your moves. They made it before the trade deadline. They killed all the drama. The DK news is done with now. But I like it, yeah, but I don't think it's realistic.
You said the DK news is done. I'm going to take us off the tracks and pull a right turn. Now, we're staying related to the Seahawks, but Bump, I am steering us into a related conversation based on feedback I'm getting from listeners right now. Are you ready? So some listeners I'm seeing on the Mac and Jack's text line, you can join this conversation anytime, are saying, well, I mean, A, I would trade DK if it meant that I could help the offensive line, and B, I don't know that I'm comfortable paying DK because then you can't fix the offensive line. Do you think it is a fair or false argument that paying a quarterback or paying a wide receiver keeps you from improving your offensive line?
If you're paying a quarterback $60 million, $50 million, yeah. Geno's not going to get that. $30, $35 million. If you're paying a wide receiver $30, $35 million, combined with that quarterback, possibly. It definitely changes what you're able to do. Everybody has the same budget in the NFL. Everyone's working with the same cap, the same amount of dollars. How are you going to allocate those dollars? So it does change what you can do. It changes the how aggressive you can be when it comes to getting maybe one of the better offensive linemen out there. That's why that conversation will be had at the end of the season with DK, and it should be had. I'm not sitting here saying DK is untouchable. There's no way you get rid of DK. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that right now he's untouchable. At the end of the season, you're going to reevaluate Geno. You're going to reevaluate DK. Those are your two bigger pieces on this team, and you're going to figure out how to move forward. So conversations need to be had. I think people confuse my loyalty to Geno and DK right now to foolishness at the end of the season. No, sir. I think they give you the best chance to win right now. That's why I'm good with Geno. I'm good with DK. But at the end of the year, it's about making your team better. And there are, how many games are we in? 8? 8 games in. There are 9 more games. Are we 8 games in? No, we're 9 games in. They're 4 or 5. 9, all right?
Yeah,
all right, there's 8 more games left to where
no longer 500.
You can change the way you feel about this team. Is Anthony Bradford going to get better? I know we're begging. Okay, is Chris Haynes going to mature all of a sudden? Is Abe Lucas going to be available? Is Geno going to put together 4 or 5 games to where he throws for 8, 9 touchdowns, 0 interceptions? You change the way you look at him. It's so hard to predict the future. That's why you got to take it game by game. But the way you spend directly affects what you can do. Simple budgeting.
And that's the fundamental truth, right? Like you can maneuver the salary cap in lots of different ways, either in an incredibly toxic way like the Saints have, or in much more useful ways like you see teams that still make moves, like the Rams, would they still make moves? And you're like, but how? How are they doing? They can't keep getting away with this. So there are ways to maneuver a salary cap and see it as across multiple years, horizontal as opposed to vertical, like just the salary cap for that year. But ultimately, you're right. Like there is a budget that you will have your hands tied. I just think that this is something that I have seen this argument when Russell Wilson was here too, that everything else is responsible for this team not having an offensive line, except for a front office that hasn't drafted an offensive line. Like, I constantly see that. And I like a lot of other moves this front office has made. This is not me knocking the front office, but this is me saying that I think that decision-making is just as culpable and responsible as is paying other players. You paid Russell Wilson, and it did make it difficult to add to the offensive line, but you also paid a lot of defensive players and used a lot of draft pick on defensive players. And, you haven't drafted a guard since James Carpenter in the first round in 2011. Other than that, the only other guard you drafted, the highest drafted guard, was Damian Lewis in the third round. Like, you don't use draft capital on guards. You do not spend a lot of money on guards. We discussed this yesterday. That's not because you paid Russell Wilson, per se. It's not because you're paying DK and Tyler, by the way, and Geno. It's because you chose. You chose where you're going to invest, and that wasn't one of them. So I just think that we sometimes point to the wrong things. Or, like, if you have a high-paid wide receiver and quarterback, you cannot have a good offensive line, and I just do not think that's true.
It's about your approach. And for 14 years, it seems like this front office has had the same approach. Why? Because the two most influential pieces were buddies. They sit down, they have coffee together, they text at night, they talk about philosophy, what they believe in, what this team needs, what's important to them. So now that there's somebody else being the right-hand man to John Schneider, and John Schneider really being the guy now, I'm anticipating there might be some change in the philosophy and what is important to you. You're in a new relationship. You leave one relationship, you go to the next. I hope you're not going to the same type of relationship. Why'd you leave that one then? Why would you leave that relationship, go to the next one, and be the same person and want the same things? Of course, there'll be some similarities in that relationship. Not all things are bad, but there has to be some change. That's what I'm anticipating. I'm hoping that the struggles on this offensive line the past 4, 5, 6, some people say decade, seasons will force John Schneider and Mike McDonald to sit down with Huff, because Huff did a good job helping recruiting at UW and knows what type of offensive lineman he likes, will allow them to change the way they look at things. If they don't change, if they don't value the guards and interior linemen like that, then why should you expect anything different from this offensive line? You shouldn't.
All right, so again, today is the NFL's trade deadline. The latest, Bengals had running back help, Cowboys had a wide receiver, the Lions had much-needed pass rush help. Can we actually, I was going to move on to headline rewrites. Can we take just 30 seconds to talk about the Cowboys adding that wide receiver? 4th-round pick for Jonathan Mingo, who, no disrespect to Jonathan Mingo, is not of the he does not quite fit in with the group of wide receivers that have been part of the trade block so far that have gone for 4th and 5th round picks.
You know what this show needs? Another lead host that went to UW and started off as a journalist. They need another wide receiver that went to Washington State and went undrafted and is here now. They need another producer that went to Arizona, and that's what I see with Dallas. I go, you just got another receiver. What is that going to do to your team? What is that going to do?
What are you doing? Congrats! Now you have 2 Stacys.
Like,
that's
come
2 more
on,
than
man.
you
What are we doing? I think Jerry, and this is where I'm really concerned for Jerry, his health and his mental.
Yeah,
I think he forgot that he has CeeDee Lamb on his roster.
I'm like, what's going on? That's not making your team better right now. And my man right now, Mingo, has 12 catches for 100 and something yards.
He's not great.
He's not playing well right now.
Changes everything.
What are you doing? I'd rather him just go get some no-name offensive lineman just to say he's trying to help Dak.
Yes.
This is crazy. I've already been concerned about Jerry because of the way he talks, and he's 81 years old now. He's getting up there. Now I'm looking at this, and he's thinking he actually drafted Mingo. That's what he thought. It wasn't a trade. He drafted Mingo. Now he's on the squad. Somebody got to talk to my man. Somebody got to talk to him.
I hope he goes out there and he thinks Mingo plays a completely different position. He's like, so you ready to set the edge? That's not how he'd say it.
Like, hey, you and Micah Parsons together? Man.
I can't wait to see y'all out there, man. Our defensive backfield, they're like, wow, he doesn't even know where Mingo plays.
It's crazy, man. I can't believe that.
Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, the very first college football playoff poll of the season will be revealed later today at 4 p.m. What's the real headline?
Let's hope the only voting controversy of the day comes from this.
Nope.
Yeah.
Today's going to be wild. I can't wait till it's over, but I also want to see just the drama that goes down. I'm going to sit on my couch. I'm going to have me a nice glass of whiskey. I'm going to sit in the lazy boy, and I'm going to flip through about 4 major stations. I'm going to pull up X and just watch the crazies go at each other. This needs to be over already. Let's get it done. I know this isn't this is not a political channel, and it's not going to be a political show. So I'm off of that. College football playoffs, man. My Cougs, man. We're not going to make that. Look, things have to happen for us to get in. We got to win out. Got to have a few teams in front of us drop. Anything is possible, but I'm so proud of my dudes, man. First year, 12-team playoff, and we are in the mix. We throwing hands with them. So keep it up. Let's go, Coach Dicker and everybody else over there. Proud of you boys. Job's not finished. Let's go.
Nicole Auerbach, who we've had on the show before, well-respected voice in college football, has her CFP projection for this week. The top, very unsurprising, obviously. As with any of these, it gets interesting later. Oregon, Georgia, Miami, BYU, Ohio State, Texas, Indiana, Penn State, Notre Dame, Tennessee, SMU at 12, Boise State. First 4 out, right. She has Alabama, Texas A&M, Ole Miss, and Iowa State.
If Bama loses this weekend, they got LSU. They lose this weekend, it is Rap City the basement. If y'all know what I'm talking about, text in Rap City the basement.
Do you think that Kalen DeBoer gets fired if they lose?
No. That buyout's got to be insane.
They don't care about no dang buyout on Bama.
No.
I think he's making over $10 million a year.
Oh, man. He's low-key hoping they do. That'd be the easiest bag he's gotten in his life.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, the NFL trade deadline is today. All deals must be submitted to the league by 1 p.m. Pacific. What's the real headline?
If you're in line to make a trade, please stay in line. This is very important. We love Election Day headlines.
Love it. This is the trade deadline is tricky in football. I feel like in baseball, you can grab a bat or two and your team is thrusted into the contenders table, right? You're right there. In football, that ain't gonna happen. Unless you're trading Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, Justin Jefferson, you're not going to automatically become a contender because you made a move. What the NFL trade deadline is, all right, let's build for the future. Let's reinforce a position and hopefully get something that is going to be here for a while. There are no rentals in the NFL. You don't grab a bat. There's no Pete Alonso going to come in and save the day for the Seahawks. You don't have that type of moves in the NFL. So it's a bit different when you look at the league like that. But it's always fun to see what moves are being made and trying to correlate it to why. Like, why was Darius Smith traded to the Detroit Lions? You know why? Because Hutch is gone. They need somebody there, and that's a move that will keep them in contention. Even if they didn't have a Smith there, they still be in contention. So it's a bit different, the NFL trade deadline, but I'm here for it.
Again, Bump and I not expecting any more moves for the Seahawks, but we will be speaking with Mark Ross of NFL Network a bit later today to ask him not just whether he expects moves for the Seahawks and what he makes of the Seahawks season, but whether he's hearing anything about the rest of the NFC West. What's next?
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, the Chiefs moved to 8-0 last night after escaping with an overtime win over the Bucs. What's the real headline?
And they might have Todd Bowles to thank. So here's what happened. If you did not watch this game at all, Tampa Bay seemingly ties it up. It's 24-23 Kansas City, but they get a touchdown with 30 seconds remaining. Baker Mayfield finds wide receiver Ryan Miller from the 1-yard line. Boom, score. You have a choice if you're Todd Bowles. Do you go for 2 and give the Chiefs the ball back and say, hey, we've got the lead right now, 25-24, good luck? Or do you kick the extra point and basically hope for a tie or hope to fend off the Chiefs? What would you have done?
Essentially what Bowles did is say, look, let's win the flip, the coin toss.
Yeah.
Let's win that. Because you knew as soon as the Chiefs got the football, it was a wrap. Pat Mahomes is not going to lose that game. Me personally, in that moment, I said yesterday that I'm a bit more conservative, right? That 4th and 1 with the Hawks, I would have kicked it. In this situation, though, looking at that football team with that quarterback, with Hopkins looking like, I tweeted last night, Hopkins got a divorce and found a sugar mama.
He truly
Pat
did.
Mahomes is like, what you want to do, baby? What you want to go to Cabo? What you need? You need some shoes? Pat
DeAndre
Mahomes
Hopkins
is hooking him
crying.
up.
I've never been happier in my life.
This is beautiful. I should have been left. But no, I would have went for it because you have nothing to lose. That team is undefeated. championship.
Yeah.
You're fighting for your life in your division. The Atlanta Falcons are 6-3. I would have went for it, but we're all geniuses when it's all said and done.
Now, we all know that Todd Bowles did not go for it. He kicks the extra point, and he has context for it that we'll get to with NFL headlines as to why he did that. But I think that this is something where you're just going to find a fan base, or NFL fans in general, split. Like, there are some people that are naturally risk averse that would probably very, very rarely as head coaches go for two. I'm one of those people. I'm a naturally risk averse person. But I do respect boldness. And it gets us back to the conversation about Mike McDonald, right? Going for it on 4th and half a yard in overtime to try to keep it moving. I don't know that was the wrong call in hindsight. I mean, context is always very important. You talked about the context of the Rams' strength defensively versus your weakness offensively and how that should have factored into that decision. In general, I like the idea of being like, I want to be bold as a head coach and as an organization. You do need the offensive line for it, though. I would love to have the offensive line for it because I like that mentality. I like that about the Lions.
I appreciate a head coach who listens to Bone Crusher. Remember Bone Crusher? I ain't never scared. I ain't never scared.
Mama,
Exactly.
I feel like Bump can always tell if I haven't when I go, have I heard of Bone Crusher?
She makes a face.
Yeah,
she
no,
makes a
I don't.
face,
No, I don't.
And either I attack or I let it go. So this time I just shifted my energy to
No, that's not true.
To see Raj
I
over
knew
there.
what it was. I knew everything.
I got you at the Bone
You're
Crusher.
listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app, ranking the best midseason trades by the Seahawks. Who's number one? That's next.
This is Seattle Sports.
Really start out by apologizing to my teammates, really, and to the city, to the organization.
Touchdown! Seahawks! What a game by JSN!
Some of the things that I said would never show up again showed up again.
Blocked! Oh, yeah. The ball is blocked! There was about 4 Seahawks who broke through.
We're going to find the solution at some point. So, we're going to go to work and we're going to figure it out. I look directly at myself. I look in the mirror and I say, what do I have to do? And I know what I have to do.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder. An equal housing opportunity builder. Are you a skilled HVAC tech looking for a top-rated team? Join Ben's Plumbing, rated 5 stars for exceptional service. Enjoy great pay and benefits, a supportive team, and a non-commissioned HVAC career. Visit bens.plumbing/careers to apply.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T level is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Text the word BOOST to 65555 to book your free T check. They have helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Text the word BOOST to 65555. That's BOOST to 65555. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used and ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
I'm Lori Matsukawa. Washington's general election is Tuesday, November 5th, and election officials across the state are making sure every eligible vote counts. Make your choices, sign your ballot envelope, and return it to an official drop box by 8 p.m., November 5th. Or if you mailed your ballot, make sure it's postmarked by Election Day. Don't let a late postmark disqualify your ballot. Visit sos.wa.gov/elections for more information.
Sponsored by the Office of Secretary of State, WSAB, and this station.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Geno Smith was under pressure on 59% of his dropbacks Sunday. The Rams ended up with 26 total pressures, the highest total in a game this season, and they sacked Smith 7 times. Yesterday, Mike McDonald was asked how difficult it is to evaluate your quarterback's performance when he's facing that much pressure.
Yeah, it's really we got to do a better job of taking care of Geno, throughout the course of the game. I mean, we have to be more efficient on those early downs so teams aren't teeing off on us on second and long, and it's hard. It's hard. Now, in those situations, we do have, at the end of the day, we got to be ball dominant. So we can't put the ball in harm's way. Geno knows that. I know that's why he's really hard on himself right now, but it is more of a reflection of us as a football team than just Geno when the quarterback's getting hit. So we got to do a better job.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
Right now at Les Schwab, it's the deal you've been waiting for. The Score More sales event. Save up to $160 instantly on a wide selection of 4 tires and 4 wheels. Plus, every tire is covered by America's best tire warranty. 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Just one more way you'll get more from less. Stop by the store or find your tires at leschwab.com. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
Are you constantly dealing with a runny nose, nasal congestion, or stuffiness? Always having to clear your throat or coughing? I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Rhine Air is a simple, non-invasive procedure that can significantly reduce your symptoms. This long-lasting treatment is available here in my office. In a clinical study, 88% of Rhine Air patients experience a significant reduction in their symptoms. We're proud the Stern Sinus Center was recently named a nationwide center of excellence. Schedule your appointment in Auburn or Federal Way or go to sternsinus.com.
The Harnish Auto family has always found ways to make a difference in our communities, and the need never stops, and neither does the Harnish Auto family. Hey, Brock Huard here. With the holidays approaching, we often think of those less fortunate. Food bank supply, well, it's at an all-time low, but we can help. Drop off non-perishable food items at any of the 6 Harnish dealerships this November for food banks from Everett to Puyallup. Visit Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Subaru, and Volkswagen of Puyallup, or Chevrolet and Kia of Everett to donate today. It's a Harnish Auto family, where people matter.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You're listening to Bumpin' Stacy on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports app, ranking the best midseason trades by the Seahawks. What was the best midseason trade the Seahawks have made? 866-979-3776. You can join the Mac and Jack's text line with your answer. Bump, I have my answer, and I think it's probably the most obvious one to a lot of people, but they've made a lot of really good midseason trades. I'll start with one that wasn't my top. But I thought that a move like acquiring Carlos Dunlap in 2020 was a really
We're going to
smart
have the
move.
same two. I got 2.
Okay.
And the first one is Carlos Dunlap. And when they made that move, not only did he step his game up. He was being just lost in Cincinnati.
Yep.
And he's a veteran, older dude. He was, 32 or something when he came over here?
Washed.
Not only did he step his game up, he brought a personality to this team. He was a guy who...
Carlos Santana-esque.
Exactly. He brought an energy and just a youthfulness. And it's crazy saying that about a 30-something-year-old that comes over to this team. But when he came over here, he made it seem like everything was going to be all right because he saw some dark times with the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, I loved the addition of Carlos Dunlap. It seems like this team for years has been searching for someone on that defensive line to kind of take the leadership role and take things over. And it felt like Carlos Dunlap did that. And also what he did, for me personally, he signed some stuff for my kids, man. And whenever you can help a brother out like that, because my kids just loved him because of his personality. I thought that was awesome. So selfishly, I love the move because, one, he was great with my kids, and two, he brought a personality and youthfulness to this team that they needed, and he was playing some good football.
I love pointing to the personality and just the vibe that he brought with him because that can be hugely important. You want a midseason trade to be Christian McCaffrey, right? Or Von Miller, someone that comes over and is immediately starting and impacting your team and takes you to the next level. But NFL trade deadlines are sometimes different than MLB trade deadlines, where sometimes that guy just isn't available, and what you're finding is depth, or what you're finding is a veteran leader, right? And Carlos Dunlap just brought kind of an appreciation of like, no, you guys need to realize that like this could be. It's like when Santana introduced the idea of like celebrating wins.
Yeah. Exactly.
And it hadn't occurred to a Mariners clubhouse that was quite young and maybe focused on all kinds of different things that like, oh, we could celebrate wins. Little things like that. I also had on my list Dwayne Brown.
Oh, that was your other one?
No, not my number one. You can say your number one after, but tell me what you thought of Dwayne Brown in general, maybe where you'd rank him. He was my number 2.
Yeah. Dwayne Brown. So I used to do this thing, 100 yards with Bumpus for the Seahawks, and Dwayne Brown was one of my first interviews for 100 yards with Bumpus. We walk 100 yards, talk, catch up. He is the biggest human being I've ever been around. I've been around like tall basketball players that are almost 7 feet, but I'm talking about just mass. The biggest human being I've ever seen in my life. And he's a smart guy, and he brought, again, so Carlos Dunlap brought this youthfulness. Dwayne Brown brought this responsibility. Like, listen, this is how you prepare. You got to be a professional. I'm going to hold it down. He was a Pro Bowler. He was a leader on that offensive line when you needed some leadership. Man, I wish we had a young Dwayne Brown on this team, maybe at the guard position on this squad right now, with that mentality and that professionalism that he brought. You need the older guy. You need the suit and tie type of guy, the guy who's not going to smile a lot. I had a guy on our team, I forgot who it was, but if you made him smile or laugh, you felt so good about yourself. Like, I got him, because he was so focused on his day-to-day and how to prepare that he had no time for the games. He had a wife and kids at home. He's been in the league for 10 years. That's what Dwayne Brown brought to this team, a professionalism on that offensive line that was needed at the time.
I still remember the trade for Dwayne Brown was announced like the morning after a game against the Houston Texans. The Texans were in town, and there were rumors that Jimmy Graham was going to be traded to the Texans. And the rumor was that it would be for Dwayne Brown because Dwayne Brown was in a holdout situation with the Texans, unhappy with his contract, unhappy with ownership, and there was an opportunity there to get a franchise left tackle kind of on the cheap. And Jimmy Graham ends up having like a really good game. And then after the game, Pete Carroll is asked, "Are you guys talking about trading Jimmy Graham with Houston?" And he goes, "No, we've not had conversations about trading Jimmy Graham to Houston." And so everyone was like, "Oh, they're not going to acquire Dwayne, but they're not making this trade." And Pete Carroll was very specific with how he answered that question because, of course, we then hear less than 24 hours later, oh, they did actually make a trade. But Pete Carroll was very careful to say, no, we're not trading Jimmy Graham. And we just didn't pick up on that at the time as reporters.
You got to,
read
be
between
quicker
the
than
lines.
that.
You had to read between the lines with Pete. He was sneaky. All right, I had Marshon Lynch as my most impactful midseason trade deadline.
That wasn't mine.
He wasn't at the deadline. He was in early, like this first week of October. But set the tone for the identity they wanted. In balance with the defense, I think that Marshon Lynch emulated much of what Pete Carroll wanted to do with the offense.
That's probably the best one, honestly. That's not what I picked, but that's probably the best one. I picked up Quandre.
Yeah.
I picked Quandre, man, because 15 interceptions, 14 interceptions while he was here, Pro Bowler for 3 years, and he brought an attitude, another responsible type of guy. Doesn't laugh too much, really serious when you talk to him, but not like he wasn't welcoming or whatnot, but he held down that back end, and it's coming off of years where you were used to seeing great play in the back end, and then for a few years you struggled a bit with McDougal struggling at times. I think Tedrick Thompson was back there for a little bit, and you bring in Quandre Diggs, and I feel like it was such a steal. Like, you got him for so cheap.
On the cheap, like a fifth-round pick or something.
The Lions
right?
didn't realize what they had over there, or they were just ready to move on. They felt like maybe he had lost something. And I look at his numbers, it didn't seem like he had lost anything. But I think at the time, it was the perfect fit for the Seahawks. You needed a leader on the back end, a proven guy, and he elevated his game. 5 picks 1 year, 5 picks the other year, 4 1 year, 1 the following year. He did his thing, man. I loved the addition of Quandre Diggs. That's why it was sad to see him go. He's over with the Titans right now. I understand why you make those moves. He was getting expensive, but for the time he was here, he was one of the top 2 or 3 players on defense.
Let's get back to the Dwayne Brown one quickly, because you really gave up nothing for Quandre. You did give up something for Dwayne Brown. The problem with the Brown trade was giving up real draft capital to fix a team that even with him had essentially zero chance of going anywhere. I don't think they had zero chance of going anywhere. I think that they just didn't continue to fix all their problems, and that winning in the NFL and winning it all is incredibly difficult. I am never going to be mad at a team for trying.
Right.
Ever. Ever, ever, ever. My chief complaint about the Mariners, about Mariners decision makers, is that I would love for them to spend more, and I would love for them to be more aggressive in trying to contend. One of the flip sides of that is that every single year in baseball, in the NFL, there are fans that complain that their team was aggressive and it wasn't worth it. But guess what? That's part of playing the game, right?
Yep.
That's part of gambling.
Yep.
That's part, like, you do not always win. Inherent to a gamble is risk. Inherent to a trade is risk. Inherent to team building and trying to win it all is risk. Sometimes you don't win.
Man, the trade deadline is going to 7-Eleven and getting one of those scratch tickets. You know, you're like, look, man, I'm okay putting in this $3, but man, if I can hit for 100 off of this, I'm gonna feel so much better about it. But you're okay going to 7-Eleven and spending a couple dollars on that ticket.
Well, and with that pick, would you have gotten a lineman better than Dwayne Brown? Because while he was here, was your highest graded offensive lineman literally until he left. Like, at no point did that slip. He was, during the entirety of his tenure with Seattle, your highest graded offensive lineman. In an ideal world, you would have continued to add to the offensive line, or you would have worked out some of your issues because they started to decline defensively in a corresponding move with that, beginning kind of after 2017,
right.
18, 19, 20, 21 especially, like they start declining defensively. So is that because you traded for Dwayne Brown, or is it just because it's hard to create balance on a team? Again, I will be so much more disappointed in a team that doesn't try than in a team that tried and had it not work out.
Yeah. Swing for the fences.
Yeah. So let's see if they continue to do that today. Who knows? They have made 2 moves ahead of the trade deadline. That was obviously not today, but last week. One of them was for Ernest Jones. Let's look at his impact through 2 games next.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
How close do you think your team is? I think we're close. When we were kind of working through some of those things, and the way the stadium was just absolutely electric, like after we blocked the punt, it was just, you could feel it. It's different here than it is anywhere else in the NFL, and I just feel like if we can get over this hump and get through this thing, then, you know, we can create something pretty cool. Yeah, and that's another reason why it's frustrating, because you feel like we are kind of on the brink of being able to break through.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist you with any lighting issue, as well as help with intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting expert since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
As a Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Get a dependable, energy-efficient new heat pump and save up to $4,000 when you mention the Curly Cash discount. Call the comfort people, homecomfortalliance.com.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50 on your print purchase. From posters and flyers to signs and menus, Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. And with Staples Print Perfect Guarantee, it's done right or it's printed again free. Plus, same-day service is available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. And 7/6, visit staples.com/print for details.
Febreze.
So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. Zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hey, Brock Huard here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really three keys to a great game plan with us. Number one is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number one. Do you have the right coverage? Number two, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back.
Those are the three keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
You are listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Let's look at Ernest Jones' impact through two games. We started the show by talking about how today is the NFL's trade deadline, went over a couple moves that we'd seen already around the league. Then we talked about the best midseason trades by the Seahawks, both of us settling on Quandre Diggs and Marshon Lynch being two really impactful moves there. Moving on, let's look at a midseason trade and how he's been doing through 2 games. Ernest Jones acquired by Seattle to immediately start at middle linebacker. It was a swap, sending Jerome Baker and a pick over to the Titans, right? So let's talk about Jones' impact through those 2 games. We'll start with some of what national experts have seen. This was Jonathan Vilma with Brock and Salk.
So I liked Ernest Jones back at his Rams days. I thought he was really, really good. I thought he was violent. I thought he was instinctual. And I believe that's what he's going to bring to the defense. You sometimes need a guy that's going to go out and just, the old cliche, just make a play, right? Don't worry about the fit, this, that, and the other. Just find ball, see ball, get ball. And I thought he was really coming to his own with the Rams. So I imagine him getting comfortable with the defense and then seeing him become a really, really good player for the Seahawks, maybe towards the end of this year as he gets comfortable, and then definitely next year.
When Ernest Jones was acquired, Bump, you, like Jonathan, immediately thought of his time with the Rams and said, I remember this guy being a headache.
Yeah, let me point out, too, man, Vilma was a monster when he played. He could see ball, get ball, and not worry about handles here, step there, because he was a special like that. Ernest Jones is special, not on some Vilma stuff, but there are some guys who don't need to be so technically sound just because of their physical. As you get older, you got to start being a bit more technical or bring that punch, or you're going to be gone, especially at this position. I want to comment on what the Hawks did, though, before I break down Ernest Jones. Sure. They get Ernest Jones. They get Harris. You and I, we all went to college, and we know that 11:59 deadline at night. You got to have your paper in by 11:59, or I'm not going to count it. And we've all had those nights where we're staying up. It's like 8 o'clock. Let's drink some coffee. Let's do what we got to do. I'm going to grind out this 10-pager, and let's get it done. You get it in at 11:56, and you're like, oh, man, I'm done. There are teams right now, it's 11:56 for those teams. The Seahawks were smart. They go, look, man, it's due Friday. We'll get it done on Wednesday.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, we'll get it done on Wednesday. We'll take our time. I'm going to get it on Wednesday. I'm going to proofread it on a Thursday. I'm going to have my peer counseling going on. I'm going to have someone look at my paper. You know what? I'll send it in on Thursday. That's what the Hawks did with this move. They saw they needed a defensive lineman. You went and got him. You saw you weren't getting done at linebacker. You went and got him. They didn't wait until the craziness to happen and be calling people 20, 30 times, texting, trying to get a response. So I applaud them for that. Now, Ernest Jones was exactly what these guys needed. He is a guy who is going to meet the 300-pounder in the gap. He's not going to wait till he's 3, 4, 5 yards down the field, meet with him, lock with him, try to look behind him, and then make a play on the football. He has good instincts. He's young. He packs a punch, and he's ready to go. So now that he's had a half a week plus a full week, and now he's going to have a couple more weeks to get ready for the Niners, I'm excited to see what he looks like. He's not going to be the one piece that wins the game against the 49ers. It's never like that. You're going to need everybody to be on the same page, but it's a great start. He can make up for some missed blocks by the defensive line or some missed gaps or whatnot. He can make some plays. He can see ball, get ball at times. That's why I like Ernest.
All right, let's talk about what another linebacker has seen. This was Lofa Tatupu on with us.
He was all over the place. And good thing he was, because they were running the ball well. And I think that's the thing that alarms me the most is that there's 5 teams that have rushed for 150 yards or more on us out of 8 games, and we get that fixed, we'll be good. But Ernest Jones, I've been a fan of his when he was at L.A. Loved the tenacity and athletic ability, and just he comes downhill and gets it. And so I thought for a first time coming in, that's an incredible standard to set. 15 tackles, and it's only up from here. And so going to get more familiar with the scheme. I know there's some carryover from Tennessee because his DC over there spent time with McDonald in Baltimore, but it's only going to get better, and I'm excited to see what we get out of him. But, man, what a talent.
Ernest Jones, as Lofa mentioned, 15 combined tackles in his first start for Seattle. Against the Rams the following week, nearly had a pick. Dropped it. Could have had an interception.
Goodness,
it was so
that hurt.
Close. And he knew it too. It's just, oh, God, you're kicking yourself knowing you're not going to get that many chances. It felt like an improved defensive performance overall, certainly against the run. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for a win. That's not because of Ernest Jones, and it's not really because of the defense, even though some players didn't have their best days. It's because of that offensive line. But do you feel like improvement that you saw? How much of Jones is impacting some improvement we saw defensively?
Honestly, I mean, Jones has an impact, but I think the impact is greater on the defensive line.
Fair.
I think having Harris down there, having Hankins not get every snap, having Byron Murphy kind of get his wind again because he was out. And I don't care what you do when you're out or you're injured, you're never going to be in game shape when you come back. Like DK is going to struggle a little bit. You can hide it a bit on the outside because you can run a play, tap the helmet, take a play off. When you are in the trenches, it's constant force on force, tension on tension. But I think that because these guys have a guy behind them that they can trust, they're more likely to do their job. We heard Leonard Williams talking about, look, when I got the B gap, I got to get that B gap. I can't worry about the cutback and try to cover the A gap. Why was he thinking like that? Probably because he didn't believe the guys behind him were going to be able to make the play. They're watching film. They're seeing the LBs go to the wrong gaps. They're not getting off of blocks. So now you feel like you got to play hero ball and help your boys out. So now Leonard's looking back there and being like, 13 got me. All right, I'm going to make sure that I'm where I'm supposed to be because he's going to be able to clean some stuff up. So it's not that Jones has made all these crazy plays, which he did make plays. You heard Lofa talking about him.
Yeah.
But it was he instilled some trust in the guys in front of them. So now they don't feel like they have to do everybody's job.
It's the NFL trade deadline today. Jeremy Fowler and Adam Schefter of ESPN reporting the Seahawks are not going to trade DK Metcalf, which is great. But when are we going to see him back on the field? Seattle Times reporter Bob Condotta joins us next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh is with us. Well, how does that sound? Gold Glove Award winner.
Yeah, it has a nice ring to it for sure. Just super excited. Really enjoyed this.
Is it anything you even consider?
Yeah, Beeline, I didn't say, every year, obviously, you want to be in that category of, being a finalist and having a chance to win it. And when it comes to individual accolades, it's definitely one of the highest things you can get.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
With Floor Coverings International, the mobile flooring showroom comes to you. Book an appointment, pick out the flooring you like, and they'll order and install it for you. It's that easy. Visit FCIFloors.com to book an appointment. Floor Coverings International, the stars of flooring.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed a musty smell in your home? I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Summer's over and you've had your fun, but now it's time to get back on track. Stop feeling frustrated and overwhelmed and start being excited about the new you that's possible. We want to be your teammate. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs. Just teaching you how to turn your body into a fat-burning machine and keep it off for the long term. We know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle strategies designed to reset your metabolism. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
It's crazy how well it works while you're eating real, fresh, delicious food. The recipes are awesome. And just having somebody teach me how to make the right food, it helped an unbelievable amount as I lost 35 pounds.
Our program has successfully helped thousands of people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person in Kirkland or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Shane Company knows fine jewelry. That means a lot when you're looking for a dream engagement ring, a beautiful keepsake, or the perfect gift. Come see us in store and compare our wide selection of diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in different shapes and sizes. Create your dream engagement ring and browse our selection of fine jewelry gifts. From diamond studs, tennis bracelets, birthstone necklaces, and more. With our everyday competitive prices, an unmatched free lifetime warranty, Shane Company knows how to work with your budget, not against it. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
It's the NFL's trade deadline coming up in 1 hour. Here from NFL Network's Mark Ross, who's going to be on a special trade edition of The Insiders at 1 p.m. today on NFL Network. Already today, the Lions, Bengals, Commanders, and Cowboys have acquired talent. Coming up first, though, in 30 seconds, Bob Condotta of the Seattle Times is going to tell us where the Seahawks stand as they head into their bye. The latest on injury updates, what Mike McDonald told reporters about that loss to the Rams, and do we expect any moves ahead of today's deadline?
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Floor Coverings International.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Let's find out whether DK Metcalf is going to return after the bye, and the latest from Mike McDonald, what he told reporters after that loss to the Rams. Seattle Times reporter Bob Condotta joins us now in the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hi, Bob. How's it going?
Good. How you guys doing?
Fantastic. I'm going to start with DK. A report from Adam Schefter earlier today that the Seahawks are, unsurprisingly, not going to trade DK ahead of the deadline. But I think what fans mostly want to know, Bob, is just when we could see DK again. What's the latest from Mike McDonald?
Yeah, it was sort of interesting when we asked about him yesterday. He said they remain optimistic he'll be back for the 49er game, but he didn't flat out say he will be. He said that it's John Snyder over the weekend on his pregame show kind of referred to it as a tricky injury, which was interesting. We've heard it. The team confirmed it was a grade 1 MCL sprain, but those can take a little while to recover from it, especially if you're a receiver and have to do all the things that DK does. So, I think they had been optimistic he would get out there last week, and that didn't happen, and they sort of closed the door on that, I think, late in the week and tried to give him a little extra rest, and he'll get the bye week. And so I don't think we'll really know anything until, the next time we'll have any chance to really find out anything will be next Monday. They're off this whole week, and then they'll return to practice next Monday, and, we'll find out then maybe if DK is doing anything, and for sure the following Wednesday. But, I think it's just kind of week to week at this point.
I know you're not in the meeting rooms and scouting reports and all that stuff, but maybe you heard some whispers, man. What's up with 82? Do you think he deserves a bit more playing time? Talking about Cody White, do you think that he earned himself some playing time? Because there are some guys in the receiving corps that are active every week who haven't really been contributing. You think he earns some time?
Yeah, for sure. He's a guy they've liked all along. There's always sort of the who's on the practice squad and who's on the active roster and what kind of roles do you guys have. And I think, Tariq Young has been a guy who's been on the active roster in part. He's kind of always been on it since they drafted him and he made the team. And then he does some things on special teams that they like, so even though he doesn't get on the field a whole lot on offense. But I think they felt like after the Buffalo game that they maybe needed, knowing for sure this week, I think this week it was a little clearer for them actually that they weren't going to have DK. And so I think it allowed them to kind of prepare Cody White all week as you're going to play Sunday and we'll get you out on the field Sunday. And I think it allowed them to do some things to get him in. It certainly was interesting. He played as many snaps as he did. I think it was 32. He played third most snaps of any of the receivers. And so, I think that has, they can elevate him off the practice squad 2 more times before they would have to sign him to the 53. And, we'll see if that's something they want to do. I think DK's situation and how they fill out the back end of it with special teams, I think will tell a lot there. Jake Bobo also, he hasn't been getting a lot of targets and he didn't get as many snaps at all on Sunday, but in general, he's been regarded as one of their better run blocking receivers. So even if you don't see him get a lot of targets, that's something they've really valued out of him, as well as special teams also in his case. And that's often what you want out of your fourth, kind of your fifth and sixth receivers anyway, your fourth and fifth receivers on game day, when you have 3 guys who are going to play almost every snap, typically in Tyler, DK, and JSN. So that's kind of why they've had it, I think, set up the way they have. But again, knowing last week that I think they felt like that third receiver spots, they wanted to get some receiving, maybe a little more receiving production out of it. They decided to elevate Cody, and for sure, he played 16 games with the Steelers, so he's not some guy who's never played in the NFL before. The Seahawks fans just hadn't seen him, but I think he definitely played well enough to be part of the conversation going forward.
Unfortunately, George Fant hurt early in this one. Seahawks were back to their 4th string right tackle, Michael Jarrell. And maybe because of that, Bob, I hesitate to be overly critical of Michael at right tackle because I don't think this team envisioned a season in which he'd be starting for them. However, it might be fair to be critical of your other 3 interior starters who you did expect more from. Tell me what you made of the play of both guards and their center.
It wasn't great for sure. With the center thing, the snap thing is just something that's got to be figured out. That's a basic fundamental part of the job, right? Is getting the snap right from center to quarterback. And so, that's separate maybe from what you're asking, but that was 2 drives just taken off the table with bad snaps. And then obviously what happened last week against Buffalo, and it felt like there were, a few other snaps, sort of had to rush with as well. Now, McDonald clarified that some of that's communication also, and I think one of them, maybe Geno just wasn't prepared for the snap and there was some timing stuff. But again, that's kind of fundamental NFL stuff as well. As McDonald himself said, that's just in the NFL you can't have that happen. So, it starts there with making it a bad day for the offensive line, and they're not consistently running the ball at all. They did sort of get some stuff going in overtime, which I think led to the play calls there on 3rd and 4th down at the end, because I think they felt like they were starting to establish something, and then it kind of went away when they most needed it there. And then Geno, 7 sacks and under pressure like crazy throughout the game. So, I think that all speaks pretty well for itself. The problem is, what do you do? I don't think they got a lot of other options on it was very interesting that I thought that Christian Haynes was inactive and that they're going with Anthony Bradford full time there. And think what you want of Bradford, but that obviously tells, that speaks pretty clearly. They don't think Haynes is a better option right now. They gave Haynes about 100 snaps or whatever. And, he didn't prove to be the better guy there in their estimation. And there's no other guy, there's nobody else on the roster that's going to come save everything. So they've just got to figure it out with the guys that they have. And, maybe alter what they're doing a little bit schematically with those guys, what they're asking them to do. Just figure out what it is they do well and really try to, not that they're not been trying to do that already. I don't think they're calling plays on purpose. I don't think we're going to work or anything, but, the bye week might give them a lot more time to kind of go through that and really figure out, like, hey, this is who we have, and we've got 8 games left with these guys, and we've got to figure out a way to make it work.
You mentioned I don't think any player is going to come in and save anything. That's true for the offensive line. It's true for every single position and every single group on this roster. Like, there's no one secretly riding the bench who's going to make this team suddenly a Super Bowl team, which is why I'm always surprised to see lots and lots of calls for Sam Howell. I wrote that Sam Howell just isn't going to save your season, that it does nothing for his development to put him behind a bad offensive line. But, Bob, how many people have you had asking about Sam Howell this week?
Yeah, you get a lot. It's totally understandable because the quarterback is the guy who's throwing the ball when it gets picked off, and I think even more so these days with HDTV, you can slow it down to like 0.0. The way you could do that, you could be like, don't do that. But in real time, that's a lot harder. That's a lot harder thing to do. I think anybody who watched training camp, there's a pretty clear divide between Geno Smith and Sam Howell, and I think they really kind of figured that out during the 4 days when Geno didn't practice during training camp, and Sam Howell ran everything. And that's not a knock on Sam Howell. It's just saying that there is, I think, and there is a sizable gap there. And so when Geno has some bad games, it doesn't mean, well, let's hurry up and just bench him and put in the guy we've already decided Geno's better than. It's figure out how we got to do these things to get Geno back to not doing those things. Geno threw for like 75 more yards than anybody else in the NFL this weekend. He hardly had a terrible game. But the turnover, the one turnover in particular, obviously was game changing, and you can't, that's what you've got to avoid. And that's really one of the things Geno had been so good at doing, his first 2 years, that I think surprised, I think that was one of the things that really kind of elevated him a little bit, because that was a little bit of the knock with the Jets, was he, had thrown some interceptions, had committed some turnovers and things like that. But, remember again with Sam Howell, he led the league last year in interceptions. So, if your knock on Geno is he's throwing too many interceptions, so let's play the backup who threw more interceptions than anybody in the NFL last year. I think it was tied, I guess. But, I don't think that's really the way to go. And I think what Geno has done, he deserves a really long leash. But, nobody was harder on himself than Geno after the game and saying, I've got to figure out how to not make these mistakes, because this is obviously a team that doesn't have the margin of error where he can throw a couple of interceptions, and they can survive that.
Bob, I described the moves the Hawks made to acquire Harris and Ernest Jones as not waiting until 11:59 to get that paper in college, sending it in early and making sure you're good to go. Do you think they're still writing that paper, though, to where you think there might be a move at 11:59? And then how do you think Ernest Jones has been adjusting to this defense in his play?
Yeah, you're right. That's always been their MO a little bit, is to kind of get ahead of the curve somewhat. A lot of times when they've made deals, it's always been maybe the week before the trade deadline or things like that. That's kind of what they've done in the past. I think they feel like sometimes, just kind of knowing that, like, why wait till the last minute? And, we can get the deal done now and not worry about someone else suddenly deciding they want this guy kind of swooping in or whatever. I'm sure John Schneider's on the phone and who knows what might happen. But it struck me a little bit, yesterday when Mike McDonald talked a lot about the defensive thing and kind of saying he finally feels like they have some continuity with the guys where they have. And I think he felt like what they did against the Rams, I think it finally showed him, like, we have a defense, we have personnel that can make this defense work. They really shut the Rams down. I mean, 7 3-and-outs, against the Sean McVay Rams team is pretty good. And, so I think they feel like, barring something really falling in their laps, that maybe they're okay there. And then offensive line, I mean, those guys just don't typically get traded this time of year. The Seahawks did do that, obviously, in 17 with Dwayne Brown, but Dwayne Brown, he held out the first 8 games of the season or whatever. Everybody knew around the league Dwayne Brown was going to get traded to somebody, and the Seahawks, were the team that was able to make an aggressive move and go get that done. But, I don't know that there's anything like that this year to do. I thought Ernest Jones, I think they feel like they finally have a linebacking combo that can work. I think they feel like Ernest Jones in the middle is going to give them better run defense out of that spot than they've been getting, and I think they feel like Dodson is going to be a better player on the weak side. And that, that was sort of where he played last year. I mean, Dotson, last week he talked about that when the trade was made, pretty frankly, that, that was maybe his better spot, and it might make better use of his skills. So, I don't know who else linebacker wise you could bring in right there. I think the defensive line with adding Robertson Harris, you get Murphy back healthy now. Right now, I think you're okay probably at that again. I just think I don't know that they're going to force anything right now unless something really falls in their lap with that.
Stepping back from this season, Bob, but conversations about the trade deadline and about moves the Seahawks have made always make me think of times the Seahawks have surprised us. And I'm glad you mentioned Dwayne Brown, because prior to having you on, we were talking about the best midseason trades, and I remembered that the conversation I was still a reporter, and I remember that the conversation around that trade for Dwayne Brown prior to it happening, because Houston was here and it was around Halloween, was that they were going to trade Jimmy Graham. And then Pete Carroll very adeptly was like, oh, no, we're not going to trade Jimmy Graham. And so everyone thought, well, maybe they won't trade for Dwayne Brown. And it became kind of a fun surprise, like 24 hours later or less than. It doesn't have to be that move. There are lots of really surprising moves the Seahawks have made. What's maybe, in your time as a reporter for the Seahawks, the most shocking move they've made, where like you had to double check, from Schefter or your sources to be like, wait, did they really just do this?
If you're talking, the Russell thing was still shocking, even though we've been thinking about it forever.
Yeah.
That would be the easy one. But the other one, just in the moment, and especially if you're kind of talking around, kind of a mid-season trade, was the Percy Harvin trade.
Yeah.
That one was just because, it happened on a Friday, if you recall. They were playing in St. Louis, and we had just gotten done talking to, they had practiced, and we'd done the Friday interview with Pete Carroll already. And, there'd been no hints or anything that they were going to trade Percy. And one of the interesting things about that was we were out there, and it happened to be the day Cassius Marsh had gotten hurt. And that was kind of the big news, was we thought at the time was that Cassius Marsh was going to be out, I think, for the year or for quite a while anyway, because he had gotten hurt. But we had actually, Pete's presser had been delayed by a few minutes, and we had seen everybody kind of talking and huddling and stuff like that. And we just thought maybe they were talking about Cassius Marsh and what are they going to say about him and whatever. And it sounds like, they obviously knew already what was going on, but, trying to, I guess, make sure they didn't blurt something out, or how would they answer something if for some reason something got asked or whatever. I don't know. But anyway, but we were all done with that. And then we were kind of, 20 minutes later, everybody writing their stories about that. And suddenly it broke that they were trading Percy Harvin. But, they then got on the plane and flew to St. Louis. And so we couldn't talk to, there was no press conference or anything about it, other than I think they just released a statement and kind of had to wait till the game Sunday to talk to anybody about that. But that was, one of those things in retrospect, once you found out why they did it, it made a lot more sense. But in the moment, that was probably the kind of the most exciting thing was a year, barely 18 months or whatever after acquiring him for an awful lot and signing him to a huge contract. They were trading him for, I think, a 6th-round pick.
Bob, Kobe Bryant, man, almost came up with an interception, had the biggest hit of the game last week. I'm going to ask the same question I did with Cody White. I mean, is he buying himself more time? I love the way he's played, the energy he brings to the team. I know the safety position is deep. Kayvon Wallace just got banged up. What do you make of Kobe Bryant and his status on this team?
Yeah, well, they're really not that deep in safety right now. We don't know how long Kayvon Wallace might be out. And Rayshawn Jenkins is obviously why Cody's playing, because he's on the injured list, and we don't know for sure how long he's going to be out. Right now the job's his. There's nobody else to take that job right now. So for sure, he's just starting safety until Rayshawn Jenkins comes back, and then they'll have a decision to make there with that. They are paying Rayshawn a little bit of money, and he's a guy they like, but maybe that's when you figure out how to use more 3 safety sets or whatever. But yeah, Kobe has definitely carved out a role for himself on his team. And, it was a pretty big year for him in the 3rd year of his rookie contract. And, he played really well at times as a rookie. And then kind of just last year with I think he had 2 different toe injuries on each side of the foot that really sort of derailed his season last year. And then obviously with the coaching change and all of that, they kind of changed up what they're doing with him positionally a little bit. But yeah, to me, the bigger thing isn't just he's going to keep playing now, but I think he becomes a guy that you can consider kind of as part of your long-term future there at safety and kind of in the back end, and as a guy you'll probably want to try to keep around.
He is Seattle Times Seahawks reporter Bob Condotta. Bob, hopefully you get a little bit of a break here during the bye in what is a very, very long season for you two before you jump back into it. We look forward to talking to you next time.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay, yep, thanks a lot, you guys.
Bob don't get tired. Bob don't get tired.
I'll tell you what, background noise, I think Bob's at a buffet.
Now he's at he is at a buffet.
I'm going to text Bob and say, we need to know where you're at right now because I swear I just heard a plate. I just heard a plate.
Actually, man, I'm at the airport. I'm about to get up out of here.
I love a buffet. I really do.
You ever been to a Vegas buffet?
Yes.
They're either the best thing in the world or the scariest thing in the world.
Why scariest?
Because you might go to some janky buffet sometimes. You gotta do some research.
I've never gotten food poisoning from a buffet, but I have gone to buffets where everything looks better than it really is, but you still eat it. You know what I mean? When you go through the buffet and you're like, everything looks amazing. I feel like I just walked into heaven, but everything tastes slightly less good.
The thing about Vegas buffets is they'll try and grab you by the price. They'll be like, only $6. All you can eat. It's like $6. Are you kidding me? And then you see it, and it's like, oh, I see why it's $6.
I get it now. You're trying to get rid of this stuff.
You know what I love too are the buffets that are like half a sushi buffet. So there's a couple of those. There's one in South Center. I grew up in SeaTac, so it's not far from my house where I used to live. And I know you're surprised because I barely eat lunch when I'm here, but I love a buffet.
Prove it.
And I also love hotels. I never stay in hotels. So you travel all the time. You're probably sick of them. I love a hotel.
Nah, I'm good with a hotel.
I love a buffet. I love an airport. I don't love flying, though.
Things that you don't do.
Exactly. That's everyone, though. Everyone loves things that they never do, right?
I guess.
Yeah.
Nah, I love golf. I do that all the time.
Oh, God. Okay, let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, Bump, what's something you saw at a JSN that will continue to get him open?
JSN, he's a smooth operator when he runs his routes. He's nice and smooth, right? And all his routes are kind of like flowy. And sometimes they need to be linear and radical. You need to be violent at the top of your routes. I saw some of that. This is the first time. And look, I'm not saying that he never does this, but the most consistent route running I saw out of him, he's moving defenders at the top of his route. There's something called a nod, right? If I'm going to run a post and you are a safety or a DB that's in front of me, when I get to the top of my post, my last 3 steps, I might nod you, put you to sleep, lean to the right, then boom, snap my foot in the ground as hard as I can and make a violent movement. It makes the DB respond. I saw that in him this past week. I don't know what it was. I don't know who he's been talking to, but I need to see more of this. In college, he can get away with being smooth. He had another 2 or 3 top 10 picks at receivers that were going to help get him open. At this point, he needs to become more violent. I saw that in him. And then I love him getting up and talking that talk. But you can tell the Rams were trying to talk to him, and he wasn't backing down for nothing. He can make the big catch. We know that. He showed us some run after the catch. We saw that. Violence in his route running. You can be smooth at times. At other times, you need to be violent. I cannot wait to see that.
Second down. Now that the Seahawks have found their fullback and Gabe Wallace,
Nope.
what part? I know.
Nope. Gabe Russell.
Grady Russell? Brady Russell.
Brady Russell.
I was like, why is Gabe Wallace? But did you see the loyalty I had?
I did.
Right now, I was like, I'm going to say Gabe Wallace.
Yep.
Because I believe.
I didn't realize I put Gabe
That's
Wallace.
okay. Brady Russell.
Brady
Now
Russell.
that the
Who is
Seahawks-
Gabe Wallace?
He's some guy.
I
He
think he's like
he
a
works
former
across the street.
Canadian player. Now that the Seahawks have found their fullback in Brady Russell.
Brady Russell.
I'm going to just call him Gabe Wallace.
Gabe Wallace.
What
There's a
part of
Gabe
the-
Wallace for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers currently.
Brady Russell, you're now Gabe Wallace. What part of the offense can take a step forward?
So at the beginning of the season, I told y'all, I say, look, he is the guy who needs to be a fullback. He's the new Nick Bellora. Play him at linebacker. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah.
But now that they have put him at fullback, they put it on film. You can start playing the deception game. Confuse these guys. You look at the Niners. You look at the Seahawks. That is exactly what they do. They play with your mind. The play action will be there. The deception will be there. Also, inserting A.J. Barner into the offense. You watched him last week. He's motioning across the line of scrimmage. Boom, hitting the end. He motioned one way, came back the other way. Boom, took care
care of that end. Imagine the crossing that you can play with back there. You got Russell going this way, AJ going that way. Boom, they switch. This is what the Rams did. This is why the Rams were so good. They did it in their own type of way. Not a lot of fullback stuff, but a lot of motioning and crossing there. The 49ers, the Lions will use their fullback in that way. Listen, Grubb, I see what you're doing, baby. I see what you are doing. Now let's expand off of that, okay? Let's open up the playbook. Let's have a nice little Gabe Wallace section in that playbook right now. I'm just playing. Brady Russell. Nice little Brady Russell playbook or section in the playbook, and expand that thing, man, because there are possibilities that you can play with there, and it will help Geno in the play action game. I love it. I want more of it. Let's go.
Third down. This is such a mean line. What's a low-key trade that'll benefit the career of another one of Aaron Rodgers' throwaways?
Aaron Rodgers just throw guys to the curb,
Truly.
man. He act like he like you.
Drop kicks him to the curb.
As soon as he leaves, he be like, hey, man, hey, he ain't welcome back here, dog. Hey, Mike, how you doing? Now you're gone. Mike Williams, he is with the Steelers now. He has been traded. He's with the Steelers, and he is known for the jump ball. What is something Russell Wilson used to do back in the day? Launch that thing up in the air and pray that his receiver came down with it. He has one of those guys. He's a one-trick pony. So what? Let him do his trick. All right, let him do his trick in front of everybody in the NFL. I think he can benefit from this move. He has 2,000-yard seasons with the Chargers. I didn't realize my man's been in the league since 2017.
I didn't realize
A minute. All right, he's getting older. That's fine. He does one thing well. I think with Russell Wilson being willing to take shots, he took some shots at George Pickens already. You throw Mike Williams in there, man, if he catches 10 goal balls the rest of the year, it'll be well worth the trade. Mike Williams, I'm glad you're out of Aaron Rodgers' area because he is toxic.
Mike Williams, Mike Will made it.
Mike Will made it.
Out of New York.
Yes.
Fourth down.
Bars.
Mike
That's like
Will
2 days in a
made
row
it.
she got some bars going.
How can Ken Walker help the run game?
I think in the zone run game, run scheme, he's been good. The more I watch film, when you are pulling a guard or you're leading with your tight end / fullback, he's impatient sometimes. He just wants to go, 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 go. When you're running a gap scheme and you're pulling guys, you got to let those big boys get in front of you. You got to let them influence what that second level is going to do. There are times where Ken Walker just get out in front of him or he's running next to him like, what up, man? What we doing? No, let the big guys get in front of you. Slow it down a little bit. I'm not talking about being like Le'Veon Bell and literally stand there, but slow the tempo down just a little bit and allow things to develop for you. If he can do that in the gap scheme, that's going to help. Zone, he's on point. He feels it. He is best in that zone stuff, but the gap, slow it down just a little bit. Let the bigs get in front of you.
Jason Kelsey led off Monday Night Countdown with an apology. Plus, a Dodger is still taking shots at the Yankees. Let them die. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
They've lost 5 of 6. Is there one thing you could point to? What's the biggest reason?
Number one, it's offensive line. And I think everybody probably has already figured that out. You know, I saw Charles Cross get beat a couple of times.
Yeah.
And, you know, he is a good left tackle.
You knew it was going to be tough regardless of win or loss because that's just what happens with the Rams. But the self-inflicted wounds, Dave, the things we saw in that Bills game that cropped up again.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, this is Stacey Rost, and if you're looking for top-notch service for your plumbing, heating, and air needs, look no further than Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air. For over 25 years, Ben's has been providing 5-star service to our community. Their team of experienced professionals are dedicated to making sure you get the best service possible. That means no pressure, no gimmicks, just honest, reliable work. From routine maintenance to emergency repairs, Ben's has got you covered. And with their no-pressure sales approach, you can rest easy, knowing you're only getting the services you actually need without unnecessary upsells. So whether it's a leaky faucet, a broken heater, or an AC on the fritz, trust the experts with over a quarter-century of excellence. Call Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air today at 206-789-5353 or benz.plumbing. Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air, where 5-star service meets no-pressure sales.
Paid political announcement. A Bob for Bob update. Public school is for other Bobs. Did you know Attorney General Bob Ferguson sends his kids to a private school while denying Washington parents opportunity scholarships to do the same? We spend $18,000 per K-12 public student in Washington, but for Bob, private education is for elites like him, not for your kids. Want a governor who doesn't believe in the public education system he promotes? Vote Bob. Paid for by the Bob for Bob Committee, 1283 Puyallup, Washington, 98371. Top 4 donors, Steve Gordon, Fremont Dock Company, Brian Haywood, and Susie Burke.
Roof now, pay later.
Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. Swedish CyberKnife is the only CyberKnife center in the Pacific Northwest. Compared with other radiation treatments, which can last 6 to 9 weeks, CyberKnife treatment is much shorter, typically 5 days or less. CyberKnife advanced robotic technology can track your slightest body movement, adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme accuracy, sparing healthy tissue. The vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects and can continue normal activities during treatment. CyberKnife offers curative cancer treatment while minimizing side effects and disruption to a patient's life. The experienced CyberKnife team has helped advance the field with research, protocols, and published findings. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over Washington state. If you, a friend, or family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
An airliner without warning plunges into the Gulf of Alaska. No one knows why. There are no survivors. Then loved ones are left to wonder, what happened to Flight 293? Unsolved Histories. What happened to Flight 293? Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Ernest Jones Jr. and Tyrell Dotson led the Seahawks with 9 tackles each on Sunday. On the Mike McDonald Show with Brock and Salk Monday, Brock Huard asked the coach if his linebackers leading the way was part of the positive difference in the run defense.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And then again, we talk about it's all 11. It's those guys got off blocks. I thought EJ played a really good football game, and just for how he paced the ball. I thought our guys up front, especially like in the C area, they played really well. When Kayvon was in at nickel, Spoon did a great job putting their hard hats in the run as well, and then. In the ball, we're kind of constricting space where you didn't need to play, the guys getting to the third level. So it's a great point. Yeah, I think that it's pretty indicative of, the step we took.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Hey, it's G. Scott. Since the beginning in 2014, Nourishing Neighbors has raised over $36 million to help food banks and other hunger relief agencies in Washington. The Albertsons and Safeway Foundation would like to sincerely thank all the customers, employees, and partners over the past 10 years. Nourishing Neighbors continues to support initiatives including food for kids, grocery cards for the holidays, and innovation grants, so please keep donating and volunteering. Visit nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
The Harnish Auto family has always found ways to make a difference in our communities, and the need never stops, and neither does the Harnish Auto family. Hey, Brock Huard here. With the holidays approaching, we often think of those less fortunate. Food bank supply, well, it's at an all-time low, but we can help. Drop off non-perishable food items at any of the 6 Harnish dealerships this November for food banks from Everett to Puyallup. Visit Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Subaru, and Volkswagen of Puyallup, or Chevrolet and Kia of Everett to donate today. It's the Harnish Auto family, where people matter.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
This hour is brought to you by Floor Coverings International.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline on Bump and Stacy. Coming up in 1 second, a Dodger still taking shots at the Yankees. Bump, tell them to lay off, okay? You guys have the trophy.
Heck no.
Lay off.
This is East versus West.
Okay.
Red versus blue.
That's coming up in a second. First,
it's for real out here.
First story. Jason Kelsey is where we're starting. He led off Monday Night Countdown with an apology for how he handled a heckler over the weekend.
You know, listen, I think everybody's seen on social media everything that took place this week. That's why I'm not happy with anything that took place. I'm not proud of it. And, you know, in a heated moment, I chose to greet hate with hate. And I just don't think that that's a productive thing. I really don't. I don't think that, you know, it leads to discourse, and it's the right way to go about things. And in that moment, I fell down to a level that I shouldn't have. So I think the bottom line is, you know, I want to live my life. I try to live my life by the golden rule. That's what I've always been taught. I try to treat people with common decency and respect, and I'm going to keep doing that moving forward. Even though I fell short this week, I'm going to do that moving forward and continue to do that.
What do you think?
I think his words are sincere. I think that everybody loses their cool and becomes a person that they're not 98% of the time when confronted with some things. I also think that he was told to do this, that his agent told him to do it. Wifey told him to do it. Who was it, ESPN or Amazon, whatever told him to do it. I also think there were pressure from outside peoples. I think that he is conscious of his brand as well. This is a business decision as well as I probably feel bad for doing this. I also think that if it were not caught on camera, he ain't saying nothing about it. That's just the world we live in today. Everything is on camera. You're going to be judged, and people are so quick to cancel people. It's crazy. Like, and the average human being could have done that, and we would have thought nothing of it. But because it's Kelsey, because he's on TV, and he's a family man and all that good stuff, he has to come out and kind of clean this up. I don't think his words aren't sincere, but I also think that because of who he is and because of it being caught on camera and because he works for certain entities, he has to come out and say this. And I think he feels bad for it. But in that moment, I don't blame you one bit, dog.
Yeah.
Not one bit.
Not
that
at
kid
all.
was out of line. And some of these kids need to get slapped in the face sometimes because they live in a world where they dare you to hit them. They dare you to hit them because they know it's going to get caught on camera and I'm going to be able to sue you. So, no, that kid, I hope he learned a lesson, man. Don't be just running up on folks. This is a human being. This is a man right here, a grown man who will, if he weren't who he was, he probably would have put hands on him.
If I had to guess, I would guess that what Jason mostly is apologizing for is using a homophobic slur back in slightly different context, but using the slur back is probably where he's like, yeah, I feel like I could have been above that. He's also probably apologizing for like, yeah, I didn't need to like break his phone. Like I want to react more calmly, but I don't know a single person that's upset with him for doing that.
Nah.
Chris Long was on This Is Football with Kevin Clark and said, the internet culture's really ruined real life. And there's too many people who grew up in situations where they never get punched in the face. To your point, I think this reminds me of like, there is this pressure that you feel. I'm sure you feel this because you're a good person. Anyone who tries to be a good person feels this. A pressure that you feel to do the bigger thing, no matter what. But then there's this little part of you that's like, what about people that constantly get away with like, because nothing's more annoying than that. Nothing is more annoying than the thought of this Penn State student who's grown. You're an adult. Let's not call him a kid. You're at least 18 years old.
Yeah, you know better.
You're grown. Following him with a phone strictly for clout, trying to antagonize him using slurs and trying to push at buttons and make fun of his brother. Don't make fun of my family. And the notion is like, okay, you have to be above this. But then what about the person that's doing this? Like, they never learn a lesson, ever. I
can imagine how hard it is to be Kelsey in those moments. I'm nowhere near what Kelsey is. And there are some times I want to lash out on folks, and I got to calm down and be like, man, Seattle sports is going to be on my butt if this happens. Seahawks are going to be on me. ESPN, CW are going to be on me. And I represent something bigger than just myself in this moment. So I got to chill. Yeah, that dumb you-know-what gets to act however he wants to act. So, yeah, it is what it is. It's jacked up, but he did the right thing.
The 509 says, for some reason, people just love to act like trolls when they know the person they're attacking can't respond. I've been a high school and college ref and umpire for 20-plus years. I've lost count of the times someone has said or done something silly to me. I'm 6'6", 233, and was a Marine for 16 years. But some of these nitwits would say and do the same things to me. They said none of these people basically would say anything to me if I was off the court or field.
Heck no.
Exactly. It's the same reason that people are like really mean to waitresses or waiters or like the idea of when someone doesn't have the power or the leeway to do anything back, the worst parts of some people come out.
Yep.
And shame on those people. Moving on, now you can defend your Dodgers here if you can. Joe Kelly, a reliever for the Dodger, did not mince words with how unimpressed he was with the Yankees during the World Series.
We were saying every single game, just let them throw the ball to the infield. They can't make a play. I mean, you saw Shohei got an extra base going to third on sloppy Glaber play. It's well known. We all knew. I mean, we're the Dodgers. We know every little detail. But past that, it was a fun series. I mean, they almost snagged a couple wins, you know what I mean? But it was just a mismatch from the get-go. Like, we had a playoff re-ranking. Like, they might be ranked 8th or 9th best playoff team. You know what I mean? Like, you're putting the Padres ahead of them. You're putting the Phillies ahead of them. You're putting the Mets ahead of them. You're putting the Braves ahead of them, and the Braves just got unlucky because they had to play that doubleheader. You're putting – I mean, the Guardians played like crap, but the Guardians played better baseball around. Like, it was just a complete mismatch.
Now, again, the Yankees, one of the best offenses in the regular season with a better ERA than the Dodgers. Is he fair in his critique that while we played them in the World Series, we knew we were the better team, and not only that, but we think many other teams in the playoffs were better?
All right, here's the thing about the mismatch. You can look at their pitching, and then you look at the Dodgers' order, and you can find some advantages there, right? I think Roberts did a good job configuring the order to combat what the Yankees wanted to do. Here's what's true about the Yankees. They're one of the worst fielding teams in the game. That's true. They're one of the worst fielding teams in the game. What's also true about the Yankees is that rotation is very good and that they do have bats and power that can combat that. I think some of what he's saying is true. I also think that a lot of what he's saying is, what can they say? We got the ring. We got the championship, and you're walking around with your chest up. So for at least a couple months, he can go around and say whatever he wants to. Part of it is true. They are they're not the best when it comes to fielding, and that was probably in their scouting report, and it stood to be true. But to ignore the feeling I had going into that World Series, knowing that their rotation was better than ours, knowing that Aaron Judge is due for a breakout game, knowing that Juan Soto is over there as well, and that even Volpe batting 8 or 9 spot is going to be good enough to get it done. No, I wouldn't say all that. This is just the aftermath of winning a championship and going on radio shows.
Ahead of the trade deadline, NFL Network's Mark Ross is going to join us to talk about whether he's hearing about any moves in the NFC West. Before we get to that, though, the Seahawks have a few problems. Let's figure out what is and isn't one, though. That's next.
This is Seattle Sports.
Really start out by apologizing to my teammates, really, and to the city, to the organization.
Touchdown, Seahawks! What a game by JSN!
Some of the things that I said would never show up again showed up again.
Blocked! Yeah. The ball is blocked! There was about 4 Seahawks who broke through.
We're going to find the solution at some point. So, we're going to go to work and we're going to figure it out.
I look directly at myself. I look in the mirror and I say, what do I have to do? And I know what I have to do.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And their massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out johnsonfitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
When the hot water needs to be hot, when the drain needs to drain, when the toilet needs to flush, you need to do two things. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical. On call and there when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
In the wake of recent hurricanes, many families are struggling to rebuild their lives. But together we can bring hope and help where it's needed most. Join Bonneville, Seattle in our Hope After the Hurricanes initiative. We're partnering with the American Red Cross to deliver vital relief to those affected. Your donation, no matter how small, helps provide food, shelter, and medical assistance to those in urgent need. Donate now and help bring hope back to hurricane victims. Visit mynorthwest.com for more information.
Cressy Garage Doors. Make your home unique and stylish. Have it stand out from the other homes in your neighborhood. The #1 return on investment for your home. Cressy Garage Doors, since 1952.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
Don't let sinus problems, snoring, and allergies hold you back. I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Nasal congestion, sneezing, runny nose, snoring, facial pain are just a few sinus symptoms we can help you out with. From allergy workups and treatment to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced outpatient balloon sinuplasty, we can diagnose and treat your problems. Let us help you get the relief you need easily, quickly, and permanently. Come see us in Federal Way and Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
All right, guys, you looking for a fun night out? It's Mike Salk here to remind you that Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go, unwind, and have some fun, and to eat some great food. Make sure to check out 12 Moons. And then Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood has the amazing happy hour menu that starts at 4 p.m. And Falls Buffet, they're serving up all your favorites like the prime rib every day, the fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fry, noodles, pizza, salad bar, dessert bar. They make their pies every day. All with breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. It is Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown, Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. Compared with other radiation treatments, CyberKnife treatment is much shorter, typically 5 treatments. The vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects and can continue normal activities during treatment. Swedish CyberKnife patients enjoy excellent cancer control rates and minimal disruption to normal activities. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
You're listening to Bump and Stacy
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Even more trade moves, none concerning the Seahawks, but we'll go over those at 12:30 in NFL headlines. We're also going to have NFL Network's Mark Ross joining us at noon to talk about whether he's hearing anything about trades in the rest of the NFC West. Before we get to that, though, what a former offensive lineman had to say about the Seahawks' biggest issue. The tease into this segment, Bump, was let's talk about what is and isn't a problem for the Seahawks. I think every single listener, whether or not you want to start Sam Howell, whether or not you're mad about the run defense, no matter what you're mad about, every single listener would agree the offensive line is the number one issue. Right? Unless you're crazy.
Nah.
Really?
Some are going to say Geno.
Who thinks?
Regardless. Somebody's going to say Geno.
Who out there?
Somebody. Text in right now if you think it is.
What person thinks Geno Smith is a worse problem than the offensive line? That there would be any quarterback in the NFL that could somehow make this a Super Bowl team if only he could play behind this offensive line. You're insane.
85 to 90% of the people are sane and realize that. But you know how it is, Stacey. We look at the same text lines every day. There's somebody out there saying,
oh, my God.
Geno's a problem. Just put in Sam Howell, and everything is fixed.
Now, if you were like, hey, I want to see Sam Howell because I just want to see and I'm curious, like, I can almost accept that argument. Like, I don't agree, but I can be like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you're like, I truly think Sam Howell would flourish. Like, I truly think that Geno is making a good offensive line worse than it is, then I think you're a crazy person.
Yeah, they're out there.
I think that
I'm with you, though.
I know. Well, and we think that in part because we know a former offensive lineman who played many years and who knows a lot about the offensive line. And he was on with Wyman and Bob. Ray Roberts, he talked about what he's seeing from the Seahawks issues up front. Let's start with your guard, Anthony Bradford. Here's what Ray sees.
To me, it's just grossly underperforming. I just think Bradford, when he decides that he wants to be the dude or a guy, he can actually do some really cool stuff. He's a big, strong, powerful dude, and he's athletic enough. But at times, it just seems like he's just not really committed to or bought into what it is that they're asking him to do. And I don't know if it's either one of those or he's just sometimes dudes get to this level because, they're good enough to get here, but they may not be all about football that way. They may not be all about being able to meet the expectations that you see in them. And then sometimes it just kind of shows up as kind of lackadaisical. And to me, man, I just need to see more fire from that dude. Like, you'll see it every now and again after a play, when he's getting into a shoving match with someone. But I'm like, man, use that energy during the play.
Okay, so again, it feels like with him, he's like, I see potential from Bradford. I see moments when he looks strong and good, but he doesn't feel fully committed on every play. It feels like effort is the number one issue he's got with Bradford.
That's the worst thing. Because that's something you can control every single day, every down. I tell my kids, you're going to have bad games, but you can control your attitude and your effort. You go out there with a positive attitude, with that dog mentality, and just go hard, good things are going to happen. And then you gotta have some technique, right? You got to be able to put your hands where they're supposed to go. You got to block and have the right assignments and help your teammates out. But if Big Ray is saying he's not seeing the effort, I mean, that's probably the worst thing you can say about a player is that he's not giving you everything he has every single play. And on the offensive line, you have to do that. As a receiver, if I know it's a run away, if I'm the Z receiver, I'm to the right side, the run is to the left, the DB is pressing, I can jog off the line of scrimmage because I know the run's away, this DB is not going to make that play. Simple. As an offensive lineman, there are no plays you can take off. You are vital to every single play.
Yeah, and I don't know enough about offensive line play, assignments, minor things to be able to watch and pick apart and go, that was an effort decision. Like that is something, and you can think that you do, but that is something that typically former offensive linemen are just much better at catching. So when Ray says that, to me, that's concerning.
It is concerning. It should be concerning.
Yeah. Okay, so another concerning things, obviously I don't know if it's miscommunication, if it's a chemistry thing, whatever's going on between Connor Williams and Geno Smith with those snaps has to change. Here's a couple reasons why, according to Ray, Connor Williams is having trouble with those.
Connor seems to be like a guy who can get like his energy up, like he's biting at the bit. Oh, I got to go hit somebody. And you get so like excited. You snap the ball with a lot of speed and juice on it. So then it gets hard to handle because it's coming at you pretty fast. And then there's times where, like, there's a handful of snaps yesterday that were off to the left a lot, and Geno had to, snatch it out of the air, those kinds of things. So sometimes his excitement, I think, of, having to make a block or the assignment that he has to make or whatever kind of thing that energizes him during the game, I think sometimes it takes advantage of him because he does that when he's blocking. Sometimes he gets so top-heavy because he's trying to, knock the heck out of someone. His head is down. He's out of control, and then someone just kind of swims him, and he goes to the ground.
It's almost the opposite issue. Like, if to him, Anthony Bradford has an effort issue on a few plays, the opposite is true with Connor Williams, where he's just a little too eager to make that block and get into that assignment, and the snap is a little high.
Yeah, because being a center is tough because you have multiple jobs. You help identify the box. You have to snap the football and then get your head up and get on your guy right now. You're almost blind for a second. So when there is a guy in your gap or over you to your right or your left or over you, naturally you're going to feel some type of pressure to where, I got to hurry up and get the snap off and go. So Big Ray is saying, he's saying, calm your butt down, dog. You're a veteran in this league. You got it. You can get the snap, get your hands up. But, yeah, there is a challenge that only the center deals with that no other lineman will deal with, which is having to snap the ball, get your hands up, and get going. So I can see him being amped up because I looked at the snaps that were past Geno and over Geno. It's so quick. It's like he's such in a rush to get the ball off and get his hands up that it hurts him, which you can appreciate because there needs to be a sense of urgency at that position, but you have to have a controlled sense of urgency.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we do have someone chiming in. 360 says, Geno, so this is all I said. I didn't say you're crazy if you have a problem with Geno or if you want to see Sam or whatever. I said if you do not think that the offensive line is a problem, bigger problem than almost anything else. And if you fundamentally believe that another quarterback could make that line look really good, right? Like if you look at the offensive line and go, I just don't see the problem. Right. Geno is the problem. Then I think you're crazy. Like we don't watch football the same. So if you're someone that's like, well, I want to see Sam Howell and now I'm offended. That's not what I'm saying. 360, Geno almost never uses a check down. That's making the line look worse. I'm not crazy. Music at work doesn't insult me. They're taking my comment as an insult. Usually love the show. Well, thank you. So here's the thing.
That's false.
I just don't think that Geno Smith is making the line look worse. I think the line is bad. And I think Geno is making the offense worse when he makes bad decisions. That's true. I don't think Geno doesn't go through checkdowns. I don't think he's got a panic, do the first read and it's wrong kind of problem. I think there's an offensive line problem.
Kenneth Walker has 34 targets. That is third most on the team. They're not designing pass plays for Kenneth Walker. He is the check down. He's the outlet. Zach Charbonnet has 31 targets, fourth most on the team or fifth most on the team. They're not designing pass plays for Zach Charbonnet. Those are check downs. Lazy take.
Yeah, I just disagree.
No disrespect. Maybe maybe it's just because a lot of people watch the game and they don't rewatch it. Like, I'll watch the game 3 or 4 times throughout the week. Right. To make sure what I'm saying is coming from a genuine place of knowledge and study. I think a lot of the times people watch the game and what they feel in that moment is true to them. And sometimes it is true. But a lot of the times there's so many moving parts. I can't tell you exactly what happened on every single play if I don't rewatch the game over and over and over again. So sometimes fans just get all emotional and say, this is what's happening. 34 targets for K9. 31 for Zach Charbonnet. They're not designing pass plays for these guys. They are checkdowns.
Lean heavily as not a former player. And granted, my job isn't to be an analyst. My job is to be a host. As not a former player, I lean heavily on insight from former players. Never once have I heard a former player, an NFL analyst, anyone say, I don't think the offensive line is bad at all. I think that it's a Geno problem. I think it's a Ryan Grubb problem.
Yes,
I think
Geno holds some responsibility.
Well, and so does Grubb, right?
For sure.
This is a multifaceted issue But I think the biggest portion of the pie is that your play up front is simply not good enough.
Yeah.
You are getting worked.
You're too young. You're too inexperienced. You're too old in some places. You just don't have the right combination. My son goes to a 7-Eleven, my kids, and they hit all the Slurpees. Bow, 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 bow.
Smart.
Sometimes the combos, garbage.
Well,
What are you doing?
You add like a Coke.
What are you doing?
Like if you have like a root beer or Coke Slurpee, and then you add it to a blue raspberry, and then you get pina colada. That's messy.
Sounds good. I don't rock with Slurpees, but sometimes they hit the combo. But let me get some of that.
Horrible.
Fire.
Horrible.
Find the right Slurpee combo.
Oh God. Okay. Let's talk trade deadline. Whether or not Mark Ross is hearing anything about other NFC West teams making moves. He joins us next.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand. How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought? Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
We get it about battery trouble being a bother. Nobody likes a dead battery in a dark parking lot in the rain. But if you have 15 minutes, then why don't you stop into Pacific Power Batteries for a free battery load test? Beats the heck out of being stranded. So if you have a minute this week, how about stopping in to one of our 7 stores for a quick test? It's free, we aren't predators, and chances are good that you'll leave us with one more thing checked off your to-do list. Pacific Power Batteries, family owned and operated since 1985.
Looking for fine jewelry this fall? Good news! Seattle's favorite jeweler for more than 40 years now has 2 locations in the area. Come visit us in our beautiful new store with the biggest selection at South Center Square in Tukwila. Create your own engagement ring with the widest range of diamonds and gemstones and discover unique, fine jewelry designed by our in-house team. No matter your budget, our friendly team is here to help guide you in finding that perfect piece that speaks to you. Visit shaneco.com to find your closest store and hours. We can't wait to see you. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Food banks are in need of our help. Would you please drop off non-perishable food items at any of the 6 Harnish Auto Family dealerships, including Subaru, Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Volkswagen of Puyallup, or Kia and Chevrolet of Everett? It's the Harnish Auto Family, where people matter.
Paid political announcement. A Bob for Bob update. In 2021, Bob pushed decriminalizing fentanyl just like Oregon. In 2023, more than 1,000 citizens in King County died from fentanyl overdose in a single year. While other states enforce and arrest fentanyl dealers, Washington, under 12 years of Bob, has become a leader in fentanyl deaths and last in law enforcement officers per citizen. It's simple. Vote Bob if you want more crime and less safety. Paid for by the Bob for Bob Committee, 1283 Puyallup, Washington, 98371. Top 4 donors: Steve Gordon, Fremont Dock Company, Brian Haywood, and Susie Burke.
For top quality fencing, trust Contour Fence, locally owned and operated since 1984. For residential or commercial, visit contourfence.com. Use code HAWKS10 for 10% off repairs or replacements and schedule a free consultation today. That's contourfence.com.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, weight, and even ED. Schedule your free testosterone level check with the team at Revive Men's Health Seattle. Text the word BOOST, that's BOOST, to 65555, or visit revivemenshealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used, and ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Today is the NFL's trade deadline. There's already been a few moves this morning, including a rare midseason trade by the Bengals. After losing running back Zach Moss to injury, they acquired Khalil Herbert from the Bears. Cincinnati has only made 2 midseason trades prior to today, sending Carlos Dunlap to the Seahawks in 2020 and adding wide receiver Charlie Joyner in 1972. The Cowboys, meanwhile, traded a 4th-rounder for Panthers wide receiver Jonathan Mingo. Speaking of Dallas, Jerry Jones told reporters the team will likely place quarterback Dak Prescott on IR with a hamstring injury. The earliest he'd be able to return is Monday Night Football in Week 14 against the Bengals.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. It is the NFL's trade deadline today. A special trade deadline edition of The Insiders airs at 1 p.m. Pacific on NFL Network. NFL Network's Mark Ross joining us right now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. And Mark, I am always curious about NFL trade deadlines because they're kind of a unique part of a front office calendar. I would imagine there's some chaos for some organizations, but others kind of stand pat. What's that like, those like GM rooms? Do you get pizza like election night?
It's back in my kind of stretch, there really wasn't a lot of trades. It was just kind of an afterthought, really. There was a couple, actually, when I first started working for the network and we had a whole week of this whole coverage, I was like, guys, nothing really happened. And,
look, listen, calm down.
But we got to build it up. We got to sell it. We got to build it up. And, that year of the Rams and the Bucks when they won, kind of going all in, it changed it a little bit where now you see teams making bigger splashes and huge moves. So, but those teams really know, it's not all 32. There's like 5 or 6 teams that really know what they're doing, if they're really buyers or sellers. If they have a couple players on their team they know they want to get rid of them. It's either the ones that think they can take a shot and make it happen, or ones at the bottom that are looking to the future. And then you have a team like the Cowboys who just give away 4th-round picks for backup players for no reason today for Mingo. Then you got those teams.
Mark, I always try to tell people that football is a team sport. It's rare that you acquire one guy, and that's the dude that's going to put you over the top and make a push for you to really make a run at a Super Bowl. But can you think of a trade that went down over the past recent years to where it was probably more influential than people might have realized?
Well, I think what the Rams did when they kind of went and they got those pieces. They got Ramsey, they got OBJ, the plays that OBJ made down the stretch for sure. That probably is the best example of, okay, but Von Miller also, we got to get a couple key guys, and it really wasn't one. It was a combination of them. So, I don't think one guy will actually push them over the top, but everyone has that feeling when they make these trades. And honestly, though, the best example so far is what we saw on display last night when you're putting the Kansas City Chiefs team that has won back-to-back Super Bowls and already still undefeated, and then you put DeAndre Hopkins on the team, and you can just see in real time, oh, my gosh, here we go. This is what they can do when not struggling, but this guy can make one or two plays a game that just change a game. So, that'll be obviously a huge bonus for them going down the stretch.
See, Mark, when it doesn't concern me, I love a midseason trade, right? Like, I love, like, to your point, seeing Hopkins acquired by the Chiefs, obviously a huge part of last night's game, and that was really fun to watch. However, when it does concern me, I don't want trades. Like, if any NFC West teams decide to go out and get someone to try to better themselves, suddenly that hurts the Seahawks' chances here. Seahawks are in 4th place, but as you know, Mark, it's a very close, very tight divisional race with the Cardinals in first at like 5-4. Are you hearing any rumors about either of the other 3 NFC West teams potentially being in on a move?
Yeah, not really. A few weeks ago, the Rams were kind of seen as if people were saying Cup was going to get traded and they win 2-3 games in a row. It's like, oh, wait a minute, we're in the mix now here in this division. But, yeah, that division has been relatively quiet compared to some of the other ones. And, as you mentioned, it's wide open. So the one game separates the first team and the 4th team, and it'll be a lot of fun to see. All of them have deep flaws, and a lot of them have a lot of positives, and it's just what's going to play out when they start playing each other, and especially against the better teams.
We're here. We have to do damage control every single week here in Seattle, Mark, when the Seahawks lose and Geno is garbage. And I'm trying to break down the film for these guys and really paint a pretty picture for them, an accurate, pretty picture, though. But when I look at the division and I see that the Hawks are one game out of this thing, then I look at the rest of their schedule. I'm trying to find 6 wins, and I'm saying, all right, it's gonna be tough for these guys. So it is a tight race, but in reality, is it not as tight as people might think? With the Niners getting healthy, the Rams looking the way that they are, and the Cardinals putting some games together.
Yeah, that's what you really have to do at this point is, as you said, look at who you're playing. Of course, you want to be in better position now, but all right, here is where we are. We're one game away, and then, okay, now we got to play the Niners. We got to play the Cardinals, and we had to play the Packers, and we got the Vikings too. We got to play the Rams. So it's all in front of them. Whether they can take advantage of that and win those games, that's a different story. But, yes, when you're looking at you've got serious division games down the stretch, okay, well, if we're a legit team, we'll win those games. And we've got one of the heavyweights in the NFC and the Packers and the Vikings right now. Okay, if we're a serious team, we feel confident we can go win them. But when you're just looking at those 5-6 games right there, and you already have 5 losses, it's like, ooh, wait a minute, this could get away from us real fast.
Hey, I know that we brought you on, Mark, to talk primarily about the trade deadline and take a look around the NFL. But while we're on the topic of the Seahawks, and I know that you laughed a bit when Bump joked about needing to mount a defense of the Seahawks every week, but it's because you know some of the problems that they've had, and you know what they've looked like at times. I'm just curious to hear a national perspective. What's your read on the Seahawks, and maybe what to you their biggest problem is?
Well, they're just so inconsistent, and you guys have seen them. It's just even within a game, where, it's always seemed to be playing catch-up and in games. And I don't know if that's just not being prepared or just, okay, we just make too many mistakes early. But just when I watch them, it's going to be some kind of thrilling game with them just trying to furiously come back, but ultimately not come through. Is just and I love Geno. We was with the Giants when we started Geno and got everybody fired because they were, upset about Eli getting benched. So I've always rooted for Geno. So happy for him and his success. But, that O-line doesn't help him much. He doesn't help himself much with a lot of mistakes he makes. And just to me, the lack of consistency overall on both sides of the ball is pretty glaring. No one plays perfectly, but there's certainly some teams that play cleaner games and don't really beat themselves a lot. And just when I look at Seattle, they just beat themselves a lot.
There are a few offenses that I love watching play. Unfortunately, 2 of them are in the division we're in. It's the Niners, the Rams, and then I go over to the Detroit Lions. I love the way they pack things in, use their tight ends to play action and all that good stuff. What do you see in the Seahawks offense? Do you feel like they could be more creative? Do you feel like they're leaving some stuff out there, or do you think Grubb has to call the game the way he's calling it because of his personnel?
Yeah, I think again it gets back down to the inconsistencies, and you think, okay, we've got some legit wide receivers, and we got a stud running back, and a couple tight ends can make plays, and we think we have a quarterback that can do it. And I think again, it's the little things. It's the consistency of what they do and how they do it, and there certainly is a feel for the game when you're calling the game, not just with your coordinator, but with your personnel, with your team. So certainly talent-wise, they have enough, but there's something there that just is lacking with, okay, we're just not doing this the way we should be all the time.
Hey, you made a joke in your first response, and I'm actually glad you did because I wanted to ask you about it. And it was obviously the Cowboys trade, 4th-round pick for Jonathan Mingo. Mark, I'm curious about two things here. One, what the heck is going on? Like, what are the Cowboys thinking with that kind of deal? And two, how do you see wide receiver value in the league? And is there anyone who could be worth a first? Because that is what people are wondering here, who might want to trade DK eventually. So I know that's a double-barrel question. But
yeah, I think, of course, there still is that demand because you've seen, Hopkins and the Ravens get Johnson. And so there definitely is that. And what the Cowboys are doing, just no one knows. It's, they're just a disaster for the franchise. We just got to call it like it is. But when you have Jerry Jones running it with unchecked power and thinking he's the best GM in the league, this is what you see. You see what the Cowboys look like. It's a bad team. They don't have much talent. Now their quarterback's hurt, and you're going all in. You have your owner and your main guy talking about we're going all in, and they're doing nothing. And you're looking at yourself saying, what are you talking about? But this is what happens. And now you make a trade, give away a 4th-round pick for a guy who has been a bad player, so far for a bad team. And that just on no levels makes any sense. And that's why good organizations, they've got checks and balances between the GM and the coaches and the ownership. Everybody has those checks and balances with one another and making sure we're making the right decisions. And just in Dallas, it seems as if, Jerry just does what he wants to do. And doing that has shown that he does not know what he's doing at this point.
Hey, I was watching Monday Night Football with my son last night, and he's 14, and all he knows is Pat Mahomes winning. And he goes, I'm starting to root against Pat Mahomes. I go, why? You don't like success? He goes, yeah, I just want somebody else to win. And I go, son, let me tell you about Tom Brady, man. That was my whole childhood growing up watching that. But I think with the younger generation, I'm starting to hear that a bit more, like the Pat Mahomes fatigue. How are these guys able to just keep getting it done? I know Pat Mahomes plays a big role in that. Travis Kelsey started off slow. Then they get DeAndre Hopkins. Like, what about their management group that allows them to operate the way that they are and continue just to be solid every single year?
Yeah, well, I said it during the Patriots run that when people would always, do it like the Patriots. Well, okay, this is how you do it first. Go get the best quarterback of all time. But now do it like the Patriots. You can't do that. Let's stop. You got to be your own team and go. And we didn't have Patriots fatigue with the Giants. We have 2 Super Bowl rings to prove it, not to throw that in there real fast. But with and I've said the Chiefs are the new Patriots. They are. Mahomes is the new Brady and maybe turn out to be better. And the organization is the same way where you just put people around him, as you've seen with Kareem Hunt, let's just say, going in there. This guy's an afterthought in the league the last few years. Now you go play him Monday night. You watch him, guys running all over the place. It looks like he's, 5 years ago. But that's what happens when you get around a star, and he raises the level of everyone else. Not just a star, but the best player in football. He raises the level of everybody else. And even this year when their offense isn't clicking like it used to, he's 11 for 11 on 3rd downs. Whenever they just need to do something, they do it. And it just doesn't matter if the games are close, you go to overtime, whatever. They're going to do it. It's just inevitable, and that goes down to his greatness. But also Andy Reid, who I worked with in Philly for 8 years, and I think is the best coach of the generation of, okay, this guy knows what he's doing too now. So you put together best coach of the generation, the best quarterback maybe turn out of all time, and a bunch of players who buy into that, and Steve Spagnuolo. Okay, now you got the best defensive coordinator of all time, up there, at least won the most Super Bowls. So you put all of that together, and it's that consistency I talked about of doing things the right way and knowing how to do it a winning way, and they just do it. And it's just like second nature to them. They just go out there and do it. They don't have to try. They don't have to fake it. It's just like, this is what we do. And it's that process that just wears you out throughout a game, throughout a season.
So what you're telling me, Kansas City is now a destination. People want to go to Kansas City because of the culture and the way they do things over there.
Yeah, yes, for sure. And when you go play with that and play for Andy and play with Patrick, that's really the goal. You saw how much it meant to Hopkins last night. I don't know if you saw the interview afterwards, but that he'd been in the abyss there for Tennessee for a while, and he gets there and it changed his life. I mean, he's been there 2 weeks and is talking about how it's changed his life. So that's the effect it can have, not just on people and players, but a guy like that who's, a perennial Pro Bowler.
Hey, Mark, leaning on the front office background for this last question for me. So as opposed to trade deadline talk, you said, hey, people think it's – so the first thing you have to do is get the best quarterback ever. And you laughed because of it, which is fair, because a pet peeve of mine is people who think, oh, it's just so easy to build exactly like this team that's winning. Why don't you just do that? One thing that Bump and I hear a lot from Seattle fans are, why don't you just tank? Like, what? You're middling. You're in the middle of the road. Why don't you just be really horrible and get those top picks? But while I'm sure in a front office there is a desirability of like a top pick is great, there's also a culture cost. How do you balance wanting to get those top picks and also knowing that that doesn't guarantee success?
Yeah, well, that has never been, and I've talked about this a lot when I get asked that. No NFL team ever or organization's like, we're going to tank.
Right.
It's just you're one play away from your career being over. So no player is going there like that. I've never been around, and I've been on 2, 3, and 13 teams, once in Philly way back, and then with the Giants, and even winning that 1 or 2 games, 3 games, it was euphoria in the locker room. So it was never going into it thinking we're just going to be bad and we want to be bad, and because there's just too many people's careers on the lines and on the field and off the field. So, and then you get to the flip side of it. Well, okay, you tank and you're up there. Well, do you take a Bryce Young and it doesn't work out, or Anthony Richardson, who's and you look at all these other quarterbacks who have not made it. So it's almost fool's gold to think that, okay, this is going to solve it. But I just have never been around an organization or team that thought we are just going to intentionally lose, or never even remotely heard that in the building at all. So fellow Seattle fans, you got to just build your team. You got to go through each season the best way and prepare to make the right decisions when you do have picks and make trades.
It's so refreshing to hear, though. Both Bump and I always tell people, like, you don't want that life. You don't want that life. And there is a cost. You get the pick, but there's a cost to getting that pick. So he is NFL Network's Mark Ross. Don't forget, a special trade deadline edition of The Insiders airs today, 1 p.m. Pacific on NFL Network. Mark, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Mark.
Sure thing. My pleasure. Take care.
Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline 1, the very first college football playoff poll will be revealed later today at 4 p.m. What's the real headline?
Let's hope the only voting controversy of the day comes from this. Bump, your Cougs are currently ranked 20th in the AP poll. They have a real chance of making the 12-team college football playoff. If they win out, Wazoo would only be eligible for one of the 7 at-large bids.
Yeah, it's a long shot, but we got a shot. Steph Curry pulls up from the logo all the time.
Steph Curry with the shot.
So we shall see what happens. I hope everyone else is safe today, and whatever side wins, don't go crazy, because tomorrow everybody will still be here. Just like my Cougs. Get it done, and let's live, baby. Keep going after it. It's going to take some losses for my Cougs to really get in there. But the fact that we're being talked about, and there's another team in the state ain't being talked about, makes me feel pretty good about my guys. Man, I do understand, man. I know I shoot shots at the Huskies all the time.
How dare you?
They are rebuilding. You got to understand what's going on over there. They'll be fine, but this year belongs to the Cougs.
Speaking of the Huskies, I did not get to this story earlier, but just a heads up for you guys, this week's Washington-Penn State game will be shown in select IMAX theaters across the country. A list of theaters in Washington showing the game, so take a listen for the city in which you live or if it's close to you. Bellevue, Cinemark Lincoln Square Cinemas. Bellingham, Regal Barclay Village. Kent,
Hey.
AMC Kent
I know
Station.
that theater.
Lacey, Regal Martin Village. Linwood, AMC Alderwood Mall. Seattle, Regal Thornton Place. Spokane, AMC River Park Square.
So they booked the theaters just so it's empty by halftime.
Okay, wow. That's
Gotcha.
really rude. That's really
I'm
rude.
just saying, pick a game that these guys really got a chance of winning, though. Why this game?
Well, because it's the Penn State whiteout. Seeing that in IMAX,
Yeah.
that's pretty,
Oh, that's
pretty
kind of
crazy.
cool. That's kind of
Yeah,
cool.
but y'all think you got a chance in this one?
Look, that college student that pushed Jason Kelsey brought bad karma on this team. I don't care if they're one of the best teams in the country. That's bad karma. Washington's ready to strike.
All right.
Okay, maybe not. But
You never know, though. You never know.
you never know.
Headline rewrites.
The NFL trade deadline is today. All deals must be submitted to the league in the next 40 minutes. What's the real headline?
If you're in line to make a trade, please stay in line. This is very important.
Yeah.
I don't think the Seahawks are in line.
No, they're not. They're at home. They've already sent in their
ballots.
trays, their ballots. They're at the house saying, you sillies, you should have got this done a long time ago. Now you're waiting in line. Got to deal with all the drama that ensues when you are waiting in these lines. But no, this is a fun part of the year, but it's different than MLB trade deadline, NBA trade deadline. In the MLB and NBA, or in MLB, I should say. I always get caught up saying the MLB. In MLB, you can trade for a bat or two that really pushes you into contention. And in the NFL, you're not going to get that. You're going to get a couple guys that will give you some depth, that will improve in some area. But if your team isn't already a contender, a trade is not going to make you a contender. So it's fun to watch, but it's just a different kind of watching.
Yeah, mid-season trades, this is why I love conversations about mid-season trades. Sometimes they make you better for the future or can end up being impactful the following year. So I think that we see it from, you're right, that MLB lens of like, are you seller or are you buyer? Like, what are you going to do? Are you really going to contend? And you look at some of the trades the Seahawks have made, Dwayne Brown, Carlos Dunlap, Quandre Diggs, where Diggs and Brown ended up being especially impactful later on.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, the Chiefs moved to 8-0 last night after escaping with an overtime win over the Bucs. What's the real headline?
They might have Todd Bowles to thank. Now, we are going to talk more about this coming up in NFL headlines. So, Bump, my question for you is simply, if you were Todd Bowles, would you have gone for 2 or kicked the point after touchdown?
I'm going for 2 all day. Yesterday, I said I'm a bit more conservative on the 4th and 1 situation with the Seahawks. I would have kicked it. But you're looking at Matthew Stafford and a Rams offense that you forced 7 3-and-outs. Now you're looking at the Chiefs, a team that if Pat Mahomes has the football in overtime, it's a wrap. They're not going to kick a field goal. They're going to drive down and win the ball game. That's exactly what happens. But I also want to say, you always go with whatever the head coach feels and thinks. He's not just saying, let's see, rock, paper, scissors. Do we go for it or not? No. He's weighing up the situation. He's talking to his coaches, getting the analytics, and then he makes the decision he feels is best for his team in that moment. And they were hanging with the Chiefs. It's not like, they weren't able to move the ball or get a couple stops. They did that. So it's coming from a place of knowledge. Me personally, the knowledge I would have went with is that's number 15. That's enough for me to go for it.
Would you describe the Seahawks under Mike McDonald so far as an aggressive team, a mildly aggressive team, a timid team? Where would they rank on the scale, do you think?
Who?
I think they're leaning aggressive.
The
Seahawks.
The Seahawks? Oh, they're aggressive.
Right?
There are several times they've gone for it. Like we've seen 1 or 2 4th and shorts they've gone for every single game, I feel like. Might have missed 1 or 2. But they're aggressive. I like that.
All right, you guys, speaking of Todd Bowles and that decision, that's where we're going to start for NFL headlines, but we have a lot to get to, including a very intriguing stat about Jackson Smith-Njigba. That's next.
This is Seattle Sports.
Now he's throwing end zone. Got his man. Touchdown! Seahawks! JSM!
A lot of people looking for some answers and trying to figure out what this team can do to start winning again.
Throws to Nakua downfield. Reaching up. Intercepted. It's 1.
The things that we did to hurt ourselves in that game, we have to be able to eliminate those things.
Free play. Goes down far sidelines. It's Tyler Lockett. Touchdown! Seahawks!
We are the home of the Seahawks.
Build up to Black Friday with savings all month long at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save up to $500 on select LG major appliances. And get holiday inflatables for under $20. Because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 10/24 through 11/5. Applies to select LG major appliances only. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items. While supplies last.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50 on your print purchase. From posters and flyers to signs and menus, Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. And with Staples Print Perfect Guarantee, it's done right or it's printed again free. Plus, same-day service is available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. And 7/6, visit staples.com/print for details.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer. Oh, no.
So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning. The cap is loose on that ketchup.
Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
This is Brock Huard. If you're retired or retiring soon and concerned about the future, call Tila Mortgage today to find out the benefits of a reverse mortgage. Tila's been locally owned and trusted right here in the Seattle Metro for over 25 years. Just ask yourself, do I settle for a retirement that just gets me by? I say no. Tila will see if you can retire more comfortably with a home equity conversion mortgage. They can help you refinance your current mortgage and convert a portion of your home's equity into a line of credit, providing benefits like no monthly mortgage payments or cash back to pay off bills, do home improvement projects, or build up a cash reserve for safety and peace of mind. Plus, you get to keep your home. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Call 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
Insurance and property taxes are borrower's responsibility. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
If your home's heating system is 10 years or older, it needs a tune-up. Your furnace and heat pump work extremely hard, and after 10 years, wear and tear can cause a failure. The last thing you want this winter. Deere Services is now offering a heating system tune-up with a no breakdown guarantee and no service fees for just $49. A thorough inspection and recalibration for just $49. Visit DEARservices.net. Make an appointment, and we'll be there within 3 hours. Deere Services, Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Geno Smith was under pressure on 59% of his dropbacks Sunday. The Rams ended up with 26 total pressures, the highest total in a game this season, and they sacked Smith 7 times. Yesterday, Mike McDonald was asked how difficult it is to evaluate your quarterback's performance when he's facing that much pressure.
Yeah, it's really we got to do a better job of taking care of Geno, throughout the course of the game. I mean, we have to be more efficient on those early downs so teams aren't teeing off on us on second and long, and it's hard. Now, in those situations, we do have, at the end of the day, we got to be ball dominant. So we can't put the ball in harm's way. Geno knows that. I know that's why he's really hard on himself right now. But it is more of a reflection of us as a football team than just Geno when the quarterback's getting hit. So we got to do a better job.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and $250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you. Guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
The Harnish Auto family has always found ways to make a difference in our communities, and the need never stops, and neither does the Harnish Auto family. Hey, Brock Huard here. With the holidays approaching, we often think of those less fortunate. Food bank supply, well, it's at an all-time low, but we can help. Drop off non-perishable food items at any of the 6 Harnish dealerships this November for food banks from Everett to Puyallup. Visit Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Subaru, and Volkswagen of Puyallup, or Chevrolet and Kia of Everett to donate today. It's the Harnish Auto family, where people matter.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Taking a look around the NFL, we are going to start with last night's Monday Night Football game. Congratulations to the Chiefs, who remain undefeated. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers entered 4-4, put up a fight, and it really all came down to the final 30 seconds. The Bucs got a touchdown with 30 seconds left in regulation. Baker Mayfield found wide receiver Ryan Miller for a 1-yarder. So it's 24-23 at the time. It was fair to wonder whether the Bucs would go for 2 to try to get a win, at least force the Chiefs to get a field goal, rather than play for a tie. They didn't, as you all know now. Instead, they just took the extra point. So head coach Todd Bowles for the Bucs under a lot of scrutiny following this one. This is what he told reporters about why he didn't give much thought to going for 2.
Very minor. We wanted to get it to overtime with the wet conditions on the field. We felt like we had to go into overtime instead of go for 2. So we had our shots. We lost the game.
Knowing that Todd made that decision in part because of weather and he'd rather just get to overtime, do you think it was the right decision?
I think whatever decision he made is the right decision. He's the leader of that ball club. We can scrutinize all we want to. That's what we're paid to do. Well, what I would have done, I would have went for 2 because I know number 15 is nasty back there. He threw for 291, 3 touchdowns. And when they got the football after the coin toss, I told my son, it is a wrap. Keep on hating on Pat Mahomes because he's going to drive this football down the field. So now I'm okay with his decision because his team was playing okay. I mean, Baker Mayfield was taking care of the football. What if they would have gotten the football? Baker Mayfield was 23 of 31, 300, 2 touchdowns. He was playing good enough to win that ball game for them. It came down to the coin toss.
Well, the Chiefs might have the best record in the NFL. The Commanders have the second best record in the NFC, which is surprising a lot of people. And they are in win-now mode. They just traded a 2025 third and fourth round pick for Saints Pro Bowl cornerback Marshon Lattimore. What's that mean for Washington?
It means that they're getting better. It means
good for them.
that the team. I think the Commanders they're the America's team, America's darling this year, right? You see what's going on over there. They're making moves. I'm happy for them. Jaden Daniels for MVP. He's not going to get it, though.
From NFL Next Gen Stats, here's a Seahawks story for you. Jackson Smith-Njigba leads the NFL with 41 receptions and 486 receiving yards from the slot this season.
From the sleazy. It's crazy what one game does. If he doesn't have a $180, could have had the second most receiving yards in franchise history behind Steve Largent by like 3 yards. Largent did it in 87 against the Lions. It's crazy what one game does for you. It heightens your profile. We were asking for JSN to do more, and in DK's absence, he does exactly that. I'm happy for the kid. Let's build off of this.
You had this in 4-down territory, but we're getting back to it. The Jets were able to find a taker for wide receiver Mike Williams. They're sending him to the Steelers for a 2025 fifth-round pick. Pittsburgh also added pass rusher Preston Smith from the Packers for a 7th-round pick. The Steelers clearly in it to win. I'll say this about the Steelers. They've surprised a lot of people this season. Russell Wilson's made a bit of a comeback there with Pittsburgh, and it's really cool to see. They have one of the most difficult remaining schedules of any team in the league.
Still. The Steelers with a steal. I think Mike Williams is going to help. Aaron Rodgers has a tendency just to kill the confidence in players and coaches. So I'm happy he's out of there. It was a toxic relationship. Good for you. Get over there to Russell Wilson. Let him throw you some bombs.
If you were wondering whether or not Anthony Richardson would be moved at the deadline, the answer is no. According to ESPN, multiple teams have inquired about the availability of the Colts' second-year quarterback, but they've been told that he is off limits. Are you surprised by that at all?
No, and good for the Colts. You sit there, you let him marinate, let him learn. He has physical capabilities for sure. From what I hear, he's a hard worker. He's showing up early. He's leaving late. He's doing all the right things. He's just young. 10 games in, 44% completion rate. Let him sit and learn. Do not rush the process. The only concern I do have is you got to make sure Jonathan Taylor is healthy and available when you do have Anthony Richardson so they can have the Kirkland signature version of the Baltimore Ravens with Lamar and D. Henry back there. But no, you keep this young man. This is, it goes against everything that the NFL is at this point. So go against the grain. Let him learn. He'll be fine.
I had a listener who texted in, hey, I think Jaden Daniels is going to get offensive rookie of the year. But I think MVP is going to Lamar. Otherwise, he'd be in the conversation. So then I found myself wondering, Curtis, you can join in on this trivia guess too. I found myself wondering whether an NFL rookie had ever won MVP. It has happened only one time, and it was prior to 1965. It is...
No. Let me guess.
Okay.
Let me guess.
A rookie who won MVP. Only time it's ever happened in NFL history.
Is it Jim Brown?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is Jim Brown, who is the only player ever rushed for 942 yards on 202 carries that season, 9 touchdowns, 12 games season. Moving on, Jerry Jones told Dallas's 105.3 The Fan that they plan to place Dak Prescott on IR with his hamstring injury. That means the earliest Dak could return for the Cowboys is the Monday Night Football game in Week 14 against the Bengals. Cooper Rush is going to serve as Dallas's backup. As their starter. Trey Lance will be handling backup duties. Best of luck to Cooper Rush. I would not mind seeing Trey Lance in a game, Pump.
This means absolutely nothing. It means nothing.
Cowboys are out of it.
They're going to be... Hey, Dak said it himself. They freaking suck. They're not a good football team.
It's so weird.
This is a vacation for Dak. Now people can get off of his head and let Cooper Rush go in there and try to make himself some money so next year he's a backup somewhere else or there. You got to pay him. Yeah, this means nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to see Trey Lance in there, though. I would love that.
I would, too. I mean, you already know that from the East, it's going to be the Commanders and Eagles. The wild card team is coming from the NFC East, a wild card team coming from the North, and then that's probably means just one from the West.
Yep.
Speaking of the Cowboys, Zeke Elliott was a healthy scratch on Sunday for disciplinary reasons. From NFL Network's Jane Slater, Zeke Elliott's a healthy scratch today. It's the first time in his career, according to a number of sources, says Jane. Elliott has been distracted this season, aside from habitual tardiness. Habitual tardiness.
Ooh-wee.
He's missed 3 team meetings, with Friday's meeting that he missed being the final straw. Both parties decided it was best he didn't make the trip to Atlanta, which is wild.
I mean, if he's missing meetings, don't send him to Atlanta. We know what happens in Atlanta.
You know,
okay?
Also,
the entertainment there is amazing, according to some. Also, bro, you're missing Friday meetings. What are you in college, going out on Thursday night? Like, what are you doing,
Zeke Elliott is checked out. He's checked out. He does not, to me, if both Elliott and the Cowboys are like, you're right, it's probably best I don't play, you're done. You don't want to be employed by this team. You do not want to be playing for this team. This is a place where you are frustrated. You are not happy. Like, it's just do the Cowboys have too much talent to be playing like they're playing, or did they overperform last year?
I think that it's a bit of both. But they've done that for 3 consecutive
That's
years.
what I was gonna
Here's
say.
the thing is that you never bring back the exact same football team, though. In the NFL, you don't do it. In most sports, you don't do it. In every sport, you don't do it. You don't bring back the exact same team. And in football, I think the drop-off is more rapid than any other sport because it's such contingency on your physical capabilities that 29 and 30 is different. 25 and 26 is different for running backs. The drop-off is crazy. I think it has to be all the above.
Shale Kapadia of The Ringer was on with us in August, and we were revisiting an interview that we had with him where he made a prediction about the Seahawks that is actually looking very much right now. The entire point of the segment isn't to give Shale a pat on the back, but because part of what he said is also good news for the Seahawks. So there's a little bit of a silver lining. That's coming up at 1. Before we get to that, we had Mark Ross of NFL Network on with us to begin this hour. He was talking about the trade deadline, but we also asked him about tanking because he's worked in a front office before. And he explained the view that front office executives have on trying to get those top picks. That's coming up next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
They've lost 5 of 6. Is there one thing you could point to? What's the biggest reason?
Number one, it's offensive line. And I think everybody probably has already figured that out. I saw Charles Cross get beat a couple of times.
Yeah.
And, he is a good left tackle.
You knew it was going to be tough regardless of win or loss because that's just what happens with the Rams. But the self-inflicted wounds, Dave, the things we saw in that Bills game that cropped up again.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
This is Steve Almond with Pacific Power Batteries. I've been thinking we should focus our advertising better with maybe geofencing, attaching cookies. Nah. How many of you out there in Radio Land need a battery right now, today? Raise your hand. Maybe 2% of the listening audience? Okay, that might be high. Maybe there's just 2 of you. So, Jim and Derek, if you're listening, come on into Pacific Power Batteries. We'll find the right battery no matter what it is.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Breathe easy.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back, I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Elshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
If you're injured in the state of Washington, here's what matters. Who represents you matters. The experience of their staff matters. Their investigation team and track record of success matters. Davis Law Group was founded in Seattle and has been winning cases for more than 30 years. We know Washington State, we know our courts, and we know how to deliver the highest level of client satisfaction. And that's what matters.
An airliner without warning plunges into the Gulf of Alaska. No one knows why. There are no survivors, and loved ones are left to wonder, what happened to Flight 293? Unsolved Histories. What happened to Flight 293? Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Heritage Mechanical and Auto Repair reminds listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Heritage Mechanical and Auto Repair. Family owned and proudly serving our community since 1998.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
All right, guys, you looking for a fun night out? It's Mike Salk here to remind you that Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go, unwind, and have some fun, and to eat some great food. Make sure to check out 12 Moons. And then Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood has the amazing happy hour menu that starts at 4 p.m. And Falls Buffet, they're serving up all your favorites like the prime rib every day, the fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fry, noodles, pizza, salad bar, dessert bar. They make their pies every day. All with breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. It is Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown, Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Mark Ross of NFL Network was on with us to begin this hour, and we brought him on to talk about the trade deadline, what he'd heard about other NFC West teams, what he was making of Seattle's season so far, and some of the moves that they'd made. But as part of this conversation, we also said, Mark, you've worked in a front office before with the Giants. And while we're curious about what the trade deadline is like, we're also curious about what it's like to try to build your team up, because the Seahawks are in this place, and Bump, you know this, listeners know this. The Seahawks are in this place where you're middle of the road. So you don't get to a Super Bowl, but you also don't get a top 5 pick to try to go get a superstar blue chip talent. You find yourself at pick number 16, pick number 14, pick number 20, just kind of hoping that you hit gold, right? Or strike gold and find a way to improve. So I said, what do you make of tanking? You can't legally do it. Like, you're not allowed to do it or supposed to do this as an NFL team, but what do front office executives think about the opportunity to get those top picks?
No NFL team ever or organization's like, we're going to tank.
Right.
And it's just you're one play away from your career being over. So no player is going there like that.
Yeah.
I've never been around, and I've been on 2, 3, and 13 teams, once in Philly way back, and then with the Giants. And even winning that 1 or 2 games, 3 games, it was euphoria in the locker room. So it was never going into it thinking we're just going to be bad and we want to be bad, and because there's just too many people's careers on the lines and on the field and off the field. So, and then you get to the flip side of it. Well, okay, you tank and you're up there. Well, do you take a Bryce Young and it doesn't work out, or Anthony Richardson is and you look at all these other quarterbacks who have not made it. So it's almost fool's gold to think that, okay, this is going to solve it. But I just have never been around an organization or team that thought we are just going to intentionally lose, or never even remotely heard that in the building at all. So, fellow Seattle fans, you got to just build your team. You got to go through each season the best way and prepare to make the right decisions when you do have picks and make trades.
It's not easy to build that way, and I find myself, Bump, looking at the Lions, who got Aiden Hutchinson at number 2 overall, or Penny Sewell, who was also a top 10 pick, and you go, that'd be nice. That'd be great. It'd be so nice to be able to have number 4 overall, or 3 overall, or 2 overall. or God forbid 1 overall, but there is a hidden cost to a top
I'm just
pick.
glad we had somebody who's been in management and put it out there. No team tanks. No team wants to tank.
No.
It's not good for your health. It's not good for your culture. It's not good for your football team. He said the euphoria in the locker room. In the locker room, after a win, it could be your first win, it could be your 10th win. You are excited about wins because you know how hard it is to win football games in the NFL. That's why I look at the Chiefs and I just make a nasty face. I'm like, goodness gracious, you guys. But how many number 1 picks overall have we seen just automatic boom, they're going to hit? How many second picks? How many third picks, fourth picks, fifth picks? It's a gamble. It is the lottery, but you have a better chance of hitting if you are drafting early. But what does that mean? That means that you Seattle fans, you 12s, you got to sit there and watch a 3 to 4 win team for the whole season. You're already upset at a 4 and 5 win team. 4 wins, 5 losses. You are upset. You are ready to replace the quarterback. You are questioning whether Mike McDonald should be the guy. You are questioning if Grubb is the guy. You have all these questions and frustrations. Imagine if you stood no chance in every single game. Imagine if you don't win any games the rest of the season. How frustrated you would be.
You'd be a laughingstock.
You want to sit through that? You might say you want to right now and then say, why? Because we might get a top pick in the end. Okay, but what does that mean about your team? You get a top pick doesn't mean that, okay, now your team's going to be good to go. I just explained to you how one player is not going to shift your team. It's not guaranteed to shift your team. And then you look at Caleb Williams having a great year with the Chicago Bears. You know what they have? Weapons for days. Weapons for days. They're not guaranteed to get into the playoffs. And I told y'all they wasn't going to get into the playoffs. Down the road, they might. But if you look at, say you were to get the number 1 pick in this draft this year, and you go ahead and get yourself a quarterback, guess what? Still can't protect that quarterback. You still can't protect them. And finding an offensive lineman is the hardest thing to find in football, I think. A great 5 offensive linemen that can work. Most of us can look at a quarterback and tell if he's good or not, especially in college. There's going to be 5 or 6 guys who are great, then everyone else is just okay. But it's a tricky game to play. Me personally, I'd rather build a team that is getting better every single year. And then if I do find a quarterback in the draft, if I'm fortunate or less fortunate to draft that early, if I still got these pieces, then okay, I think we're good to go. But there are bigger issues with this ball club. It's not just getting a top 5 pick. It's making sure the O-line is good. It's making sure that young guys are developing. And I see some pieces here. It's just going to take some time, and it's going to take a year or 2.
I would just caution against rooting for losses because it makes your pick better. And I think it's such a natural thing to do when you feel like the season's lost. You're like, well, shoot, at this point, I'd rather have a 5th overall pick or a 6th overall pick. And I completely get it. But to Bump's point, there's a culture cost. There's a real cost there. And not only that, but if you're drafting at 3 overall, you're drafting at 3 overall for a reason, unless that was acquired via trade, you're a bad team. Like the Panthers drafting at 1 overall are drafting there for a reason. And there is a reason also that you see so many of the same teams in the top 10 year after year, because it takes them a while to build up that culture.
Yep.
So if you are not going to be able to get a top 5 pick, and if you're not going to be able to tank and get these really high draft picks, then how can you improve the roster? Because we both agree the Seahawks need to do that.
Yeah. Off season, you look at every possibility. You know what frustrates me sometimes about the text lines is that they take like a piece of an analysis and say, "Whoa, this is what they should do." You didn't say that. If you listen to me clearly, listen to me right now, everybody. Stop what you're doing. Tell your boss, look,
1, 2, 3,
I gotta
eyes
listen.
on me.
I gotta listen. Okay, right now, Geno and DK are off the table. They are not non-negotiables. You're not trading them. When the offseason comes around and you want to improve your team, you take your most expensive assets and you have conversations with other teams about the things that you want. I'm saying right now, it is what it is. You got to ride this thing out. The O-line ain't going nowhere. Geno ain't going nowhere. Stop talking about DK. This is going to be your team. When the season is over, that's when you start to wheel and deal and see what's going on. That's when you talk to teams about DK. You talk to teams about Geno. You talk to Geno about his contract. Everything is on the table at that point. But in this moment right now, nothing's going to happen. You could lose the rest of your games. It's a possibility. You could lose the rest of your games. I don't foresee that happening. I think the offense plays too well at times. I think the defense is improving. I think that special teams defensively has been on point. For the most part, Myers has been on point. The reason why he pulled that PAT was because he had pressure. Somebody came through the right side and forced him to pull it left. Like there's an avenue for this team to get better and win some more ball games. I'm looking at other teams and I'm saying those teams are winning ball games. Do you think you're going to be worse than the Panthers?
No.
You think you're going to be worse than
The Saints?
The Saints?
Nope.
No.
Titans?
You're
No.
not. The Titans? No.
Raiders? Nope.
You're not. So that's the reality. Unless those teams figure something out that we haven't seen, and this team just plays worse collectively than we've seen, it's going to take a lot for you guys for this team to get in the top 5 when it comes to picks. So just hunker down. This is going to be the squad. And if they lose the rest of the games and you get what you want, good for you.
Mm-hmm.
But off of my knowledge and analysis, they're going to win a few more ball games.
Well, and you don't want to take yourself out when you're so close in a divisional race. Like, it does, I'm going to be honest, it does irk me a little bit, even if I try to be objective or think of it with a reporter lens and not a fan lens. It does rub me the wrong way when people at 5-4 in a division, or excuse me, at 4-5 in a division where the leader is 5-4, go, just tank the rest of the season. Like, what do you mean? No one has pulled away in this division.
You know what tanking does? It puts jobs at risk. They're already at risk every year. Coaches, players, GMs. Nobody's going to do that purposely.
No. Shio Kapadia was on with us in August and said something about how the Seahawks can become a wild card team. They just need to figure this one thing out. That's next.
This is Seattle Sports.
Now he's throwing end zone. Got his man. Touchdown! Seahawks! JSM!
A lot of people looking for some answers and trying to figure out what this team can do to start winning again.
Throws to Nakua downfield. Reaching up. Intercepted. It's one.
But the things that we did to hurt ourselves in that game, we have to be able to eliminate those things.
Free play. Goes down far sideline. It's Tyler Lockett. Touchdown! Seahawks!
We are the home of the Seahawks.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And their massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out johnsonfitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
Build better benefits for your employees with the MBA Health Trust. The Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at mbahealthtrust.com.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Hey, diamond lovers. Shane Company knows fine jewelry. That means a lot when you're looking for a dream engagement ring, a beautiful keepsake, or the perfect gift. When it's this important, you want someone who knows exactly how to work with your budget, not against it. Someone who knows you deserve a piece more beautiful than you've ever imagined. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've always sourced our diamonds and gemstones directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. Come see us in store and compare our wide selection of diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in different shapes and sizes. So many in stock and ready to take home today. Create your dream engagement ring in 3 easy steps, or pick a perfectly preset ring that's created by our in-house design team. Browse our selection of fine jewelry gifts for everyone in your life, from diamond and gemstone studs to must-have tennis bracelets and beautiful birthstone necklaces. With our everyday competitive prices and unmatched free lifetime warranty, Shane Company is your go-to destination for fine jewelry. Visit shaneco.com and come in to see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Lori Matsukawa. Washington's general election is Tuesday, November 5th, and election officials across the state are making sure every eligible vote counts. Make your choices, sign your ballot envelope, and return it to an official drop box by 8 p.m. November 5th. Or if you mailed your ballot, make sure it's postmarked by Election Day. Don't let a late postmark disqualify your ballot. Visit sos.wa.gov/elections for more information.
Sponsored by the Office of Secretary of State,
WSAB and this station.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Hey, it's G. Scott. Since the beginning in 2014, Nourishing Neighbors has raised over $36 million to help food banks and other hunger relief agencies in Washington. The Albertsons and Safeway Foundation would like to sincerely thank all the customers, employees, and partners over the past 10 years. Nourishing Neighbors continues to support initiatives including food for kids, grocery cards for the holidays, and innovation grants, so please keep donating and volunteering. Visit nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
An airliner heads for Alaska with 101 passengers and crew. Then, somewhere over the Gulf of Alaska, Flight 293 slams into the icy waters below.
Even if all 4 engines quit, it just doesn't fall out of the sky.
No bodies were recovered. Loved ones had no closure and were left to wonder.
What happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories, What Happened to Flight 293 is available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
It's the NFL's trade deadline. We've already seen a few last-minute moves around the league. Here are the latest. The Rams are trading cornerback Tre'Davious White to the Ravens for Adam Schefter. The Commanders are acquiring cornerback Marshon Lattimore from the Saints. The team confirmed that news themselves this afternoon. And finally, the Steelers have made 2 moves. They acquired Packers defensive end Preston Smith for a 7th-round pick and Jets wide receiver Mike Williams for a 5th-round pick.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. I want you to think to yourself right now your immediate answer to this question. Can the Seahawks be a playoff team this year? To be completely transparent, I immediately thought to myself, no. I just anticipate 2 teams from the East, 2 teams from the North, and that the NFC West winner is going to have a less than stellar record and not be especially strong unless it's the 49ers and they get really healthy. But we asked that question to Sheil Kapadia, who was on with us in August, and here's what he said.
I look at them and I say, man, if you guarantee me that it's just going to be an average offensive line, I think I've got them as a sneaky wild card team in the NFC. You know, I think that Geno Smith will be good enough. I like the pass catchers. I like the coaching staff. And I just told you, I think the defense is going to overachieve. So that's kind of where I'm at with them.
So now what if I asked you the same question, but I said, okay, with a 15th ranked offensive line, could this same Seahawks team, based on everything you've seen from them, be a sneaky wildcard team?
Yes, 15th. That's all we were asking for, you and I, at the beginning of the season. It's just, all right, be average on defense, be average with the offensive line, and the offense will take care of the rest. And if you think about it, at one point, the Hawks had the most accurate passer in the game with the most yards in the game. And they had the most explosive receiver in the game with the most 20-plus yard plays in the game, and up there when it comes to touchdowns. He was like top third or whatnot. If you just have a average offensive line, you know what you have? You also have a running back who's up there because Ken Walker can make up for some missed assignments, some missed blocks. He'll break some tackles. If you have an average offensive line on this team, oh, yeah, we're talking playoffs for sure. We are talking playoffs most definitely, especially when we're looking at what the defense has done as of late, getting takeaways the last couple of games. Didn't get any sacks, but you're getting pressures. The D-line's looking good. You held the Rams to what, 60-something yards, I believe, 67 yards the other day when Kyron Williams was having himself a good year. First game in 10 games, he didn't score a touchdown. Or did he score a touchdown? He didn't score a touchdown, right?
Kyron Williams?
No, I don't think he did.
They were pretty good decent against the Rams.
So I'm looking at the team where they are now, and I'm saying most definitely if you have an average line, you're good to go. And Kapadia thought that they were capable of having at least an average offensive line. I think most of us thought that they would have at least an average offensive line, mainly because we felt like Abe Lucas would be back earlier too. And you still haven't seen Abe.
I think that Shale's premise back in August was still, as a reporter who was expecting the defense to overachieve, to Bump already made the point that they are getting better, but that they're probably not as good as Shale was expecting them to be. And that was part of his premise. Part of his premise was, I'm kind of expecting the defense is going to surprise people. But the offensive line is still the fundamental issue. You saw how good Jackson Smith-Njigba can be. You've seen how solid Geno can be, how solid Ken Walker can be. You know that a great DK Metcalf game is one where he just kind of takes over and has a ton of explosive plays. And we know that Tyler Lockett is incredibly dependable and reliable. You know that they've got great weapons. It's so frustrating. It's so incredibly frustrating to know that in a very weak NFC West, you could be a playoff team if you could just find a way to improve there. How much of it could be improved? Maybe with play calling. This was something that Shale was wondering about Ryan Grubb.
Just a question to me with Grubb is, are you able to do that with this offensive line? And if you're not able to do that with this offensive line, what's your plan B? How do you scheme around it if those opportunities are not available to you? So,
is Ryan Grubb able to scheme around this offensive line? Have you seen him scheming around this offensive line, or do you think that's something that, as a coordinator who had the best offensive line in college, he's still figuring out?
I haven't looked at the film with those type of eyes. And how do you scheme around the offensive line? I gave my 2 cents before the game on Sunday and said I would move the pocket a bit. If you are, and how do you help an offensive lineman? You help with attaching the tight end to your weaker side so you can help with the pass pro. We've seen that. You help with having your running backs chip as they hit the flat, helping pass pro. We've seen that. You help with calling some misdirection type of plays to kind of fool the defense. We've seen that at times, not as much as some other organizations and how they operate. There are only so many things you can do with offensive linemen. If it's 3rd and long and it's 3rd and 8 and everyone knows you're throwing the football, you come out in a 2-by-2 and they have 6 guys in the box. That tackle's going to have to take care of that edge. Other tackle's going to have to take care of that edge. You have to identify the mic. The back can't stay back and help out with the extra rusher. There's only so much you can do. You can help out by moving the pocket and attaching and chipping and doing all that stuff, but there's only so much you can do. I think if there's anything I would like to see more that will help this offensive line, just move the dang pocket sometimes.
Well, and there's only so much you can do when you're facing, as you've mentioned, 3rd and long, right? So with a bad offensive line, there's only so much you can do. And if you are facing 3rd and 2, you have more options at your disposal as a play caller than if you're facing 3rd and 9 or 3rd and 15 or 3rd and 22. Mina Kimes points out the Seahawks are really struggling there.
I saw this stat that just took my breath away. Ben Solak posted this from Stats and Info. So far this year, the Seahawks have to gain an average of 8.9 yards on 3rd down. That's not just the worst in the NFL. That's the worst of any offense since 1980.
Jeez.
Whoa. You're blaming Geno Smith for this? They can't run the ball. They can't pass protect him unless he gets that ball out quickly. And this has been an issue with Seattle for years now. At a certain point, you got to go to the front office and look at them, because this has been a consistent problem with this football team season after season after season.
That is not just a Geno problem. It is not just a DK problem. It is not just a problem with a defense that can't get off the field, although they certainly need to. You have an offensive line problem, and when you have a big offensive line problem, it becomes everyone's problem. And you start seeing these things like, oh, God, they just can't convert on 3rd down. And when you break it down, as Benjamin Solak did, Mina referencing a quote he pulled from ESPN Stats and Info, when you break it down and you go, oh, maybe they're bad on 3rd down because they're constantly facing 3rd and long.
So what you're saying is Geno is asked to perform in a situation that no other quarterback is asked to perform in that same situation at a high level, at a high rate. No other quarterback is seeing the third and whatevers like Mina pointed out. No other quarterback is feeling that pressure and then having to face that third and whatever and then having to do it behind the offensive line that you have. Sometimes it's deeper than just what the eye sees. It's deeper than just what Bobby's dad sees when he's on the couch watching the Seahawks play. And sometimes it maybe takes some different voices. I think sometimes the fans in this area who listen to our show every day, we appreciate y'all and love y'all, who listen to the show every day and hear me giving reasons why Geno is not to blame for a lot of these. It's like when I talk to my kids and they hear my voice every single day, then I send them to their trainer. They say the same thing. Did you know what so-and-so said? I go, really? Mad. Did he say that? That's amazing. That's amazing because I've been saying the same thing for X amount of years with you. I think that's what it is. People get tired of hearing local analysts talk about the team as if we're constantly defending them when we're giving you reasons why things are happening. So I hope it's refreshing that Mina gives you a different angle. And then you look at that angle, you say, oh, okay. Geno's being asked to perform at a high level in a situation that most quarterbacks in the NFL don't have to operate under behind an offensive line that ain't getting it done. Still needs to play better. Still needs to take care of the football. It is what it is. Also, don't feel sorry for him and say, all right, well, I'm going to excuse every single thing you do. No, I'm not. But it's just what it is. So I'm glad she broke it down like that.
Yeah, you're not going to hear me being like, oh, wow, Geno is completely innocent in this situation. You're not going to hear me saying that about Grubb. You're not going to hear me saying it about any player. But I think that we almost have offensive line issue fatigue. You know what I mean? Like, because we're also used to hearing that this team has offensive line problems, we start to think like, well, there must be another reason that, you're losing. There must be some other reason that you're struggling. An offensive line is I would rather have a wide receiver group that struggles with drops and just doesn't have top tier talent and figure out a way to work around that than have a big offensive line issue. Because when you're a team, it does not matter if Seattle has good skill position players. If you have a bad offensive line, sorry.
We've seen what Mahomes can do with receivers who drop the ball. What even Lamar at one time can do with receivers who drop the ball. Here's the thing about receivers. A lot of guys who are receivers are one-trick ponies and can just run fast. And they're not true craftsmen of the position. Will break you down, out-leverage you, use your hands, get upfield, get out of bounds. All these little things that people take for granted at the receiver position. But there are some guys who are going to catch 1 out of every 3 deep balls. But that one that they catch is going to be for a home run and is going to win you the game. So I'm with you. I would deal with lackluster play on the outside if I knew that my quarterback was going to have time to sit back there, go through his reads, throw the football, and hey, you drop 2 a game, 1 a game, I'll deal with that because eventually you're going to catch the football. You're not in the league if you cannot catch a football completely.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's head to the Mac and Jacks text line. 360 says, maybe Geno can't read a defense. He doesn't do anything quick.
And my response is the play has to require a quick read. You look at a lot of the concepts that are out there, they're dropbacks. Dropbacks are when you're in shotgun, or if you're under center, you're going a 5-set dropback with a hitch and throw. If you're in shotgun, it's a quick 3 with a hitch and throw. That allows plays to develop. You look at a lot of Grubb's concepts. He does have quick game, don't get it twisted, but a lot of Grubb's concepts are meshes and switches. You look at the 2 of the biggest plays from JSM, 3 biggest plays from JSM. 1 was a sail. He's in the slot, 10 yards, snap it off, catch a ball at 20, big play. Another one was a deep cross. You angle at 45 degrees across the yards, you get it at 20. Another one was a corner route, touchdown, tie the ball game up. You get 10 yards down the field, you snap it to the corner. All those are dropbacks. So the play has to require Geno to get the football off quick, meaning you're getting hitches, slants, outs, and stuff like that. They happen, but Grubb is more of a dropback kind of guy.
The 206, talking about the offensive line. So they kind of combine the conversation we had about tanking. Says some teams are willing to take some lumps to grow. The Seahawks just aren't contenders as we're currently constructed. Why not give some playing time to young players to better understand what our needs are entering the offseason? Example insight, we're never going to invest in the offensive line, meaning we'll need to find a quarterback who can thrive in that situation. I hope this isn't the case, says the listener, just a hypothetical. But I don't know that anyone thrives behind this offensive line, though. I think that because the Seahawks have had offensive line issues, we look at their Super Bowl win and we go, when they had a really, really stellar defensive back room and Marshon Lynch and a quarterback who was young and mobile, they were able to overcome that. That offensive line that Russell had in the Super Bowl trip was a much better offensive line than this one.
Mm-hmm.
There are levels to mediocrity. That offensive line was just fine. It was not the best offensive line in football, but to get to and win a Super Bowl, they still quietly had a solid group.
Think about the greatest years offensively for this franchise when Russell Wilson was doing this thing. You know what he was doing a lot of? Running for his life, buying time, and throwing that football down the field. The only quarterbacks that can operate somewhat consistently in this league or behind this line right now are guys who can run. And you know what happens when running is your main objective? A Cam Newton, an early Lamar Jackson, an early Josh Allen, is now you just put yourselves in harm's way more than you have to. You look at these guys now, the Lamar Jacksons, the Josh Allens. What do you evolve to as a quarterback? You understand, I got to be able to operate from this pocket, because if not, plays are never going to be on time. You're going to risk injury constantly, and that's no way to live. That's like living on the edge every single game. It's nice to have that option, but as Lamar has gotten older, as Josh has gotten older, they become better passers because they realize this is how you win ball games. It's nice to have that option to run,
right? For
sure, but you got to wait. And then last one, Cam Newton, his MVP year, he threw the heck out of that damn ball. He could throw, he could run it as well, but he threw it.
That's such an underrated season, and I could talk about that endlessly, but I won't. So given our offensive line issues will not be fixed this year, says this same listener, this listener does not think we're making the playoffs, and then they ask what I think is a fair question. Given we're not a playoff team, what should the goal be the rest of the season?
Get better every single week. Develop your offensive line. You're not going to get a whole new 5 next year. Anthony Bradford might still be here. Christian Haynes probably going to be here. Michael Jarrell probably going to be here. Jack his name up, probably going to be here. Get better and keep developing your guys. Get better on the defensive line. Understand your assignment when it comes to your defense. Master your craft. All right, Reek Woolen, keep attacking the football off the air. JSN, keep stacking your days. Become a better route runner. Keep catching the football. It's a process to this thing. There are wins and defeats, and people don't like to see them, and coaches will not accept those defeats and the wins. But when you move on to the next week, that's all you got to lean on. When you're trying to build a culture, that's all you got to lean on. So that's the goal. Just get better every week.
Well, and again, I keep using this example, and I'm sorry for repeating it. I know it's annoying, but the Lions ending the season 2 years ago, winning 7 of 9, did so much for culture, for momentum, for all of those things. They did not make the playoffs. They ended up keeping Green Bay, an arch nemesis, out of the playoffs and allowing Seattle to back into it. But it did exactly what Bump talked about. Getting people to buy in and believe and get excited for the pieces that they have and develop those young pieces. Without making it to the playoffs, they did all of that. And so when you're talking about, well, what is there left to play for? What can you improve? Exactly what Bump said.
What the Lions win, 9 games that year?
They won, I think so. They were god-awful.
Yeah.
Let me bring it up.
Are you talking about the year when
the year that the Seahawks backed into the wild
because
card
they beat
game.
Green Bay?
Exactly.
I think they got 9 games won 9 games that year,
which is wild because 2 of those would have been in the first 6 weeks. So they were just awful. Couldn't get much of anything going, and they had been losing, and then they just rattled. They became very quietly one of the better teams in the last half of the season, but no one was paying attention because they were like, "Oh, it's the Lions.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? They're figuring it out." And that season really, really mattered. That launched a huge part of what Dan Campbell was able to do the following year. Let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down was something you saw out of JSN that will continue to get him open.
I saw radical movement in his route running. He's such a smooth guy. I mean, you look at him at the post-game conference, got his shades on, the jacket looking clean, nice and smooth. That's his game. That's his personality. For the first time, I saw consistency in him being violent at the top of his route. Now, when I teach violence at the top of routes when I'm coaching receivers, I have them stand next to me, and I don't tell them what I'm going to do, and I flinch at them. And the first thing they do when I flinch at them is they flinch as well. I go, that's all you're doing at the top of your route. It's a violent movement, so the DB has to flinch and respect everything that you're doing. All you need is one false step, and you're creating a whole bunch of space. Typically, he's smooth and he's rounded it off. So I'm not saying he doesn't do it at all in his route running, but when I watched the film, that's the most I seen him do it. I saw him move a guy off the line vitally instead of just being smooth and running around him. I saw him nodding at the top of his route and sticking him. I know he does this. He wouldn't be in the league if this wasn't a part of his game, but I think he needs to be more of a part of his game because the NFL is a violent league. You need radical movements. You need linear movements. Linear movements allow you to move people off of their spots. Once you start rounding things, they don't feel threatened. They feel comfortable. They sit down. So I'm hoping that he tapped into something special because he was something special on Sunday.
Second down. It's crazy how he would have had like 200 something.
He would have had like
He had 70 something called back.
Yeah, 180. He had 78 called back.
God.
Yeah.
Now that the Seahawks have found their fullback in Brady Russell, what part of the offense can take a step forward?
I prefer Gabe Wallace. But Brady Russell, when the season started, I felt like he could be this guy. He can be the fullback guy. You put it on film that you're going to put him back there. You've also put on film that A.J. Barner has a expanding role in this offense, especially with Noah Fant being out. And what you've seen out of A.J., he's motioning over. He's cracking the end. He's giving fake motions. He's motioning to right. He's coming back and blocking that in. He's playing some games with these edge guys. So now that you have a fullback, a guy you can use as a fullback, you can play those same type of games with the fullback. You run your split zone where the tight end blocks one edge, the fullback blocks the other edge, and you release both of them. You can play games where you're showing lead zone to the left and Ken Walker's following Russell. Then boom, he breaks off and he releases into a wheel, and then you have AJ on the backside wheel. There are just so many things you can do when you compact it like that. You compact it on 4th and 1, you were not able to get it done. Teams are going to see that. 4th and 1, you go out there, you show them the same thing. All right, we got Russell in the backfield, we got AJ there, and now you start releasing guys, more for them to prepare for it. It looks like the Niners, it looks like the Lions. You're probably not going to be able to execute it at the same clip that they do, but you're evolving. I hope this is foreshadowing. I hope that we see more of this in the future because it just opens up the playbook a bit more.
Third down. What's a low-key trade that will benefit the career of yet another one of Aaron Rodgers' throwaways?
Aaron Rodgers just be getting rid of them.
Truly.
It's like he's on a dating game show, and he don't like this one.
Contestant 2, you're gone.
You're out of there.
You're out.
I didn't like what your shoes looked like. You see those things on Instagram where they're popping balloons on people when they walk in the room?
Yes.
They pop. That's what Aaron Rodgers does.
Yeah.
Except he has all the balloons, and he's popping them. Pop, 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 pop. Mike Williams, I think going to the Steelers might resurrect his career. Not in a way to where he is going to be a Pro Bowler, an all-pro type of guy, but he'll be useful. I think he had like 1 or 2 catches with the Jets all year. And why I think he'll be successful over there is because Russell Wilson loves the deep ball. If you can run deep, get behind, and go up and catch the football, he'll give you a chance or two. Probably not as much as he used to. He's an older man now. He's wiser. A couple kids. Been traded a couple times. He's humbled a bit. But that's been a part of Russell Wilson's game. So I think that if Mike Williams can have 5 to 8 deep ball catches this year down the stretch, he'll bring value and he'll help this team out. So I'm happy for Mike Williams getting out of there. It was a bad environment for my guy. Aaron Rodgers made it clear he wasn't rocking with him. He didn't get to that red line like Aaron wanted him to. I understand that. But Mike Williams, man, go do your thing over there in Pittsburgh.
Happy for Russ, too, frankly. Like, that could end up being, with all of that being considered, kind of a cool combination. Good luck against the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bengals. It's oh, God. 4th down. How can Ken Walker help the run game?
He's good. Ken Walker's a good running back in general. I'm not knocking anything Ken Walker does, man. I think he's one of the most athletically gifted running backs in the game. But I'm noticing when there's a pulling guard, when there's a tight end who might be filling the gap for him in a gap scheme, he's not patient. Like he doesn't allow the big boy to get in front of him all the time. You know, sometimes when you see running backs and they're running, they put their hand on the big boy's back as he's running and say, "Take me where you want me to go." Right? I need some of that.
That's how I walk through the mall.
That's how you walk. That's how you walk behind Derek. Hey, lead the way.
Well, sometimes
Sephora.
it's easier to be the lead blocker as a woman because you can be a little more rude as you walk by.
Yeah, for sure. So let's flip it.
Yeah.
Derek has his hand on your shoulder saying, lead me. He's
and
Ken
I'm
Walker.
the lead blocker. Bam, bam, bam.
So that's what I need to see. I want to see more of when it comes to Ken Walker. I also understand why he might be reluctant to do so. There's trust issues going on with that O-line in that backfield when it comes to Geno and it comes to K9 and Zach Charbonnet. They got to find a way to meet in the middle. You got to compromise. You got to give those guys a chance to work for you. But the bigs also got to get moving. There are times where the guard is pulling, and I'm yelling at the TV, hurry up. Get your butt up in the A-gap. Let's get it. So that got to have a come-to-Jesus moment. But I think if he can be a bit more patient, he could be okay.
All right. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know. That's coming up at 45 after. Any question you have, 866-979-3776. Before then, head into the station for Hype Train.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Steve Weish, NFL Network's chief national reporter.
Curious what your narrative is of Geno Smith.
Wow. I mean, look, part of it clearly is the protection. You know, he's an NFL starting quarterback, that's for sure. Is he the guy who's necessarily going to lead you to the promised land? Sure, if everything around him works well, which it isn't. But I think people view him as a quality starter. If things are working well around him, fine. They used to say that about Matt Ryan, right? If things are working well around Matt, he's as good as they get.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's the time to fill your vault with Morgan Silver Bars. Grab your piece of America's silver legacy with this special offer. These spectacular shining silver bars featuring a crisp image of the iconic Morgan Silver Dollar, a legendary coin that has captivated collectors for generations. Americans treasure owning silver bars and coins, putting them away for themselves and their loved ones. Call now to secure 1-ounce silver bars minted in 99.9% pure silver and made in the USA. You'll be glad you did. Hurry, don't miss out on this special deal. Save $10 per silver bar. The more you buy, the more you save. Limit of 25 bars per customer. Call to learn more. Plus, with qualifying orders, you'll receive a free Morgan Silver Dollar. That's a $59.95 value and free shipping. Call 1-800-222-3967 now to secure your 1-ounce Morgan Silver Dollar bars. That's 1-800-222-3967.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist you with any lighting issue, as well as help with intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting expert since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
John here with Happy Hauler. Furniture and household items you plan to throw away? We work with organizations all over Western Washington to donate used items. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
I started Davis Law Group 30 years ago with the goal of bringing the highest quality of legal representation to accident victims. Contact Washington's best personal injury team today at 206-727-4000 or visit us at davislawgroupseattle.com.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Ernest Jones Jr. and Tyrell Dotson led the Seahawks with 9 tackles each on Sunday. On the Mike McDonald Show with Brock and Salk Monday, Brock Huard asked the coach if his linebackers leading the way was part of the positive difference in the run defense.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And then again, we talk about it's all 11. It's those guys got off blocks. I thought EJ played a really good football game. And just for how he paced the ball. I thought our guys up front, especially like in the C area, they played really well. When Kayvon was in at nickel, Spoon did a great job putting their hard hats in the run as well. And then in the ball, we were kind of constricting space where you didn't need to play, the guys getting to the third level. So it's a great point. Yeah, I think that it's pretty indicative of the step we took.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
All right, guys, you looking for a fun night out? It's Mike Salk here to remind you that Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go, unwind, and have some fun, and eat some great food. Make sure to check out 12 Moons. And then Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood has the amazing happy hour menu that starts at 4 p.m. And Falls Buffet, they're serving up all your favorites like the prime rib every day, the fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fried noodles, pizza, salad bar, dessert bar. They make their pies every day. All with breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. It is Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown, Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in for what I need to know coming your way in 15-866-979-3776. First, let's head to the station for Hype Train. Hello, NFL trade deadline. Probably the biggest story happening in America today, for sure. It's the NFL trade deadline. The Seahawks made a couple moves already, and many other teams have made moves today. You've seen Marshon Lattimore move. Devontae Adams obviously traded already. DeAndre Hopkins traded already. Amari Cooper traded already. Let's see. Tre'Davious White was traded to the Ravens. The Packers got defensive help and traded for Mike Williams. So you guys have a minute to think about all those moves. This is your first Hype Train. DeAndre Hopkins, acquired by the Kansas City Chiefs, played a big role in last night's win, will become the most important midseason trade acquisition by any team this year.
It's between him or Zadarius Smith, honestly, because Zadarius has 5 sacks right now. If he can get on the Lions and produce 5 or 6 more throughout the year and do the best Aiden Hutchinson impression that he can, then it could be big, but it's D-Hop all day. He definitely has a number 1 receiver now in Patrick Mahomes. You see him with 2 touchdowns last night. He scored 1 touchdown and Pat gets in his ear and goes, "Oh, you old. Like, Pat knows how to gas up his boys for real. So, yeah, D-Hop, man, it's going to be the most important because these guys look like they can go back to back to back.
DeAndre Hopkins will become the most important midseason trade acquisition by any team this year. Bump is boarding. Curtis, you have a lot of names to choose from. A lot of moves so far at the trade deadline. Are you boarding this train?
I will board this train, yes. But I think another name that will have a significant impact in the season's second half is Darius Smith with the Lions. That dude puts up numbers wherever it is that he plays, whether it be with the Packers, the Vikings, with the Browns. He is a guy that just gets to the quarterback, and the Lions need somebody like that desperately. I still think DeAndre Hopkins, though, is going to have a bigger impact because, I mean, you're catching balls from Patrick Mahomes now. Like, you're going from Mason Rudolph and Will Levis to that $6 buffet that we talked about to Caesar's Palace. Like, that's what you're doing right now with DeAndre Hopkins. So, yeah, I think he will have the bigger impact of anybody moved over the deadline.
Because the Commanders are such an intriguing story for me this season and certainly feel like they're going to be a playoff team, second best record in the NFC, I want to look at Marshon Lattimore and go, oh my God, does the acquisition of Marshon Lattimore make them just this really well-balanced team? But the story for the Commanders is going to continue to be Jaden Daniels. Yep. It's going to continue to be that, whereas DeAndre Hopkins can become the story for the Chiefs because everyone's wondering who those top weapons are going to be. The Chiefs' lack of top-tier wide receivers has been a conversation for 2 seasons so far. So I'm going to go with Hop as well. All aboard that train, all leaving the station. Next up, let's head to the AFC for this one. The Steelers, one of the biggest surprises of the season so far. They started out with Justin Fields as their starter because Russell Wilson was hurt with that calf injury. They end up being one of the final undefeated teams in the league, and that is mostly on the backs of great defensive play. But Justin Fields didn't make mistakes. The offense was still rolling. Russell Wilson, now their starter. They've acquired Mike Williams from the Jets to add a weapon there, acquired Preston Smith. The Steelers will be a playoff team.
I like this question because I'm looking at the division.
Yeah.
And no one's ready to give up on the Bengals. Joe Burrow, if he were on a better team, you'd be talking about him as candidate for MVP.
Yes.
His numbers are crazy. Cleveland's done. You're at 6-2. You're at the top of the division. You got the Commanders coming up next. That's going to be a big one. These next 2 weeks. Ooh-wee. Commanders, Ravens. Then you got Browns, Bengals, Browns, Eagles. Gosh. You know what? I'm going to say, because I want this to happen for my guy. I want him to get all the haters off his back and do his thing. I'm going to say yes. They're going to make the playoffs. Russell has 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's been sacked a few times. 260 yards each game. One too great the first game, 55% completion percentage. But I'm going with them. The defense is on point. Let's get it.
The hype train is that the Steelers will be a playoff team. It doesn't have to be even that they win the division or that they're a top seed or that they win a playoff game. Curtis, it's just that they will make it to the postseason as a surprise team out of the AFC. Are you boarding?
Boy, they've got a really tough end of the season schedule at Washington. You've got at Philly, at Baltimore. You've got a home game against Kansas City. They've got a really, really tough schedule going forward, but I think they do make the playoffs. I'm boarding that train. The AFC North, Baltimore, they're really good again. But Cincinnati and Cleveland have left a lot to be desired this season. I think Pittsburgh is going to take advantage of that. They have 2 games remaining against Cleveland. I think they win both of those. That puts them at least 8 wins. They probably split with Cincinnati. That's 9, and they probably pick up a win somewhere along the way outside of those remaining games. So that puts them at probably about 9 or 10 wins the rest of the way. I think that's good enough to get to the playoffs. So, yes, I think the Steelers make the postseason.
I am boarding as well, which surprises me, but it's also because there have been so many surprises to come from the AFC. We thought the Jets would be better. We thought the Bengals would have a better record. As Bump pointed out, they still have really good quarterback play. They just haven't been cleaning up in the win column. We thought that the Denver Broncos would be bad, and they've snuck in here as a 5-4 team. Standings right now, AFC, Chiefs, Bills, Steelers right there at number 3. I have a hard time seeing, while I think the Houston Texans will be a playoff team, they've got big questions at wide receiver, some of which will not be answered. Diggs, for instance, done for the season. They also have offensive line problems. I think they have a little bit of regression from last year. So, yeah, I see enough questions with other teams to make me think the Steelers will be playing in the postseason. Next hype train. Well, not only are the Steelers one of the surprises this year, the Cardinals currently first place in the NFC West. The Cardinals finish as the regular season NFC West champs. Finish the regular season as NFC West champs.
Niners are going to do it. Niners are going to do it. And Cardinals going to find a way to trick daddy that thing like slip and slide records in Miami back in the early 2000s. It is not going down. I don't believe. And if I'm wrong, then I wouldn't even be mad if I'm wrong, though, because I love to see things being mixed up. I couldn't tell you the last time the Cardinals won the division. So if they were to do that, good for them. But the Niners they still have to be the favorite.
The Cardinals, Bump says they're still the favorite, but absolutely not. Not even buying a ticket, not even considering it. The Cardinals are finishing the regular season as NFC West champs. It's an empty train. Curtis, are you boarding the first cart?
Had to Google last time the Cardinals won the NFC West. 2015. They were 13-3 that year. They made it to the NFC Championship game.
Who's that? Carson? No.
That was Carson Palmer.
In the year that they went to the Super Bowl, were they not?
They were a wild card team. Yeah,
Fun.
they went 9-7 that year. I think
that was with Kurt.
Yeah, I forget. Did the Seahawks win the division that year? No, 08 would have been.
Nah, we didn't win that.
08 probably would have been the Rams. I don't know.
Did not win that thing.
49. Who knows? The Cardinals have a nice little 2-game stretch in late December at home against New England, at Carolina. That's a couple of wins, I would imagine. But they've got a lot of divisional games left, 2 against Seattle. Game against the Jets. I mean, does 10 wins win the NFC West? Does 9 wins win the NFC West this year? I don't see 10 wins out of the Cardinals, so I'm not boarding this train. I've got a little more faith in the Rams and 49ers to get the job done, so I'm not boarding.
I'm not boarding either. I think it unfortunately ends up being the 49ers. That practice window has been open for Christian McCaffrey. He's got 21 days to be activated to the active roster. Unfortunately, that does include an upcoming game against the Seahawks, which he might be playing in. We'll wait for updates there. Next and last train in, really, really quickly with this one. Joe Kelly was right about the Yankees. He said that the Dodgers reliever said, you know what? The Yankees weren't even the best team in the playoffs.
If you know anything about Joe Kelly, you know that this take does not surprise you at all. And just because I back my homies no matter what, I'm on this train.
All right. Curtis, you boarding this train? We'll be quick.
Yes.
Okay. Get your questions in for what I need to know. 866-979-3776. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh is with us. Well, how does that sound? Gold Glove Award winner.
Yeah, it has a nice ring to it for sure. Just super excited. Really enjoyed this.
Is it anything you even consider?
Yeah, be lying if I didn't say, every year, obviously, you want to be in that category of, being a finalist and having a chance to win it. And when it comes to individual accolades, it's definitely one of the highest things you can get.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Summer's over and you've had your fun, but now it's time to get back on track. Stop feeling frustrated and overwhelmed and start being excited about the new you that's possible. We want to be your teammate. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs. Just teaching you how to turn your body into a fat-burning machine and keep it off for the long term. We know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle strategies designed to reset your metabolism. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
It's crazy how well it works while you're eating real, fresh, delicious food. The recipes are awesome. And just having somebody teach me how to make the right food, it helped an unbelievable amount as I lost 35 pounds.
Our program has successfully helped thousands of people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person in Kirkland or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588 0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
I was experiencing severe neck pain, kind of radiating from my shoulders up into my head. And it was pretty severe, and it lasted for about a year. So I went to see Dr. Nelson, and after I got the stem cell treatment, I had positive results within a week. And it just got better from there. And to this day, I can't believe I used to be in such pain. He was just an incredible doctor. Everything about the place was just fantastic.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000 or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
At Shane Company, we make finding your perfect engagement ring fun and easy. Because let's be honest, you might feel a little stressed out. We get it. That's why we do all the hard stuff. It's our job to bring you the biggest selection of beautiful diamonds and colorful gemstones, so many amazing settings, and all the customization your heart desires. We've got your style and your price range covered, and we're here to guide you every step of the way. Come in for a warm welcome and leave with your dream ring and an experience you'll never forget. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
In the wake of recent hurricanes, many families are struggling to rebuild their lives. But together we can bring hope and help where it's needed most. Join Bonneville Seattle in our Hope After the Hurricanes initiative. We're partnering with the American Red Cross to deliver vital relief to those affected. Your donation, no matter how small, helps provide food, shelter, and medical assistance to those in urgent need. Donate now and help bring hope back to hurricane victims. Visit mynorthwest.com for more information.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
Buy a heat pump, get a furnace free. Now from Deere Services. You heard right. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free from Deere Services. Save now and combine the year-round benefits and comforts of both systems, giving you warm winters and cool summers. Make an appointment at DEARservices.net, and we'll be there within 3 hours, guaranteed. And get this, no service fees. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free now at Deere Services. Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
The rain's been coming down in sheets lately, and there is more to come this winter. But despite all of those big raindrops, you want to know a surprising fact? A metal roof will not magnify the sound of rain. That's right. That was one of the first questions I asked Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, when he was explaining the benefits of a metal roof. Metal roofs are all the rage right now, and they're more eco-friendly. They last almost twice as long as a traditional roof, and they are a great option for adding solar panels down the road. Asset Roofing is leading the local push in metal roofing, and they can even offer metal roofs for up to 30% less than their competitors. They make each roofing panel custom and in-house to speed up production and save homeowners like you time and money on their roofing project. Remember, you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Go to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's what I need to know. Get your questions in to the Mac and Jack's text line, 866-979-3776. What I need to know. Lots of football ones today. Do you think adding more fullback and misdirection concepts on offense will take some of the pressure off the O-line and create running lanes for the running backs, maybe even open up the play-action game?
Most definitely. Great take. I agree 100% with you. The teams that aren't the most gifted at the quarterback position do a lot of that. Could you imagine if teams that were extremely gifted at the quarterback position, like imagine Pat Mahomes and their offense is special in a different way.
Behind a bad offensive line.
No. I mean, just the concepts. Like imagine Pat Mahomes just in the Lions offense. I mean, he'd be explosive wherever, but just the deception is crazy. Yeah, I agree 100% with that.
What I need to know, you can only pick one to eat for a month. Ready? Peanut butter and jelly, grilled cheese, or a bologna sandwich.
I feel like you get more nutrients out of the bologna sandwich.
I think so too.
But the grilled cheese sounds so bomb. I love me a good grilled. And you can mix up the bread too, man. You can spice the bread up differently, use different cheese in there.
Man.
You get good protein though from peanut butter.
Yeah, you do.
And
but
the
that's
jelly,
a lot of fat
there's
and
a
sugar.
lot of different jellies out there.
That's true. More variety in peanut butter
Here's
and jelly.
the thing. If you were, okay, so bologna sandwich is probably the answer for the three of us in terms of
Is it just
nutrients
bologna
over
and
a
bread,
month.
or can you like
Let's
doctor
assume
it up
you've got
with
you
lettuce,
doctoring
cheese,
up
tomato?
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably that then.
Yeah.
Probably that, but if you were to ask me right now, what do you want? I'd go probably grilled cheese.
I go grilled cheese with some garlic bread on that
It's
thing.
grilled cheese
All
season.
day.
Yeah, we did grilled cheese and tomato soup the other night.
Nice.
It hit.
Let's see. This same person says, okay, what I need to know is, am I wrong for getting angry when the person at a four-way stop waves to me to go ahead when clearly they were supposed to go first? No, I do that too, and I always, I should be like, oh, cool, thank you. And instead I always go, okay. It's so passive.
You should not get angry.
Sorry.
You should
I
wave
do the
thank
same
you,
thing.
kind
We're
sir.
wrong. We're wrong. What I need to know. Our Seahawks quarterback discussion has me wondering if we're underestimating how good Steve Largent was. Jerry Rice obviously shattered all the records, but he had two Hall of Fame quarterbacks throwing to him. Largent had Jim Zorn and Dave Craig.
Steve Largent is top 5 of all time.
Truly one of the
Simple
greatest.
as that. I mean,
I do think he's underrated. Yes.
As long as you're mentioned as top 5 of all time, I think you're good.
Well, I think Jerry Rice, GOAT, 1,000%, and I think he would have been an amazing Hall of Famer even with different quarterbacks. But it is a really good point about also why Steve Largent is underrated. Any great player that never won a Super Bowl and never played with Hall of Famers and were never part of great dynasty teams is going to be overlooked, and Steve Largent is one of those.
Any player who wore a face mask with one bar and no gloves and have 100 touchdowns, respect. He's in there. Jerry, Randy, Fitz, Largent, and then throw someone else in there.
Speaking of face masks, you guys tell me if I'm wrong with this take. You cannot wear a tinted visor and be a bad player.
Absolutely.
Facts.
Absolutely.
Facts.
Yeah, you can't. It's like
Absolutely.
I don't even know. It's like the cool biker leather jacket of helmet looks. You got to be Cam.
When I was in high school, I wore a 60% gray visor, and there were 3 other kids who wore them. One of them had to take them off.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You have
Coach
to.
was like, "Nah, take that off."
Yeah, and if you're a coach or if you're a player, you got to hold your teammates accountable and be like, bro, you missed 6 tackles yesterday. You cannot wear that tinted. It's like wearing sunglasses inside.
Yeah.
You can't.
You got to play at least 90% of the plays and fill up the stat sheet.
Because when you're a good player, when I imagine Cam Chancellor, I imagine him with a tinted visor.
Sean Taylor.
Yeah, it just adds to it. Okay, what I need to know is Cam Ward an NFL quarterback?
Yeah, he is. I think he'll struggle with turnovers because right now he's one of those quarterbacks in college that can buy himself some time, buy some time, and throw it. Caleb Williams was the same way, obviously at a different level. He had to figure out early, look, I have to be on time with some things. He's an NFL quarterback, though.
What I need to know, I take my grandson to and from school regularly. On the way there, we listen to the morning show. He likes those guys, but when we get in the car to go home, he's always asking to listen to Stump and Spanky, a.k.a. Dump and Stinky. So my question is, Curtis, does Willa, your daughter, have an opening in the promo department?
Oh, of course. Yeah, she's the head of production around here.
Tell that is Willa Rogers. What she calls age 3, what she calls Bump and Stacy is Dump and Stinky.
Love it.
What'd she say this morning?
So it was Sunday evening. I was driving her home from my parents' house because I work all the Seahawks games. And when I take her and Blair over to my parents' house on Sundays, my parents take the girls to church with them. And on the ride home, Willie kept saying the word, Jod. And I was like, Jod? But she is learning the alphabet right now and is learning the sounds that letters make. And so in her mind, the letter G makes a J sound, which it does.
God.
It does make, yeah, she was trying to say God. She's Jod.
Man, if no one got me, I know Jod got me. You know what I'm saying?
And thank Jod.
What I need
Jod
to
is good
know.
all the time.
And all the time, Jod is good. Without Aaron Rodgers is playing this year, is this his last year in the league, or will some other team give him another opportunity?
Who?
Aaron Rodgers.
I think he's got one more with the Jets. He's got to run it back one more time. He just got the homie over there. He's going to dip on the homie?
True. That's true. What I need to know, if you could trade colors with another NFL team, who would it be?
I would trade with the... Man.
I've got, it could be 3. It's hard to narrow it down. I've got like 2 or 3 in my
All right,
mind.
go ahead. You go first.
The Bears.
Like
Blue
that.
and orange.
The Dolphins, clearly a
Teal
pattern
and
here.
orange. You're an orange gal.
And I hate to say it, but something like the Patriots are pretty classic.
I'd go the Lions.
Ooh, that Honolulu blue.
I like the Dolphins. I like the Dolphins. And then I would go with the Texans.
Those are good. I like yes.
I'm going Saints with one of them.
I can
the
see
black
the
and
Saints.
gold. Black and gold is a very nice
Cool combo. What I need to know, if Jason Peters isn't a better option than a 4th-string small school rookie, why is he taking up a practice squad spot?
Just in case.
Just in case. I don't know. Because I don't know. They've had such horrible injury luck there.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. This has been Bump and Stacy. If you missed any part of the show, or if you loved it so much you just need to hear more, make sure you check out the Bump and Stacy podcast. For Michael Bumpus, Curtis Rogers, Brady, I almost said Matt Nelson.
I wouldn't have blamed you.
I know. I'm Stacey Ross. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
They've lost 5 of 6. Is there one thing you could point to? What's the biggest reason?
Number one, it's offensive line. And I think everybody probably has already figured that out. You know, I saw Charles Cross get beat a couple of times.
Yeah.
And, you know, he is a good left tackle.
You knew it was going to be tough regardless of win or loss, because that's just what happens with the Rams. But the self-inflicted wounds, Dave, the things we saw in that Bills game that cropped up again.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over. And if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50